Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Howdy, everybody out there. Glad to have you back. As promised, before 5 p.m. Pacific. Hope you're having a good Friday and start to the weekend. I got all my stuff set up. We're going to head into Microsoft Flight Simulator here in a minute, which I am very excited about. It's plane time again. At last. Up next, plane stream, the Snyder Cut. I'm glad someone finally noticed, Botep, the direction that I was heading. With the titles. Because it felt weird, because at first it was the plane stream, and then it was like, well, I want to keep playing, so if that was the plane stream, then what's this? And then it just kind of kept going and unfolding. But here we are! Hope you guys are ready for a wonderful day of adventures. Probably gonna end up playing this today and tomorrow, if I had to guess. It's a little early and premature to say that, but this is, in fact, the Flight Sim streamer. I guess I have been converted because I've got some plans, chat, that we'll talk about. Not in too much detail because I don't want to spoil it, but we'll talk a little bit about that later. Suffice to say, there are going to be more Microsoft Flight Sim streams. Roller Coaster Tycoon looks different. Hold on. Did the game not update? Why does it say I'm playing Open RCT? I updated this 5 times. I clicked the done button 5 times. Twitch. You betrayed my trust. Yeah, it's updated now because I just did it again. Thank you for pointing that out, at least at the beginning of the stream. The title's correct, though.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
I gotta turn the volume on that down slightly.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Okay. In fact, should I change it back to the first one? Maybe. I guess we'll leave it with the one with Midas Edition. When he barks on the stream, I think he needs something. It's like, what? What do you want? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? What's wrong? Okay. Anyway. Howdy, everybody. Welcome back. There he is, right there, somewhere. He's over there. That's all you need to know. I should clean a little bit of that up. Still got the Warthog box over there just hanging out. Hi, Tal. What's up, Omega Vixens? Australian Dan, Brule Lord, Ziora, welcome back, Liuda. Hi, Jerk. Roof, you've got the right emote. Galvarino, what up? Shirt! Yeah, I did my laundry. So now I wear the shirt that I wore on the first plane stream because my clothes are clean. Hey, Chad. Hey, Etau. What's up? Hey, Dumb Ace. Miss Lissaday. Mostly Moisten. These flight streams are super cozy. Thanks, Swepty. I'm glad you like them. Because I'm having a ball. Professor Shitpost, Sawdust Bunnies, hello Ionic, Brule Lord, Evanito is back. Howdy Mo Game, Sonic Fan waving, Super Pog, Peepo chatting. What's up Timfish, Roguy, Auxilia, Hi Cliche, and Dr. Magda, Nom Nom, Peepo arriving on the scene. Howdy 101, Great Lemon Wheel, Robot Mystic, and everybody in between. We have to change the game over to Beautiful Flight Sim. Okay, now I might have to reboot actually because it's freaking out a little bit. Like the main menu is freaking out a little bit. My frames are all over the place. See, like what's going on here? I'm not even. What? I don't understand. Where's the plane? Why is the mouse controlling like this? Something's weird. Probably a Windows update. Probably, yeah. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna quit the desktop and try and like get a fresh boot on this because I loaded into just a runway just to make sure everything was working, and it was getting like 15 FPS or something crazy. Let's just start that over real quick. You know, can we just have a do-over? It's had the wrong game in the stream. We've had a couple of missteps in this one. Let's just go ahead and turn the stream off and start it over. Sound good? You guys just get ready to say hi again, okay? Once I bring it back online. Also got some new bean coffee today. Some new She's the Worst sponsored bean coffee. These are pretty good beans. This is, yesterday we had the Kyra Toby bean coffee. Today we have the She's the Worst bean coffee. Maybe tomorrow we'll have, maybe some of the local Vegas roasted coffee. These ones are definitely, it described itself as chocolatey, nutty, and syrupy. And you know, it actually tastes exactly like that. Like, I think it's the most accurate coffee description. It's literally exactly what I imagined it was going to taste like. I would give it a solid 6.8, which doesn't sound like a high score, but like that's pretty good. She's the Worst. If you're out there, if you hear this, know that's like, to me, not an F. That's like it's like a good solid C, and I'll tell you why. Because I think I need to brew it stronger next time. But also, you guys know how it tastes. You know, like when you get a box of chocolates, and in the box of chocolates, there's like the milk chocolate ones, there's like the dark chocolate ones, and there's like the ones that have like an almond or peanut or something like that. And then there's the ones that have like no touch. You purposely look at the map so that you can avoid the minefield of the ones with like the fruity center. Usually it's like chocolate plus cherry or chocolate plus strawberry or something like that. It's approaching that area of chocolate. Coconut's actually okay. I think when you combine chocolate and nut in coffee too much, you end up pushing the envelope there, but I do like it. You don't like the fruity chocolates? Absolutely not. Hold up, those are the best. I don't think the rest of you would agree. He's right, they suck. Thank you. Hey, Chad, I'm about to make a bunch of dumplings, but we'll have speakers on, so if professional licensed jeffing is requested, have Etal scream. I'm screaming right now. I'm screaming. He still can't hear me. Scream quieter. All right, we're back, but there's no audio. I didn't mute it. I did mute it. Okay. I guess it was muted. Well, here we are. Let's see if I can get a solid 60 FPS now from the main menu. That'd be a good start. All right, well, this is a good sign because it knows where my plane is and didn't just shoot up into the ceiling. All right, this feels better. I'm glad that I rebooted instead of starting a flight and then wondering why it wasn't working. That's better.
This is your captain speaking. I don't want to alarm anyone, but it appears that we've been flying heavy ever since we took off from the gate. After a cursory examination of the baggage underneath the plane, I have discovered that there are stowaways! Dozens of them! Everybody, abandon ship!
Ace Tech, we need you! Get these stowaways off my plane! I just got carrots out of the fridge. I'm sorry, it was just a joke. I'm so sorry. We don't actually need you. However, Ace Tech, you might not care that Chris Weed Piano just gifted 25 baited Ace Tech to come back from getting carrots out of the fridge. Probably just like slammed the fridge, turned around, and just like dead sprinted.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Probably spilled carrots all over the floor. Thank you for that response time. We were just, look, I did the equivalent of push the flight attendant button above my seat just to see how fast the response time was so I could leave a Yelp review afterward. Okay, so far you're scoring well. Crispy Piano, thank you for the big $25 in gift subs. Much appreciated. That was clearly $1 a sub, right? Isn't that the deal right now? Chat, can anybody confirm or deny? Is it $1 sub day? No. That was actually like $125 a subs at the same time? Oh. Okay, slightly different. Welcome, Soda Productions, who's back for a big 3-0. Appreciate you 30 months, Soda Productions. Altager says, ahoy, Captain. Welcome aboard. G-Man is a resident sleeping for 28 months. And still subbed anyway, so got him. Chris Weed Piano gifted a bunch of subs to a lot of first-time viewers. Why don't we just get them all? If you hear your name, you are now a sub. Like it or not, it scrolled by really fast, so I understand if you didn't notice. Old Sick Beck, Chrisify, Madrill, ESOJ, St. Hummus, KLXDA, Kilo, All Thumbs, Cocoa Puffs, Rythan, Signal 7, Chopkins, Altruant, One Hawk, Casey Boom, True Fernie, Nico Arc Soup, Mr. Meth, Hiyun 2000, Dragon Shield, Swepte, Fizgar Cliche, Honking, and Dollar Cave Dollar Shave Club, but like in a different backwards writing. Which made my brain feel weird to read. These usernames. Those are some good usernames. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I guess choose a plane for actually let's not choose a plane first. Let's just go to the world map and then change flight conditions to live. Okay. And then just see what time of day it is. We could do some US. It's 5 o'clock. The sun's going down. We could start with some US before it gets dark. That might be fun. We haven't done anything up here. Simcopter 1 specifically recommended that I go. Was it Seattle? We could do a Seattle flight. Stewart? That's where I be. Yeah, we haven't done... We could do like, I don't know. How big of a flight do you guys want to open with? I guess is the question. Do you want to do a little flight, big flight? We got time, Chad. We got plenty. It's only been 16 minutes. Sometimes I say this is not going to be a 12-hour stream. I cannot make that guarantee. It's going to be at least an 8-hour stream unless something goes wrong. Probably closer to 10. And then we'll see. So we got at least a few flights in us. We don't have to limit ourselves. I have I don't even know what to talk about first because as I've mentioned over the last couple days, if you weren't here, I have basically been... There's only one word for it in the English language. I have basically edged this game, because in the background over the last 4 straight days, I have been getting plans and preparations ready for streams that are going to start next week. To do that, I have had to have the game open and on the map so I can see where certain things are locationally and what things are in the game and what things are not in the game. So I've had the game open for probably like 8 hours, but I can't I can't play. So why is it doing this? Why is this? It might be interacting with Track IR or something. I don't know. We'll get Track IR TR on. So I've just been like getting all this prep planning. I've probably spent like 8 to 10 hours just over the last few days, like the last 4 days. Just why is it doing that? I'm not even clicking the button. My hand's not even on the mouse. I'll prove it. Looked at map without us. But if you guys have suggestions, not for routes, but for specific locations, like if you think, please no screenshots though, but go to the Discord if you haven't already, and put in what you think would be like maybe your top 2, maybe 3 tops places around the world. There's a reason for it, but I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is. So go to the Discord if you haven't already and put those in. Places you think would be cool to explore in the game, or places maybe you've already been to that were just amazing. Hopefully, don't put anything like that's super obvious, like Statue of Liberty, Eiffel Tower, Big Ben, Golden Gate Bridge.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Stuff like that we know. Like, I know that's gonna be cool. Why? Okay, I don't understand. Is there a glitch? Is my computer messed up? Do you guys see that, right? I posted a bunch. Thanks, Fire. I might DM a couple people as well, so I'm gonna need some help on this project probably. So I need to get a couple more people involved on the secret plane project. DMs Monka S. How much post-plane stream can we get? We're already so far past Snyder Cut length of extra plane stream. Beautiful. Because I have been craving this game. My mind was in the other games, but my heart was here because I've been working on this behind the scenes. See? I did it again. Are you guys even watching? Am I losing my mind? You guys see the map just randomly like flicker and start and then like move somewhere else. You guys don't see that. Are you watching the screen like permanently right now? I'll tell you exactly when it happens again. Keep your eyes glued to the screen, okay? I'm telling you. It's gotta happen at least one more time. Just wait. Look directly at the screen. Do not look at chat. Don't even type in chat until it happens again. I know you're tempted to look away. Don't even blink. Come on. Don't embarrass me like this. I can definitely find... You guys could have just clipped the last time instead of doing this. It's not going to do it again, is it? Move your face around. I'm not even wearing the tiara yet. All right, what is this? Is this an actual clip? My heart was here because I've been working on this behind the scenes. See? It did it! Yeah, I just did it! All right, look, it's on clips! Look, I have proof. By the way, every time I open a tab, OBS thinks it's Russian. It has like all Russian characters. I have no idea. Okay, look. Nah, man, I don't see anything. Watch. Again, but my heart was here because I've been working. Do you see that right there? It's right there, dude. working on this behind the scenes. See? Heart was here, because I've been working on this. Why is it's doing this, like, automatically by itself? How it scrolls up and then scrolls down. My heart was here, because I've been working on... See? Sorry, I was Alright, stop gaslighting the streamer. I have it on clip video evidence, okay? You don't see anything because you full screen chat and you have me on audio only mode. That's literally the only way you couldn't see at this stage. Anyway, thanks again, Crispy Piano, for huge 25 gift sub dump at the beginning of the stream. Blarg says Tokyo to LA prop plane stream win. Where would I land? Tokyo to LA prop plane, not gonna happen. 10 months of sub, thanks Blarg. Y2B Shears also here as well. Glad to have you. Let's go ahead and don the tiara, and let's get ready for takeoff. Or at least get ready to pick where we're gonna go. I think I want to go, Seattle. Alright, we can yeah, that's just on the floor now. In 2 pieces, by the way. Listen, I'm not... Natural point, if you're out there somewhere. Help me. Help me help you. You know how many... Whatever. Shh. Okay. Let's try this again. We're back. Okay, how's this? Is that... It's almost in the middle. Alright, here we go. Let's test it out, make sure it works. And by test it out and make sure it works, I mean head to the profile, because I think I can do... If it was working, it should be working right here. Tiara, we. Far, far too excited about that. Alright, if I center this... Alright. Well, Track IR is working. But I don't think it's being picked up in the game. Because I think it's supposed to work on that menu, if I'm not mistaken. Chat, one more time. Before, I don't want to get into if we load into the cockpit and I start flipping switches and stuff and this isn't working and we have to reboot, that's the worst time to reboot. One more technical issue stream. This is what happens when you don't play a game for 4 straight days. Things are not as I left them. I had to unplug both of these, move them over there. The pedals I got to leave plugged in, so hopefully those still work. And obviously I haven't used Track IR in 4 days, so let's just make sure everything is on the right foot just to get out of the gate here, even if we take a little bit of delay. Listen, Etalyx is constantly delayed. Chat, I had medical issues that kept me from flying, but these streams plus my own experiences have motivated me to sort it out. This morning I got a renewed pilot's medical certificate. I'll be flying soon. Congratulations, dude. That's exciting. I take no credit. That power was within you the whole time. Can you stream flights? It would probably be dangerous because you'd be tempted to look at chat. Looking in chat while you're flying in Microsoft Flight Sim versus flying a real plane. Totally different temptations there. But that's awesome. I hope you have some really fun flights. I don't know what the process is for actually getting back up in the air once you get that certificate, but I hope it's smooth and you have a lot of fun and you renew that hobby, that interest, and put it to good use. I'm sure there's a bunch of people training to be pilots and stuff right now, because it's just like you get to go out and see the world without actually like traveling in a traditional sense. You don't have to put yourself through security checkpoints or, you know, go to baggage claim or fight for elbow rest next to people who are wearing their mask under their chin, you know? You get to just do your own thing. Hang out in a plane and look at these beautiful mountain sights. But anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. We'll get off the ground here shortly. Thank you for your patience. Listen, I waited this long. We can wait another couple minutes just to make sure we get it right. I don't want to take any shortcuts. Okay, so by all accounts, I can see track IR on my other screen. If you guys are curious what it looks like, I can show you. Do you want to see what it sees? This is what it sees. So it's got this like 0 point. This is what you press when you center it. So often when I like start the game and it's pointing off in a weird direction, that's when you push the center button down here. You can't really see it. Hold on. You push the center button down here that I'm highlighting, and then it'll reset. So if I want my center to be way up, then I can do that. And now if I have a lot more room to look down and backwards. So if I like to look around the center, just a little bit elevated above where I think middle is, because I usually look down in the planes more than I look up. So I'll look slightly too far up, hit center, that's my new 0 point, and now I can move. And also I smoothened it over here, so it's got a lot of configuration that I could expand this window on, but the only reason I'm not is because it has like device info. I don't want somebody to register my track IR or something like that. But yeah, it's got smoothening. You can turn that off. Honestly, I recommend the smoothening because you don't want it to follow your head movements like literally one-to-one, because it just is too... First of all, it would look bad on stream, so I have smoothing up to like 25 out of 50. The more smooth it is, the easier it is for you to watch, basically. I hacked in and just downloaded your face. Now I can track you anywhere in the world. When flying to an airport, what's the best resource to find out which runway is which and gates? If you want to do it realistically, there are resources to do that, Foxhound, but if you want to just do it in the game, just so that you can play, I'll show you. I'll show you the easiest way to do it. Alright, it works. We're good. I'm glad that I took care of that now. When you have this many moving parts, something's gonna have to malfunction every so often. But yeah, I'll show you now, actually. So, are you talking about for landing or taking off? Because I'll just show you both. All right, so let's go to Seattle. We can go to... Honestly, I think Seattle would be a pretty fun prop plane trip. So, if I was gonna do it, do you guys want to fly like Seattle to Vancouver? That might be fun. Just a little prop plane tour. A lot of people here. So what other airports does Seattle have? Well, it's funny you ask, because we've got a new stream resource, chat. Check it out. This is obvious, and I should have used it sooner, but I copied another streamer because they're smarter than me and better than me. I was like, oh yeah, duh. Google Earth exists. I could just download Google Earth. So I did. So thank you, EJSA, for just reminding me that Google Earth exists. But I was having fun watching their stream the other day. I downloaded the whole Earth. So check this out. Okay, here we go. You can see this. Ignore the FPS counter. Earth currently has a good frames per second count. So, if we want to go into Seattle, specifically, it's funny using Google Earth to fly via Bing. Listen, can we all just get along and work together? You know? I think it's good that way. So we can see that relative to Seattle, if we zoom out to about this level, we can also like filter this if I want to, but they do identify where airports are. So, for example, I can see that we got one airport here. There's Lake Union Air Service Seaplane Base, which is interesting. King County International. Now, the Seattle metropolitan area, how far does that extend? I don't know. It's a good question. But when you go onto the western side, you've got Bremerton, and then the actual border right here up to Vancouver Island, which is not Vancouver. It's just Vancouver Island. So that's interesting. And it's got its own airport, multiple small airports. And then there's actual Vancouver proper. SeaTac is south of Seattle. Yeah, we got 3 possible airports here. Seattle Tacoma International. We probably want to fly out of something smaller because we're just going to do a little prop plane. So why don't we try and find Renton Municipal Airport, then just a small little airport to kind of pop out of, then just fly through Seattle in a prop, and we can just explore. And maybe just follow the trail. Either we could go up through Arlington, or we could split and go down the... What do you call this? Do they have a name for this bay? Like, there's Lake Washington, but that's obviously a lake. Do they have a name for this before it splits off and goes into the Pacific? The Seattle Sound? The Sound. Okay. So we could follow the Sound, or we could follow Everett, Arlington, and then... Do you guys want to blaze a land trail, or do you want to come in over Vancouver Island? What do you think? Well, first let me try and find that airport. So there's Seattle Tacoma. Here's Renton Municipal that we literally just looked at Google Maps. So we'll set that as our departure. And now for the person that asked about gates and stuff, what you do is one of two things. One, zoom all the way in. If you zoom all the way in, you can actually see parking spots, gates, and anything else in between. In this case, there's obviously no gates because it's not a regular passenger airport, which is why we're going to fly out of one of these. And then once you set your arrival, you can change another feature that gives you even more options. All right, chat says, island sounds cool. It's all nice. Mountains, moon, go over the water. The mountains are beautiful. Go to Victoria. All right, well, those are aligned. So we'll try and go to Victoria and then maybe Victoria to Vancouver. We could do 3... We could do 2 back-to-back flights that are right here. So Victoria is right here, and there's no airport. So we could, how far is it to Vancouver if we just set this as a arrival? 51 minutes. All right, that's really easy. What plane do you guys want to fly? Let's fly something that something small that we've also never flown. I remember wanting to fly the SR-22. I don't know if we ever did, because I got in it once thinking it was the tutorial plane, and then got out because you guys reminded me it wasn't. So I kind of want to fly the SR-22, actually. I'd be okay with flying either of these diamonds. I think we got better flights for the DA-62 because this has a range of 1,200 nautical miles. It's just so much range. I'd rather use something like much smaller if we're going to do one of these tiny flights. We could just get in the icon again and do a water landing outside of Vancouver. That might be actually fun. Try and do a water landing. I don't know. I'm down for it. We've already flown this before, but that's okay. Hey, Tal, any countries, area of the world that you're interested in playing in CK3? I'm super hyped for it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Crusader Kings 3 on Tuesday. I don't know who I'm gonna be, though. I feel like I'm gonna end up deciding on the day of, because I remember reading that in CK3, you, ooh, we can do different livery. Actually, I like the gray and red. What I was gonna say was, I remember reading that you could do, whereas Crusader Kings 2 was kind of bound by what the religions that were supported in the game and which ones had the most gameplay feature, you can kind of create your own. And this one, so that's kind of interesting. I don't know what I'd rather do. I don't know if I'd rather make my own. Because if I don't want to make my own, then I would probably end up picking... Chat, can you not? If 2 people weigh 185 pounds, can you not fly the icon? The payload too much? Press W, start in Ireland. But I haven't really thought about it, CJ. I'm kind of going to let inspiration decide what we play. I think I'm going to stay away from the countries that I did already. We'll go to a different area of the world. Like, I'd be down for maybe like Hispania start, or maybe closer to Byzantine Empire, or maybe a little bit further nomadic east. You don't need a co-pilot, but this is 2-seater, so I'm like... Let's go to the max weight. Max payload 370. Okay. Seems good. Let's do Switzerland. that would be interesting. All right, tail number. This is stream what? 6? Flight 1. Chat. Also number 1. Call sign. Midas. Flight number. 26. How about just 26? A pinned heavy. No. Show tail number. Sure. Okay. Looks good. Okay, so the person that asked about how do you get more specific and tell where you're going to come from. Here's how you do it. If you're flying GPS, you can't really do too much for the game to take the reins for you. But what you can do is zoom all the way into the airport. And now I can see 2 things. Number 1, I'm going to be landing at runway 08. And that's important, because what it does is it tells you the proper heading that you should be approaching from. So ideally, if you know this, here's what you can do. You can zoom in and say, all right, I want to fly GPS. If I'm flying GPS and I want to land here, I want to make sure I have plenty of time to line that up. So you might come over here and then add a custom waypoint. So now if I follow my GPS waypoints, I am guaranteed to be lined up with the runway that I'm going to be landing at. So that's one way. Very easy. You're going to have to make a super sharp turn, but if you don't want to make the super sharp turn and you want to fly a larger plane like a passenger or just a jet or maybe like a turboprop or something, then once you have both from and to selected, you want to change to IFR, Instrument Flight Rules, I remember now, and maybe high or low. In my case, I'm just going to fly GPS and we're just going to fly around, because if you do IFR, you have to abide by the control towers and the ATC requirements that they ask of you, or they're going to cancel you. They're going to say your flight's over. But as soon as you do IFR, you basically plot a route. And what's really cool about plotting this route is you see these waypoints automatically appear, like WUMOX. What else we got? We got Zonov. We got CFJCC, CFDCT, and these are real waypoints that exist in real life. They didn't just make them up on the spot. These are waypoints that actual pilots use to communicate with ATC and set up real flights and real flight plans. So in this case, I'm still making a direct line and I can't actually get in. So this is the part where you want to change your arrival and approach, and kind of match these up. So in this case, I know I'm going to land in runway 08. So I want to find one of these that has 08R. And you might have to click a few before one makes sense. You're not going to get it first try, but I'll just click this one, and then I can zoom out and see what it does. All right, it took me on a completely different route, not what I want. So let's approach differently. Okay, keep scrolling. There's probably a better way to do this. All right, this is looking a little better. I'm gonna... I'm allergic to Grizz 608R. Sneezed my tiara off my head. How about this? No. What? That doesn't even make any sense. All right, let's probably just stick with one of the ones that we already went through. What about sound? So that's coming from the north. So you just want to find one that kind of lines up with what you're trying to do. Which was the one that I said looked probably like it was the best? Grizz probably looks the best. Okay, once you do that, then you can change your actual approach. And since we're flying IFR, I think we're going to want to use ILS. And then you just want to match it up with the runway that you're using, I think. There's probably a better way to do this. RNAV is not what we want. This would still... Oh, it's because I set a waypoint. It's trying to, like, factor in the waypoint that I added. That's why it's so messed up. So if this waypoint wasn't... How do I... Oh. Yeah, how do I remove the waypoint that I configured? Oh, well. Anyways, mess with this until you get something that you like. I never thought about how difficult it must be for princesses to not sneeze their tiaras off. Click navlog. Oh, yeah. I actually have never done this, so I'm learning stuff too. All right, which one did I set, though? But you can go in here and see exactly what speed it expects you to go at from different waypoints, how high up you're going to be. It basically governs your entire approach, but we're not going to do that right now. I'll look at that later. Yes, we're just going to do a regular VFR direct GPS. I am, however, going to set a waypoint just to give myself the proper heading. And I want to set another waypoint because you guys wanted to fly specifically to Victoria. So we're going to add that in. And also, of course, we want to actually go to Seattle and the Space Needle, which makes total sense. So Seattle, Space Needle. Why don't we just cross through here if we can? Sometimes it doesn't let you add waypoints if it's too close. Or maybe you've added too many. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, but this is fine. All right, you guys ready? Let's change flight conditions, make sure they're live. Looks like it is a cloudy day. Is it raining in Seattle? Who would have thought, dude? Rain? There? Of all places in the world? Nah, it's dry as a bone. Okay, cool. It's sunny. It definitely didn't look sunny, but it probably isn't raining. But yeah, I'm really excited for the stream on Tuesday as well. So many good games to play right now. This is honestly like a force to be reckoned with. Between Flight Sim, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, which we're not going to play necessarily on a weekly basis, especially when I play for 12 hours in a row, because I don't want to ruin it for myself. It's very good nostalgia power, but you can't abuse that power. When you stream 12 hours. I need to calm down on that. No more 12-hour Roller Coaster Tycoon streams.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
I did the right thing with 7 Days to Die and had self-control. 12. Big Peepo happy. And also
Renton Tower -26 ready at runway 16 north departure.
Crusader Kings 3 coming out. Wasteland. Is Wasteland good, chat? This looks like a really neat little airport. We're in a municipal airport in Seattle. In fact, I'll show you where we are. So check this out. While you listen to these plane noises. We are... Why does it sound like it's powering up? Chat, why is my plane moving by itself? I haven't pushed ready to play on. It's driving by itself. Leaving without you. He's in spectator mode. Yeah, we just pulled up to the runway. Co-pilot took over, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I saw a wild Simcopter 1 appear. How are you, Sim? We're about to take off on our first flight of the day. We're flying the Icon, which I have been told is both a really easy plane to fly and also the cause of many beginner pilot accidents. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, so it would seem. But in-game, it's really fun. Big viewing angle, pretty slow, able to just kind of hover around. We're gonna do some sightseeing. And I actually picked Seattle because you recommended it. So we're doing a Seattle to Vancouver flight. And we're going to pass through, as I was gonna show you guys on the window capture here. We're gonna start in Renton Municipal. We're gonna fly, so we're starting right here instead of in SeaTac. We're gonna fly through downtown Seattle, check out some of the skyscrapers and just the skyline itself, see the Space Needle, and then we're going to cross the, how do you say this? Is this French? What is this? Puget? Or Puget? Puget Sound. That's what American would say. How do you say this? How does it sound? Puget. Puget. Okay, Puget. The Puget Sound up to Victoria, and we're gonna loop around Victoria and then land in beautiful Vancouver. I don't know what Vancouver airport I selected, so I guess we're just going to the Vancouver airport, which is, this is gonna be a tiny plane to land in Vancouver airport. Now, chat wanted me to see the mountains. Are these mountains right here? Mount Cameron, Mount Mystery? Mount Deception, who named these? Warrior Peak, these are hardcore, dude. Buck Mountain, gonna go see Buck Mountain. I thought it said Fast Rock. East and West Rock, and they're right next to each other, hilariously. So are these, is this the mountains you wanted me to fly through? Or are these the mountains you wanted me to fly through, chat? The ones past Victoria? Or the ones west of Everett and Seattle? You'll see Mount Rainier and Mount St. Helens to the south of you. Oh, they wanted me to go see Mount Rainier. Well then why didn't you tell me that? We would have started over here. We gotta fly like the wrong direction to see that. Then loop back around to this. I don't know if we have enough gas for that. We told you that more than a dozen times. See, I don't believe anything that Mostly Moisten says. Would you say that in Simcopter 1's chat? I don't think so. Okay? Behave yourself while you're here. You did say that 60 seconds ago, Mostly Moisten. I can see your timestamp. Control F Mount Rainier. Rip Mount Rainier waypoint. Go S from Seattle so you can pass Mount Rainier. All right, you said it. You did say it. Like, but I missed it amongst the other 7 Mount Rainier comments. All right, chat. Because I had to look at that, we're not gonna fly to Mount Rainier. So Anyway, let's get ready to fly the path that we chose to go up to Victoria and through Vancouver, as we planned. Let me go ahead and center myself. And we'll, actually, why are we here on the runway? I want to turn the plane on. Oh, whatever, we're already here. Let's just go. Okay. Chat, you got some new dad kicks today. Cutting off the nose to spite the face. I'm not really, though. I'm doing the exact plotted plan that I wanted to do. I did not change anything that I have already set forth here today. So, I want to actually just look at the checklist real quick. All electrical equipment off, master on. This plane was super easy to start, to the point where it's almost not even worth undoing and redoing. We could actually land somewhere and refuel. That might be fun. And then turn the plane, like land at one of the parking spots, gas up, and then do the startup to make it the last leg. Because I didn't get any gas. We have 50% gas on this. And it's not, this isn't a super, you know, distance plane. This is just a tourist funsies. I have too much money, so I bought this plane for my own personal enjoyment type of situation.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
All right, so engine start, engine run up, 2,500 RPM until alternator on. I'm assuming the alternator is on already. And then lights as required. Okay, so let's just take a look at the dash to refresh our memory. We've got airspeed on the top left, as if it was its own, you know, car, basically. More or less, could have been miles per hour, up to 120. So we got 120 knots max speed, don't go above. Altimeter on the top right. This is my angle of attack vertically right here. So if we want to level out, we want this long hand to just be even with the dotted line. Just shows us pretty much safety zones for ascent and descent. Anything above that yellow and below that green is going to be more extreme. So, very easy to interpret. This is a super basic plane, and highly recommended if you want to do some just fun flights. Also has the side effect of being a water landing capable plane. So we're going to attempt a water landing today and see if we can make that happen. So below we got RPM. We just want to keep the engine from overheating. So keep it in that yellow, preferably just below that. Water temperature. I don't know if this is relevant in the game, but I guess we could keep an eye on it. Oil pressure. I haven't seen any oil mishaps, but it's probably because I don't have them enabled on the settings. And then oil temperature usually is in conjunction with, you know, how hard you're running the engine. So fuel exactly 50%. Key ignition, super easy. Battery master should battery master stay on?
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Literal car starter, yes. Monka, why do I see a Monka from Ace Tech in the chat? Is the stream time accurate to basic setup time? I don't know what that means. Does it mean why did it take so long to do our first flight? It's just because you're here at the Etalyx stream, okay? Where I value your comments about as far as I can throw. I mean, I value your comments and your input. Thank you for being here, okay? I like talking to you. Yeah, landing somewhere is a good idea because the plane has a touchpad with an ability to display near airports. Okay, I thought that comment was going in a different direction. Yeah, landing somewhere is a good idea because you're in a plane and you can't just fly forever. Good idea, Etalyx. Land somewhere. All right, let's throw. Okay, let's check our brakes. We turn the parking brake off. Brakes are working. Good. Flaps are... I don't know how this plane does takeoff. It's got 2 stages of flaps. Let's take a look at those. Why am I locked onto this camera? There we go. Let's take a look at these. Okay, there's stage 1. Stage 2. So I think we want to take off in just stage 1. If I'm not mistaken. I like the gray paint too. I do like the gray paint. Chat, you ready? We got GPS. Ooh, I love that display. Very convenient, very easy to see what's going on. We got frequency tuning for different radios. There's the actual flaps if you wanted to do it with the mouse. We got landing lights. We probably don't need taxi lights at this point. Heat and a water rudder for water-related landings and takeoffs probably. It's good to know where that is. This is why I like looking around the planes when I don't fly them very often. Because you might learn where something is that you need to know where it is later. Hey, Chaotic Clown. You're here just in time. There is what appears to be a fire truck that is now pulling onto the runway as I am taking off. He is scooting. He has come to a stop on the runway as he's preparing for an accident. Does he expect me to crash? He's now backing up. I think this is a person from chat trying to intercept and stall the flight. All right, we're at 70 knots. Let's go ahead and start taking off. That was a very dangerous, I don't know if we had clearance, but here we are. We're up in the air. All right, chat, you want to see Mount Rainier? There you go. Did you like that? That was a good little tour, huh? Yes, people happy. All right. I don't even think. Continue for departure. I will contact you when you leave my airspace. Acknowledge. Let's go ahead and
continue for north departure.
Bring our nose up here. Chat, I don't think I fully understand the angle of attack. Does anybody want to, it's neutral all the way to extreme, so we don't want to keep it in the middle. We want to keep it low, I guess. It's just letting you know that you have a sustainable angle, I guess. Okay, I misunderstood that. Look at that low-hanging fog. Feels so good to be back in the sky after a good 4-day break. We shouldn't need the rudders anymore, so we'll just go ahead and take that off, give you a little bit more of a viewing angle, and just start adjusting to our new destination, which is going to be flying over Seattle.
Generic 0 Whiskey Sierra, exit runway when able.
Ah yes, a long, arduous 4 days. Apparently it was pretty long, Laura, because I haven't seen you since then. The call-outs. See, you come in here, you throw a little bit of heat my way, you're gonna get it back. Welcome back. Yeah, low is good means your wing is heading straight through the air. Red means a high angle between your wing and the air. Oh, I got you. So it's basically angle of attack is essentially how well we are cutting through the air.
26, you are leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
How smoothly we are gliding. All right, let's check a couple things, making sure RPM is in the green. So I kind of want to push the engine just to that threshold. Okay, that looks good. And obviously we're going to need to slow it down once we smoothen up and straighten out. Right now we are about 2,000 feet above sea level and still climbing. Can you insult me, Etal? No. First you would have to do something bad. And we all know that's not going to happen. All right, let's get a frequency change acknowledge.
Renton Tower minus 26 frequency change.
This is gorgeous. All right, so do I need to request anything here, or I think we're good. Streamer refuses to insult chat. Ooh. Oh, chat, you didn't tell me my landing gear was down. That's what happens when you don't fly for 4 days. My flaps are still down too. This is the first flight of the day. It doesn't count. This is the tutorial flight. Yeah, come on, Chad. You got to back seat better. Play the game for the streamer. Fuel mix. Actually, who said fuel mix? You were right, but it already defaulted to the perfect value, so I didn't even need to change anything. Gear, flaps, mix fuel. Someone did say flaps. It's okay. This is the warm-up. We didn't even do a cold start. We started on the runway. This is just the sightseeing. The sightseeing Seattle warm-up flight before we do the hardcore try, sweat, blood, tears. All right, so let's start to practice getting trim up. I have a feeling that we are flying away from Seattle, so let's just turn back around. I don't know if the GPS got my waypoint or not, so we're just gonna go ahead and I'll self-correct that and we'll head. I believe that's Seattle. Dead ahead. So we're gonna correct over here. I'm going to try and trim up. Okay, if you have been wait, Chad, is that Seattle? What am I heading to? What city is this over here? Bellevue? Karatoba, did you just write Bellevue probably because everyone else did? City to the left is Seattle. Thank you, Sim. But by the way, if you ever venture out into any of these other planes, the trim hotkeys will be your friends. It's still super hard to get this right. I don't know if your joystick has like a little... Mine has like a little four-way controller up here. But I would say that's probably the hardest part of flying these little planes, but everything else is so easy. So basically, I just have to watch, and for anybody who's interested in flying these planes, you pretty much just want to watch your angle, and if you're climbing slightly, like it seems like we've almost found balance, but we're sinking ever so slightly. So we want to actually pull down, which is nose up, and only ever so slightly. I did it for about half a second, and that's too far. Or is it? That may be perfect. So now I'm actually tilting to the left naturally. So, chat, with planes like this, with prop planes, what side do they naturally tilt to? Because of the way the rotor spins, don't they naturally kind of list to one side? I remember watching a video, and the instructor was using the pedals to correct. And I don't think I'm talented enough for that. I only play with the A320 Etalyx for the rest of my life. Hey, I respect it. I might fly some A320 maybe later today. A320 mains. All right, let's go low. He still hasn't flown the 747. I flew, did I fly the Dreamliner? I don't think I have flown the 747, Tim. So cool how well planes keep their balance. It really is. Wait, you can't fly the plane by rolling every turn? You mean like do a barrel roll? I would, but I don't know if the icon is able. But listen, if I go to Sim's chat and Sim asks me, Etalyx, do you have any plans to return to the A320? It's acceptable. I can ask Sim, hey Sim, do you have any plans to try out any of these other planes? Listen, Sim, I'll fly the A320 when you fly the Icon on a sightseeing tour, okay? Think about that. And then come back here. I'm just kidding. I'm glad you're having fun, dude. I hope your stream's been going well. And if you haven't already, give Sim a follow. He's been loving this game as much as I have and having a really good time with it. I've enjoyed hanging out and watching your streams and seeing all the different trips that you've been taking. Thanks, Cairo. All right, so we're just gonna take like a little circle here. I'm gonna go low. We're on GPS. We actually do not have to abide by anything that ATC tells us. Obviously, if this were real life, we would not be able, without special permission, to fly this close to downtown that we're gonna be flying. But I'm basically gonna throttle all the way down, and because we're gonna be just circling downward. And check out that skyline out the side window. ATC is a bunch of Jeffs. Uh-oh, we've rubbed off on Sim. Chat, he knows that you're here. He's aware. Honestly, you might be fine. Depends on how Class B airspace is. I don't even think I have permission. Request flight following or IFR clearance. Do I need to click on one of those? But by the way, for those of you out there who might be interested in flying IFR, you can actually have your co-pilot. If you've been watching my stream and you think, wow, answering ATC is super annoying, it's true. It can be super annoying. I have gotten flustered at them many times, but there's actually an assistance. Ooh. There's an assistance setting to have your co-pilot automatically assume control of all ATC communications. So I'd recommend turning that on until you get used to it. You can get surprisingly close to landmarks downtown, the ground. You just have to stay way clear of big airports. Yeah, they don't want any mid-air collisions. So yeah, we're just kind of gently nosing down, maintaining our speed. So you can see, obviously, out your window, but if it were cloudy, I would be looking at this and seeing the horizon line. I'm trying to keep it at 5 degrees with my throttle close to idle. So you'll notice that we're maintaining close to 85 knots while still descending at a really good pace. Keeping a nice tight circle here. We're coming over some docks, it looks like. Let's get an outside look. Oh, yeah. Wowee, you sound like a real pilot. Fake it till you make it. So this looks like a big cargo loading zone down here. Ships probably pull in here. Looks like cranes that they made an attempt at rendering with AI. Water landing? Not yet. We want to fly around downtown. So now that we're going to level out, we're going to want to throttle back up. Give it a little gas. So do I need to do either of these? Or can I close this? In theory, you need to be at least 1,000 feet above populated areas. Yeah. But we're not going to play by the rules. This is just, let's check out Seattle, have fun, and go to Vancouver, you know? So we'll play by the big boy rules on the next flight. Right now, I kind of just want to see the sights and soak it all in. And the Icon is a really good plane for doing exactly that. Super easy to fly, has a nice slow speed that kind of lets you take in all the sights, and isn't too difficult to keep going in the direction you want. Stadium landing. Dude, we're gonna go see say hi to the Seahawks. Is that where they play right here? Oh, baseball. We got the Mariners Stadium right next to each other? They have both stadiums? I did not know that. You can actually see the Seahawks logos on the field. That's detail. Like a church tower? I think, is that the Space Needle dead ahead? I think it is. Dude, that's awesome. There's so much detail sometimes where you least expect it. Also, flying in between these buildings is some good training for getting your air legs, you know? Hopefully they don't have big hitboxes, though. We are flying over one of the highways. I don't think there's actually this many trees, but the AI kind of does that to fill in some of the gaps sometimes. Did the same thing in Vegas, where the Strip just had a ton of trees. So probably just mentally subtract some of the trees from your mind. But this is like a totally different experience and a totally different game. Like, I love doing the full simulation where every single I has to be dotted, every T crossed to get your plane 30,000 feet above the air and do those really long distance flights, but it's also just so cool to get in here and soak into the details in just a little prop plane, because I can't do this in a jet. And visually, it's just stunning. All right, let's do a little circle around the needle. Seattle does have an absurd amount of trees, though. Really. Oh, they must have come in and cleaned this up because that is highly detailed. Let's go ahead and minimize this as well. All right, watch your speed as we do this turn. Don't want to fall out of the sky. Microsoft spent a lot of effort on Seattle, unsurprisingly. True, I can see that. That makes sense. Gorgeous. I have no idea what this building is, but it's got a nice architectural point. If any alien motherships try to land on it, it'll probably poke a hole in it, you know, like a balloon. That thing right there. Oh, is this supposed to be a Ferris wheel? Oh, it's so cute. Look at this. The AI did the best it could for this little Ferris wheel. This must be a fun little pier that people can go to get crunched up like my ground coffee beans that I made for my coffee. Yeah, this looks like just a little nightlife area. Go to the little theme park. Not theme park. Not a fair. What do you call it? Like a boardwalk. Boardwalk. That's the word I'm looking for. All right, chat. You ready for this? Oh, yeah. A wharf. Promenade. There you go. This, like, just weaving in and out of the different buildings is just such a different experience. All right, where are we here? Obviously still in Seattle. This looks like either a huge school, because I see Seattle U. All right, we're at Seattle University? University of Washington that we're passing over right here. This is awesome. Seattle's a great spot to fly around. A lot of different types of scenery. We got suburban, great skyline, points of interest like the Space Needle. You've got the Sound, which I don't remember how to pronounce. It's like Puiget or something like that, right? This isn't the University of Washington. Well, someone in chat wrote that. Short and saucy, and mostly Moisen said that. Well, how do you say it? I don't know. Did I get baited by chat into just saying it wrong? Probably. That wouldn't surprise me. Puget. Puget. I can barely remember what it looks like. Dude, look at that baseball field. Puget. Really nice stream. Keep up, Etalyx. Uh-oh. Mana, thank you. I worry about what you're going to say next, though. I hope that you're a human. That's what I'm trying to say. Anybody know where he's flying over? I'm flying over Seattle right now. Nah, I'm coming here for the first time. Okay, good. It's nothing personal. Sometimes people will come in and it's like, hey, really enjoying your stream titled The Plain Stream Deleted Scenes emoji. Thank you for proving your humanity. What if it was just a really highly advanced bot who just anticipates being called out and has a response for that? Streamer with antenna on head hopes chat is human. Sam, I'm gonna have some fun in your stream later if you're still streaming. I just want you to know that ahead of time, okay? Listen, I know I've only been live for an hour, but I'm just already plotting and preparing, okay? What tower is this, by the way? My head hurts looking at this. There we go. Obviously, that's a 5G tower. That is how they maintain control via Microsoft over this city. But I'm just messing with you. Just having a good time. It feels so good to be back in the air, honestly. I was so patient. I know it doesn't sound like much, 4 days, chat, but I did this 5 days in a row for like 10 plus hours a day. To go from that to nothing for 4 days cold turkey took an extreme amount of patience. Am I spoiled because that's what is hard to wait for? Absolutely. But nonetheless, that's just how much fun I'm having. And I'm glad you guys are having fun too. Is OpenRCT2 nothing to you? No. If I wasn't having fun in Roller Coaster Tycoon, we would not have streamed it for 12 hours. Which is not to say I wasn't also having fun in 7 Days to Die, because I absolutely was. But I think it's very obvious when I'm streaming a game and not having fun. Because I just won't stream it. We've had some 3-4 hour streams before. I don't stream anything if I don't think it's going to be a good time. Or at least has the potential to be a good time, right? Sometimes you just don't know if it's a new game. Looks like some kind of condos or apartment complexes or something built into a hill, which is really neat because they have like a park right on top of that. Looks like a cool area. All right, we're going to get loosely back on GPS. So say goodbye to Seattle. Kind of a blocky skyline from this far, unrendered. But still, really amazing sights. All right. Cool first trip. We're on live weather and live time of day, by the way. So it might look something loosely like this right now on the West Coast. Some light clouds, sun getting ready to set in the next couple of hours. You're coming up on the shortest lighthouse on the Pacific coast. Like literally or just in the general vicinity? All right, let's go ahead and fix the trim because it keeps wanting to nose me up. So what we're gonna do is kind of just like gently correct our course. We're hitting some different patches of wind. Your trim is gonna change as your throttle changes and as your angle changes. So you kind of have to constantly adjust it, but it's fun once you get the hang of it. So right now, we're just gonna try and go a little higher than 1,000 feet maybe shoot for 1,500 or something like that. So I'm gonna just trim pushing down, which is actually nosing the plane up. Think about how you pull back on the stick to nose the plane up. It's the same thing with the trim. So I'm just gonna like pull back gently, kind of watch and react to what happens. So you can see we're slightly above the horizon. This is just hanging tight at 1,000 feet, maybe slowly climbing, and the nose is dipping back down. So we need to trim up a little bit more, and my hand's off, and notice that it's just kind of climbing by itself, resting, and then coming back down, and that's kind of the same. So if you want to see where trim is on this, I actually do not know. I assume it's literally right there. Yeah, on your thumb. Okay, we're tilting slightly to the left, so I'm going to trim to the right. Trim up again slightly. And now it's kind of just naturally climbing a little bit. That's about where I want it, though. Okay. So, if I can get to stop... It's just like gently bouncing. Okay, if you could just stay there, that'd be perfect. Okay. Now we're spinning right. So you need to do some slight adjustments every so often. Just keep an eye on it as you change your speed as well. Okay, let's take a look around. This plane looks sharp with the livery. I like the gray and red quite a bit. Really low-hanging clouds here. Let's take a look at where we are. So, we just went We are up here by Seattle. And we just flew... This is Mount Vernon. Where am I? Seattle's here. So we just flew up past Everett, and I think we're in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Heading towards Victoria right now. So we should be just generally past Minor Island, Smith Island, heading towards the Salish Sea? So that's where we're at. And we're just kind of loosely following that GPS cord. That is going to take us on a little adventure through Victoria up to Sydney and then into Vancouver proper. Hey friends, what's up, Load Bob? How's it going? Chad, do you think I could do a aileron roll? Why am I thinking about that? Every time I do an aileron roll, I die. First pronunciation of Salish. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So this is not going to be a terribly long trip. I think it's about an hour total start to finish, and we've already covered a little bit of ground. So we're climbing a little too high now, so we're just going to nose down. We're not climbing, the nose is climbing. The actual elevation is staying about the same. Okay, right in there looks good. Let's just see where it ends up resting. Looks good. Where does the US end and Canada begin? That's a good question, actually. I assume somewhere over one of these bodies of water. So if you zoom out, it's actually this yellow line. So right here, this yellow line. So once we cross, right now we're actually, yeah, we're probably just in the Sound still, crossing over Greenbank and Hansville and Port Townsend. Then we'll get to the Strait of Juan de Fuca, but that is where the border is. So once we cross the 66-75% of the waypoint and then hit Victoria, that's where the actual border is. So yeah, we're not quite that far yet, but we're getting there.
Canada is infinite.
By the way, No Croissant, thank you for the 9 months of sub a few minutes ago. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. War of the Worlds also gifting to System Flow, who is here for the first time ever. Glad to have you. Enjoy your stay for the next 30 days on the house. And then Wink, sharing 14 months. Howdy, Wink. Sorry I missed you 30 minutes ago. We were cruising around Seattle, and I got distracted, but I see you now. Thank you guys for the sub support and for propping up this stream. I had to go there. Hi, Elizabeth. I did that for you. Interesting low fog clouds. This is why I just love seeing all the different types of weather and how it's rendered in the game. So what is that? We got to be crossing over one of those towns that I literally just talked about. Dude, there's a real plane. Somebody look up Ken 6351. That's a real plane. Actually, I could just open VFR map and then scroll down there. So we just passed it from here. So if I open, I could probably just find it. Northwest of the Space Needle. Let's take a peek. Sorry for freaking out with the camera. Okay, let's check this out. I really like having Google Maps open just to learn. So, northwest of the Space Needle. Honestly, I think we just passed over... Dude, Treasure Island? That's cool. Heading towards Port Ludlow. We're somewhere in here. I think actually we just passed maybe we're coming over Marrowstone or something like that. I don't know, dude. Learning is fun. It is. There's literally a VFR map integrated into the plane. Yes, I have it open on both, but they don't have locations on there. It's not Google Maps, okay? You didn't just open, whatever the other stupid one is that you shouldn't use. Actually, I don't know. What's it called? The one that everyone's parents use because they tell you if there's speed traps coming. And you get to, like, thumbs up or thumbs down what people put. You guys know what I'm talking about. Is it Waze? That one. You know. Because they all do. Everybody's parent does not use Google Maps or, like, Apple Maps. They use Waze so that they can, like, leave likes, thumbs up or thumbs down other people's, like, speed trap indicators. My mom will die for Waze. My parents still print out directions from MapQuest. That's cute. That's very cute. $106351 chat. Did anybody figure it out? They also use Yahoo emails. Someone asked what plane this is? This is the Icon. It's considered a pretty easy plane to fly. Too easy, apparently. But it's really good for little tourist trips like this one. Pretend like we have a whole bunch of money and that we bought this plane ourselves. But yeah, I've got the vertical trim pretty much right where I want. We're just hovering around 2,000 feet. Probably going to nose down a little bit, get the trim pointed down. 2,000's good. We're like right on the line there. See? 2,000, just under 5 degrees of climb. Try to keep that down. A little bit more trim down. Not too much. It's very sensitive. Kind of just have to rest and wait and see what happens, because your speed changes depending on your angle. And when your speed changes, it changes how your trim is going to behave. Because basically what trim is just slightly changing your elevators. So, like, do you see how one of my elevators is down and the other one's not? We're basically tweaking. They're not flaps as such, but they behave in a similar way. See? You can actually look at it from here and notice that it is probably the reason why we're turning a little bit to the side. Sorry, got a little, forgot what button was what. But yeah, I wanna trim right. When you're trimming right to left, I'm just using this for up. When I want the nose to go up, down. When I want the nose to go down, I push it up, and then right and left is actually spot on. So, but you have to be much more gentle left to right than up to down. Do the roll. We're gonna die, and then I'm gonna have to end the flight. Can I post a link? I googled it. Looks like a private plane. Chat, we found a private plane in Microsoft Flight Sim. That's weird. You found their flight plans? Oh, doxed. Oops. Did we just dox a private plane? It landed an hour and 52 minutes ago. But it also says it's an hour and 25 minutes late. So see, they're probably just streaming, okay? They wanted to start their flight at 4 o'clock, but they actually started it at 5:30. Just like Etalyx. See, this isn't the only one. The Icon A5 comes fully equipped at $359,000 MSRP. Woo! That's pricey, dude. But understandable. Oops, hang on. Why am I locked? can't change my camera angle. I don't know why. I can turn my head. That's about it. Where's the, oh, here we go. There we go. All right, I'm free. I can move.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Dude, the sun is going down. See, I always push the wrong button. I've got a hotkeyed and I end up getting confused. Chargoth is here. Hey, Chargoth. How you doing, dude? Gifted 105 subs in the channel. Actual psycho. But welcome back. Glad you're enjoying the streams, which I assume is what's happening due to your gift sub. And welcome back aboard. Savage Lump is here for almost a year, courtesy of you. Very nice. Yo! What cliche? Weren't you already here? Wait, what? Huh? What? That feel when the stream and night are still young. It feels good, doesn't it, Wild Omelet? Feels good. We got the world is our oyster. Plenty of places to fly, plenty of sights to see, and plenty of aileron rolls to do. All right, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Are you ready? I don't want to die, though. Time to die. If we're not going too fast, it should be fine. If we die, it's going to be really embarrassing. Death comes for us all. How high are we? We got about 2,500 feet. I just woke up on this plane. Where are we headed to? Frustian?
Straight to hell.
Oh, so it appears that I kind of just stopped and didn't do a full roll and then just double backed and went straight upside down. I got scared. All right, hang on. Let me gain some altitude. I wanted to try flying upside down. By the way, are we coming up on waypoint digging in? Dude, is there gold buried there? You guys bring your shovels? Hey, Tal, what's up, Hoosier Hills? Welcome back. But yes, Frustian. Sorry for that rude awakening. We'll try it again. This time for real. I wanted to see what this plane could handle first. As long as we don't exceed 120 knots airspeed, I think we're fine. We're just gonna do a little climb to make sure we have plenty of space. The flying equivalent of flopping off the diving board. It was still a maneuver. I did fly totally inverted upside down for at least a minute. All right, you ready? It's probably really bad practice to rest your hand on the throttle in a plane. But then again, the throttle's not even over here. It would be over here. So you really wouldn't be able to do that. I would probably just do this, change throttle, then change back. Because the flight stick's not really going anywhere. On like jets and stuff, is it over to the left? This is just way more convenient. This is, it looks like an ambidextrous flight stick anyways, whereas mine is made for just the right hand. Which I guess is a problem. If you are left-handed, I don't think you would like this at all. I would not recommend this for left-handed people. On my jet, it's on the left wall. True. I hit the throttle by accident all the time. But do you do this all the time? That was a turn. There it is. The full aileron. We almost approached critical speed, but I managed to save it. Oh, sweet God, no! It's okay, Miss Isabel. We're fine. And we're still at 2,500 feet, actually. So the way that I did that to try to control my speed, and I'm sure that I could do it much better, But basically when I became inverted, I was nosing away from the ground at all times is what I was trying to do to try to control my speed. So notice that we only started picking up speed once I was pulling out of it, because at that point we were just losing some altitude. And you don't want to pull out of it too fast, or else you're going to create a lot of stress on the plane as well. So you kind of have to go into it. You know how people with driver's licenses, if you drive in ice or slippery conditions, you're supposed to steer into the direction that you are sliding? You know what I mean? So you can regain control. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's kind of like that, except in a plane. You'll give that perfectly good plane anxiety. Turn into the skid. Yeah. Basically that. All right, let's stop climbing a little bit. Maybe even go below the clouds if we wanted to. I think it'd be a little dangerous because this is pretty hilly. But why don't we just nose down? Actually, speed up. Let's gain some speed. We're just kind of cruising, dude. We're just hanging out. But notice how I have to, like, the faster I speed up, the more trim I need to apply. Because the wind is hitting the wings completely differently now. Okay, so if we look at this, we're going on 100 knots. About 96 knots over here. Angle is just nosing up, so we're going to trim down again. Trim down again. Leave it. See what happens. Hovering around 3,000 feet, so we got plenty of room. Trying to keep this just above the horizon line. Maybe trim left ever so slightly. And then nose down again. That might be good. So yeah, let's try and make up some time. Oh yeah. Sun reflecting off of whatever this is. I don't know, is this a lake? I don't know where we are anymore. I guess I could look. I could probably just look at the VFR and then get an idea. Okay, yeah, we are actually coming up on the exact spot we were talking about earlier. So if we zoom out here, we can see Victoria is on the way. Let's see if we can pinpoint where we are on an actual map. So, we started in Seattle. We flew up towards Edmonds, crossed into the Puget Sound right here. Probably up past Marrowstone is where we're at the moment, I think. It seems like Marrowstone Island, Port Townsend is where we are. I could be wrong. Puget. What did I say? Puget. Why'd they have to make it so hard to say? No, that's Marrowstone, so we're to the west of that. West of that. Maybe coming up on Protection Island. Somewhere in here, I think, in Discovery Bay. Gardner and Adelma Beach, I think, in this area. I know you can't really see my mouse, so I got to come up with a better solution for that. But yeah, we're right smack in the middle of that. So you see this island right there where my mouse is? Okay, that island, let's go ahead and just kind of turn a little bit to the left so we can get back on track. Right there, just over the dash, just beyond that cloud, is Protection Island. So that's where we're getting ready to fly over. Then we're going to hit the Strait of Juan de Fuca and then into Victoria, where we are going to either land for gas, and if we're good on gas, we can just keep going to Vancouver. So we got a couple options there. It's not an English word, laughing my ass off. Well, I can tell that. What head tracker is that? This is the Track IR5. We have an obscure command to help people out with that, but nobody caught you, so I got you. You're stupid close to where I live, Etal. Well, make sure you keep the door unlocked, Etalyx. Me and chat will be there in a moment. Hope you've got some cookies or other snacks. Water landing still a thing we do this flight? I think so, yeah. We can try and do a water landing outside of Alexandria, and if I crash, then... well, say that was a good flight and do a different one. It would be nice, though, to actually land in Vancouver. I want snacks. Chat's hungry and angry. All right, where is our gas gauge? Right there. So we started at about 10. So we got close to 7.5. So we probably do have plenty. We don't need to stop for gas, but we could just try a water landing outside of Alexandria. That is my gas gauge. Plane stream? Hey, GS Random. Plane stream for the foreseeable future. Sawdust bunnies, are you protecting the snacks? Adele, Vancouver is as detailed as Seattle, but the actual city and the mountains are just north of the airport you're landing at if you want to see it. Sure, yeah. We'll take a look. I don't mind looking at places that aren't fully rendered because, like I've kind of said before, I understand that the entire world is in the game in some capacity, and they're only like one team, right? The flight sim devs, the Zobo. The fact that they made this is impressive enough as it is. I don't need everything to be like, oh man, I can't see my actual house in high fidelity, even though I could just go outside and take a photo of it. Minus 6 points from the final score, Microsoft. Try again, okay? I'll see you in 10 years. I know that I like live here and could just drive down the road, but didn't even render my full hometown in 1080p detail. Actually unplayable. Can you set your flight plan on that screen if you don't do it in the world map? I believe so, yeah. You would go here, probably choose, right now, we originated from Renton Municipal. And we probably could click something to advance this to a destination screen. You can also go to, if you want to land somewhere as like a refuel, you can click on nearest. Just look at different airports and like, let's say, and it even points you in the right direction for this particular system. So I could say 272 degrees, 7 nautical miles. I could go to Rakes Glen and then insert that into my flight plan. So that's one way to do it. And there's many more ways besides. I'm not well versed in this. I got to practice with it. So I kind of need some training before I can train anyone else. I did see that they're getting ready to deploy a patch sometime next week, I think. And it's not going to have a ton of stuff, but it is going to have some crash fixes. Some people have been getting like constant crash to desktops. So I think it fixes a few crashing scenarios. And you might have to look at the patch notes. I'm sure they'll change a little bit. But it's nice that they're getting at least a patch out for stability. It's not going to fix as much as people want, which, you know, it is what it is. You just got to have to wait a little longer. Like the cockpit graphics, GPU, which you might notice that we're getting hopefully higher frames in cockpits now. I don't think I've streamed since I tweaked that setting. Especially in the passenger jets, we'll be getting like 6 to 7 more frames, which makes a big difference when you're only getting 23. Going from 23 to 30 frames, big jump. So there's a couple tweaks. I don't know exactly where that link is. I could find it. Now, somebody in chat that knows more than me might say, don't do this, it's a bad idea. I did it, and so far it's fine, so do at your own risk, I guess. But if you want, here is the link. It's basically just telling Microsoft Flight Sim to use high power mode, like performance mode, from the Windows game bar settings, I think. For some reason, it appears that You get full GPU potential when you're in third-person mode, but when you go into the cockpit, it throttles your GPU for some reason. So this uncaps a few frames. You probably won't notice huge performance difference, but a little bit counts when you're only getting like 23 frames per second. So it got me about 7 more frames.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Thank God my game crashes like 2 times a day. I don't know which crashes they're actually fixing. I'm sure there's a lot. It's actually planning to do an Ireland flight tonight. Not necessarily, but I'm not opposed to it. I kind of just am going to go wherever the weather and the time of day speak to me, for the most part. By the way, we've still been climbing a little bit, so since we're going to approach over here, I'm just going to nose down ever so slightly. Just kind of point more towards the horizon. We're at a comfortable 4,500 feet. Probably don't want to go any higher than that. Just going to nose down a little bit. This has been very steady, though. I feel like I've got the trim almost perfect. We've been staying right on our GPS line, and we're cruising into Victoria now. We're crossing the Fuca area. That's all I just remember the word Fuca. We are now officially... Chad, I think we are approaching the border. Where am I? Oh, I'm right here. The Strait of Juan de Fuca. So once we get about 66% of the way across, we'll be in Canada. So we are just somewhere right. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Yeah, we're right in there. And I've got this pretty steady. Maybe a little trim to the left. I was able to double my FPS in the cockpit by going to Task Manager and disallowing the first 2 CPU threads for Flight Sim to use. Really? I'm too scared to do that because I fear it would have some kind of butterfly effect on the rest of my stream setup. That sounds like you just made a meme, but I wouldn't be surprised since this is main thread locked, it seems like. I just said, you know what, Microsoft? I got 16 threads. Could you just skip the first 2? We flying? We are flying, Snide. How's it going? It's a beautiful day outside of Seattle and Washington in general. Actually, you can see where the airspace changes over. That orange line. That's probably the Canadian border right there. So we're almost to it. We flying? We are, QT. Yeah, we flying. I'm for real. I went from 20 FPS to 40 to 50. Well, if you have like a guide on that or like some other sources, if you want to pop that in the Discord, I'd really appreciate it. I'll take a look at it after. What about hardware accelerated GPU scheduling to low latency on that same game bar page? I don't know. I just followed whatever that page that I linked said, and I got a few extra frames. I don't know about anything else. I ain't smart enough to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. And whatever settings you change, you do at your own risk. Hey, it's Alex, new to your channel, seen a lot of your YouTube vids. Glad I found my Etalyx fix here. Stay awesome. You have the perfect pilot's voice. Chat, do we have any open mod positions right now? Just curious. Are we looking for new mod applications or anything? Because I think I found a contender. We have the budget for a couple more mods. Okay, Kairotobi says it's in the budget. And as Secretary of the Treasury, Kairotobi definitely knows what they're talking about. Now, is it a coincidence that Kairotobi was promoted to Secretary of the Treasury after giving $100 in bits yesterday, even after I told Kairotobi to stop giving money to this channel? Clearly, Kairotobi knows where to print money, and therefore to print mods. You're taking future money that you're going to get from Mr. Bezos and then giving it back to Mr. Bezos. Think about that. It's a genius play from a Bezos boy. I know, it's great. All right, we can start descending a little bit. So let's ease up on the throttle. which is going to nose us down even more probably. I am aiming slightly below the horizon line for a 2.5 degree descent, something that's just nice and gentle. We're just over the water right now. There's nothing to see down there anyway, yet. We can take a look around if you want some fresh air. Icon's actually a pretty fun little plane. It's just mobile enough, just slow enough, and pretty easy to trim correctly compared to some of the other ones I've flown. Thanks for the stream. It ain't over yet, Ricky Bobby. We just got started. So, I think we can hit this button and see some different camera angles. Thanks for stream. Some of that, do you know something I don't? He doesn't know. This plane's like, it seems so much louder than all the other ones. We got another plane in the sky somewhere over here. I see it on my map. It's gonna be intersecting with my flight path. Maybe it's just really high up. I don't know, I can see it on the GPS. Who is that? They should just be forward and maybe they're... Okay, so this is why Track IR and VR in general is so cool. It's like, are they behind this? No? Okay. Oh well, it's been fun watching Etalyx. I'm gonna miss Etal streams. This was a great stream and he was a great streamer. Like, if you guys get like a tweet, like if Germa has to go to my home computer and like write a tweet that talks about how I'm gonna be missed, you guys are gonna feel really, really shitty. You know what I mean? Like if you wake up tomorrow and like I have a gentle sleep, I pass away in my sleep because I was flying a plane and I accidentally did 4 aileron rolls in a row and then nosedived into the water, but it killed me in real life, you're gonna feel bad about that. Nah, you're gonna die from gamer death. Well, if that happens, it'll just happen live on stream. And at least I'll go down in the history books. What an epic death. Oh, I was too much of a gamer. Blood clotted in my knees. Okay, so let's start the descent a little bit more. Throttle down. Maybe like a 5-degree angle. We should be coming up on Victoria. We are now officially in Canada, by the way. So welcome to the wonderful land of Canada. We have entered. We're going to turn on different approach, Class C airspace transition request. We should have done that already.
6 is type icon A51 3 miles southwest of 61 Whiskey Alpha 3400.
Not doing this by the book.
Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace. -26 Whitney approach. Squawk 7257. Squawk 7257 -26.
The planet of Canada.
-26 radar contact 13 miles southwest of 61.
As a premium member, you are highly valued and will be used as a flotation device in the event of an emergency water landing.
Cleared through the Charlie airspace -26.
Okay, looking good. Who goes there? Great Trisket says, we'll all feel terrible when Lawnmower Man sucks you into cyberspace and consumes your digital essence. Am I supposed to understand what that means? I really miss Etalyx. It's like I can hear him sometimes. Great Trisket, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Help me to ignore the other people in chat. Thank you for your power. And then Standy McStander also with the fresh prime sub. How you doing today, Standy? Chat, don't scare off the new subs, okay? Please. Let's keep them around for a little bit. Please. Just do me this favor. All right, let's go see Victoria, and we could try a little water landing. Do I have to do anything special to land in the water, or do you just land? Or we could, you know...
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
It's going to be kind of pointless to land in the water, because we're literally just going to take off again. Like, right after. So this is Victoria. Dead ahead. Just land. Just land. Oh no, there's another new Prime sub. Ready to be scared away. Neert H. Sorry, I tried. To be fair though, you did double up on 2 letters in your name, even though it only has 7 characters. What can you expect? I did my best.
Minus 26, you are leaving my airspace radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Sure.
Squawk 1200.
But I do appreciate it,
Frequency change
guys.
Approved minus 26.
Request flight following. I don't know what that means. Ooh. Hello, Canada. And hello, Victoria. What is squawk? I think squawk is just like a... I don't want to say it's a frequency. It's definitely an identifying characteristic that is specific to your plane. It's a signal. Transponder code, thank you. Yeah. It's an identifying code that says, I'm Squawk 1200, basically. But not anymore. But yeah, I am. Alright, so someone said angle of attack at the white line for a water landing? That doesn't even make any sense. Because for that, I'd have to be like... very, very sharp. I think just level out the plane. Anyway, where are we actually going to land? I don't know. But we got like a nice little spot here if we want. Or we can just follow this up along through Victoria. I would love to tell you where exactly we are in Victoria, but I don't think I can afford to alt-tab right now. Is that Victoria? We are in Victoria, yes. We've got like a nice bay here. Land on top of that building. Got like a bridge that crosses this channel. Yeah, I mean, I could try just landing somewhere here. A lot of bridges, actually. Can't fly under those. I like that all the bridges have these solid sheet curtains. Flight following means ATC will give you traffic and safety alerts. Gotcha.
Victoria approach minus 26 is type icon A51 3 miles south of Victoria. Request flight following.
The inner harbor of Victoria, I'm a local. Well, we're in your hometown. And we are just kind of cruising over and through all. It looks like there would be docks here normally. A bunch of piers.
Minus 26, did you copy?
I did copy, that's my bad.
Squawk
All right, chat, I'm going to try a water
124,
landing. Once we get to this larger kind of lake opening.
minus 26 radar contact 13 miles south of Victoria 100 feet. Altimeter 30.02.
So if you can see
Copy minus 26.
this body of water right there, we're just going to follow this around until we get there and then try and make a landing there. Where do we start from? We started from Seattle, and we're heading up towards Vancouver. But we thought, why not just take a little detour to See, Vancouver Island, right? Is this on Vancouver Island? I live in Vancouver. Well, we're coming to get you right now. Chat, I don't have any faith in myself right now. Here's what we're gonna do. Look at that road. You guys drive on this road? It's buried in the side of the mountain. All right, if we crash, I just want you to know I love you all, and I did my best. Okay? Chad said just land.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Why would you do that now? You can do that literally any other time. I'm just kidding. Thank you for whoever that was. Hold on. We did it! We did it! I think I just turned on a rudder of some kind under the water. Now become a submarine. Pro pilot strats. Boat simulator now. So I guess if we were actually doing this, we'd probably want to go towards a dock somewhere. Welcome to Canada, chat. We have now touched down on the water, which is just weird. And honestly, I have no idea how to turn. Oh, it's because I'm not actually in control. This is the control mode. See, I am. Look at the rudder. Ah! It's so cute. Water rudder.
We're making a water landing, but that's okay because this is a seaplane.
I am now a boat. I have no idea where we would actually get out here. Now go underwater. Dude, first water landing. That was smooth. Actually smooth. I guess I came in at a good speed because I didn't crash and die. I'm really happy that they programmed this into the game. Because is this the only plane that can currently do this? Because if it's programmed into the game, then I think we can expect to see more water-capable planes in the future. So you probably want to be careful that you don't, like, grind it up on the seashore. Nice road. They did their best, okay? They're trying their best. Yeah, that's my face when I see 5 o'clock traffic, too. Okay. Anyway. If we want to turn this off... Obviously, I could just turn the key ignition. But there's got to be a better procedure. This is the UPS driver when he can't find my house. And he's probably cursing me under his breath because I chose purposely on Amazon when I ordered 6 things not to group them up into one package because I want them now. I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. I actually grouped them into one package. That's why I have to wait till Monday. But it made a funnier joke if I lied. And then I had to come clean immediately because I had a pang of conscious guilt. Anyway, if I want to turn this off, let's just practice. Let's go back, reverse down the checklist. Power level, idle, exterior lights. Turn taxi on. Probably just keep your lights on. I'm a boat. Throttle, not necessary because we're not starting it. Oil pressure, monitor, ignition, so we can literally just turn it off. Oops, other way. Wait, they have water sound effects? They do. They have water floating sound effects. Did they add a seaplane? The icon is water landing capable. So we just did our first ever water landing. And it's super comfy. So relaxing. I know, isn't it, Princess Kitty? That's what I was just thinking. So if we want, literally, all we have to do is turn the fuel valve off. I'm just practicing turning stuff on and off so I can get used to it. Fuel valve off. Don't tell me. I'll find it. Was this the one that was under the seat? No, that's the parking brake, which I don't... That's probably a good idea. How do you move? No, this can't be the one that was under the seat. It's got to be like... Oh, that's panel brightness. I didn't know where that was. This is battery master, which is what we're going to do after I find the fuel valve. We have a test enunciations button. Altimeter calibration for when they give you different heights, which is super important. I need to learn where all these buttons are anyway. Heat, water rudder, button doesn't work. Throttle control, dude, I don't know. Do I have to cheat for this? There's only 6 buttons in the entire plane. What about up? There's nothing up. It is up! It was behind my head. There's a parachute, wing look. Okay. No wonder I couldn't find it. Fuel valve off. There's trim, lights, miscellaneous avionics. I assume those are not important buttons. There's a overhead floodlight. And then turn off. Well, I'm never going to forget that that button is up there again, so that's good. No, I want to keep flying. Can I just press continue? We weren't there yet, Mom. I wasn't done. Oh, we're good. It's like 2 different flights. It is 2 different flights, though. I should have looked at that page and appreciated it more. How was Seattle? Seattle was awesome. Microsoft, unsurprisingly, did a really good job. You know, they do have a vested interest in making Seattle look cool, and they did a really good job. So Seattle, highly recommended that you check it out. Really good cityscape, good profile, has beaches, water, shipping, industrial, suburban, cool points of interest with the Space Needle, and is close to a lot of really interesting mountains, like Mount Rainier. So it's kind of got a little bit of everything. I would recommend it. All right, chat. Let's take a nice breath of fresh air here. You know, just soak it in. Not supposed to be a water pun, but I'll take it. Have you been to the Southeast U.S.? Not yet. There's so many cool places to go. This is just one of them. You know, like think about this is why this game's so cool. Probably millions of people are playing this, but I can personally guarantee you that no one else in the world in the game has landed here with the icon. But hundreds of thousands of other people are probably playing simultaneously right now. And it's just cool to think that they're all out there doing their own thing, flying, having their own adventures, while I could be appearing in their game. Somebody might be flying around and see me in their game and then come check it out. Someone, in fact, in chat is probably following me right now. Chat did. I did. I have. I did. Is that playing the base game? Yeah, the icon. Really good starter plane. Not really good for tricks or stunts. It's just good for simple flying, and it's got this side effect of also being water landing capable. Icons in base game, right? Yeah, the wings fold in for transportation. Can you do that in this game, though? I'd be surprised if you could. I already landed just to make sure you wouldn't get the satisfaction. Hang on, can you turn on online features while you're in a game? I want to see if anybody else is here at this exact moment. Is that a thing? No, I think I have to, because I can change weather. Maybe? I'm following you. I'm following you. What do I not want on here? Basic controls, AI control for now. Fuel probably still needs to stay until they fix that bug. I don't really need objectives because I can just see what ATC told me to do. The rest are fine. General data. I don't think that actually does it, though. Does it? Yeah, because I already have online on, but I don't have anybody visible because I'm in, like, a solo. People can see me, but I can't see them, so I could just enjoy the flight without 747 tins nosediving in front of me every 30 seconds. It was funny the first dozen times, you know? So, I want to do some, like, chill, peaceful flights. We'll do some multiplayer shenanigans, though. Well, maybe we'll try to do some multiplayer today. We got time. It might be late, though, so don't stay up if you got to go to bed. Because I want to do one more. I want to finish this flight, which we got to go to Vancouver, then do another flight, then maybe do some multiplayer. Oh no, I've been missing out on plane stream. I don't think anyone can see you. If you can't see anybody, they can. Yeah. As long as I have online turned on, they can. Which I'm fine with. If you guys want to follow along just to see different paths that we're doing, that's, you know, I don't care. I just don't want to see you until I'm ready. But yeah, you have to turn off multiplayer to disable that functionality. Wow. No, it's cool. It's just not cool for the whole stream because it gives me a headache because it's just insanity. So, like, it needs to come in bursts, in doses. You know what I mean? Just close your eyes. Truly the Dark Souls of flight sims. It is like getting invaded. Dude, this is just so relaxing. I hope they do even more. People have been asking, and I think this is a really cool idea, for, like, the planes that have to skim the water to pick up, like, a load of water, and then you have to release it over, like, different forest fires and stuff. That would be really interesting. Because they already have water landing in the game where you don't just auto-crash if you touch down in a plane that's capable of it. So being able to, like, skim the surface, pick up water, then target, like, forest fires would be awesome as a mission. And I don't know if this would be tasteful, so it might not be, but the easiest way to integrate it would be, obviously, have real forest fires in the game, which I don't know if that's cool to gamify it, but it would be nice, because it's like, chat is collective, it brings awareness, at least. So it's got that going for it, but I don't know if gamifying real-life forest fires is good or bad. But I think the more people that are aware of forest fires that are happening, the better, so I don't... If it's not a problem to put a hurricane in the game, it's probably shouldn't be a problem to put a forest fire in the game. That's my opinion. Because a hurricane can kill people, too. So I don't know if I don't think you can split hairs between hurricane and forest fires, personally. Weather is weather. Yeah, it's, like, not there to make fun. It's there to try and, like, bring awareness and, like, you see what real pilots are doing to potentially combat it. It's like a learning opportunity, in my mind. The devs for this game pulled the water sim right out of Sea of Thieves. That would be cool. Sea of Thieves is awesome water. All right, let's get ready to take off and go to Vancouver. I'm just kind of enjoying it because we're really, honestly, probably not going to do a water landing again for a while. I feel like since it's a simulation setting, it's easier to get away with. Yeah, because you're not starting fires and you're not spreading fires. You're just trying to put out the ones that already exist without you. Fires are a little different than levels of air moisture, but it'd be cool if they do add it. Yeah. It would be really neat. I think people would be into it, because it gives you an objective. Like, I don't know. And you could maybe even do it in multiplayer. But it would probably take a completely different set of systems, so it's probably just in the dream pipe. Not really feasible yet. Okay, electrical equipment. Let's do cold boot here and see if we can turn this on. It should be pretty easy. So we're gonna get master battery on. And I'm curious if we can see, you can see the screen come up on the right. I'm curious if we can see the battery level on this particular plane. Test annunciations. I think that's just making sure all your warning lights work. So we got land aircraft fuel press alternator. Currently lit yellow and red. So I know where the fuel valve is now. Okay. Fuel valve open. We got lights are still on, but I'm just going to flip them. Probably turn the taxi one off. Throttle open 1/2 inch. Probably about 1/4. Ignition start. Can't see it, but it's behind us. Okay. Throttle set to 2,000 RPM. Right there on the 2. Check your oil pressure. In the green. Looks good. I don't know how long you should realistically wait to see if this fluctuates, but it looks fine. Temp looks green. System's good. And then throttle 2,500 RPM until alternator. What does this say? Until the light goes out. I think it already is. So then exterior lights on, power level idle, done. We're good to go. Easy startup. Icon is a breeze. I remember either FSX or X-Plane 11 had water dump craft missions. That'd be cool. I'd love to see volcanoes that are erupting in real life erupt in the game too. Yeah, that's like, we're getting outside the purview of Microsoft Flight Sim at this point. But it would be awesome. The sky's the limit, though, and, like, really, they could do any of those things, and it would be a welcome change. Like, this is such a wide-open platform as a game that there's so many things that you could add to this to make it even cooler, you know? It's already so much fun and bringing so many people into a new potential hobby, even if it's just virtual enthusiast level. That I think that based on that success, they're probably going to continue to support it for a while. So I'm glad that they made as many sales as they did. I'm glad you guys are having fun too. Okay, I don't know how taking off from the water works. I guess we still want to go about 50 to 60 knots and just pull up. Now we've got a rudder back there, and I'm a little scared of it. Do we want the water rudder on while takeoff or no? How's your FPS? Depends on where you go. Out here, I'm getting about 60 FPS while streaming. In a passenger plane in a really busy city, closer to 30. But it just varies what you're flying and where you're flying it. But I'm also on high/ultra settings with max resolution scale. Like, by max, I mean 100%. So you turn down your resolution scale if you're getting some big frame issues. Probably line it up, pull the rudder up, and throttle up. Hello, AC Tao. What's up, Ready Freddy? You ready for a water takeoff? I'm a little nervous. So, I'm going to say it's lined up, pointing like this direction. So actually, let's take a look at the map first before we go. And we'll get an idea of where we're going. Why does it look like that? Yeah, why does it look like that? Hey, there we go. Okay, anyway, we are literally right here. So here's Victoria. We flew in from the Strait of Juan de Fuca. into Victoria proper. We passed up Victoria Harbor, Camel Point Heliport, and kind of swung in through this strait all the way up the Gorge Waterway, and we landed right here. So we are right there in-game. Northeast of View Royal and southwest of Strawberry Vale, and then southwest of Marigold. So we're going to take off in a southeastern direction. We're going to pass, we're probably going to turn to the north and east over Gordon Head. We actually need to take an even harder left. Okay. So we're probably going to turn hard left, maybe past Royal Oak, and then just follow the shoreline up North Saanich to Sydney to Swartz Bay, and then break off and then try to land in Vancouver up here. Should be a fun flight. There's the Strait of Georgia. Passing over the Strait of Georgia. Okay, seems good. Let's do it. I'm trying to talk myself out of buying this game. These streams make it look so comfy and fun. Well, it's on Game Pass. So if you've never signed up for Game Pass, you should be able to get a good trial period out of it. And you could play it doing that. Just look up Xbox Game Pass. You can download it on PC. Alright, so let's line this up. Let's take off the parking brake. Probably be a good idea. Gonna turn slightly to the left. Try to maximize the amount of space we have, just in case there's any resistance. Is the flight plan gone? Maybe. Since I did land, perhaps. Might be a good idea to check it again. I'm not really adding an origin. Destination. Chat, what's the Vancouver identifier? And I can plug this in. I just got it on. I got it on Game Pass. It was $1 for the first month and $4.99 after that. Yeah, it's a good deal. YVR. Okay. Wait, is that my origin? Did I just set that up as origin? How do you undo? Time to learn how to use this. Origin, here. There we go. I thought do I have to add an origin first? What do you do when you're just in the middle of nowhere? Like this. What would you add for a flight plan? Would you just find the nearest airport and set that as a point of origin? Direct to. Okay. YVR? Is that what you guys said? And then activate. Distance 38 nautical miles. Hey, wow, this is really cool. I can't believe you can just do all this in-game. Okay, so that's not necessarily a flight plan, but that's okay. It gets us going where we need to go. Then we can go back to map. So basically what we did was we updated the GPS, but we didn't technically submit a flight plan for approval from any kind of air authority. That GPS works better in-game than my real GPS does. Okay, so parking brake is off. Throttle's good to go. It's kind of just, the water is drifting us to the right, which is just kind of a cool feature. All right, we're gonna rudder up. In transit. Okay, we got clearance from our instruments. And chat, it's been a pleasure hanging out in this little bay of water here. We're gonna go to Vancouver now. This game is so neat. It really is, yeah. I feel like we're constantly doing something different as well. All right, so watching the airspeed. Whoa, we hit a bump. I think we're just on the water. It's a little bumpy, chat. All right, easy, easy. Get one flap up. We don't even have landing gear down. Let's clear these trees. All right, all flaps up. Looking good. Forgot to pull up the anchor. Check out these, was that a soccer field? Right there? Chat, there's traffic, right? Look at that traffic, just gridlocked. Not even moving. I love the reflections too. You can see the sun just kissing the top of the windshield right now. Some baseball pitches there. Okay, well, we're on the way basically to northern Vancouver Island. So what we're gonna do is just try and kind of we can fly low over this. The sun is setting in the distance. Is the rudder up? Yeah, the rudder's up. I think you still have your parking brake set. Maybe. Nope, you're wrong. Both of you are wrong. Out. That was your one free Jeff of the day. This plane isn't too much more complicated than a car. Seems that way, but it is significantly more expensive. Someone said $350,000+. Okay, speed's good. We need to trim up a little bit. And I'm kind of interested to see what this lake is. I don't even know if we'd be able to. Because we just took off from Victoria. I assume that we're up by Keating. Pretty much. Oh, it's right. It's got to be this. Elk Lake. It's got to be Elk Lake. Look at it. Oh, yeah. Sun catching the elevators back there. This Icon flight has been pretty fun. And I like the new liveries for it, too. I know I've said that, but I just admire it, you know? This plane looks like what people thought cars would look like in the future, in the 50s. It actually does. If you could show somebody this plane in like 1949, you know, they would just assume literally everyone in the future has one. Like, what do you mean this isn't your personal plane that everybody in the world has, and you all just fly around everywhere? Reverse propeller too? Do you not? Not yet. Ooh, look at that, chat. Oh, yeah. That me. I love the under the wingtip camera angle the best, I think. Hey, we're right en route. And I'm going to just throttle up slightly so that we make good time. Check on fuel. Fuel's about 50% of where we started, so we are good to go. Oh, look at those fields. Some farmland down here. Wonder what they're growing. I wouldn't even hazard a guess.
And then those low-lying clouds. Beautiful. Where is this? We're heading towards Vancouver right now. I guess I should have put that in the title. My bad. Next flight, I'll update the title. We're doing Seattle. Did a water landing north of... What did I say? Alexandria? Victoria. The other one. Why did I think Alexandria for a second? North of Victoria. And then heading towards Vancouver. CFSLD. The cool thing about this is you only need a sport pilot license, which is around 4,500, give or take. You can probably do a lot with that. I do like that this thing's console looks way less complicated than a usual plane. Yeah, what I was told when I flew this the first time by chat was that this plane looks so easy and is like very easy to get into, people that have money, and it tends to lead to a bunch of overconfidence and is a high source of accidents in the flying world. So just be careful, chat, that you don't let looks deceive you. Just because it looks easy doesn't mean it is. But it certainly is probably among the easiest to read in terms of just instrumentation. So easy it makes you arrogant. A slow and insidious killer. Now let's nose down. Throttle down. And let's go a little bit more low altitude. Higher altitude we go, the faster this trip will be, but honestly it looks beautiful up here too. Traveling by land, you'd have to go through a checkpoint at the border. How are checkpoints handled by private air? I don't know, I guess customs. So you'd probably fill out a form, and once you get to whatever airport you are landing at, you'd probably present it to a customs agent there, I would assume. Much like you would if you were coming in on a passenger flight. I haven't caught the other flight sim streams. How does this game handle world scaling? Yeah, it is 1-to-1. This is the entire world as satellite imaged with photogrammetry and Bing maps. So they got Bing maps and they just AI it up. So some areas are very highly detailed and others are not, depending on what imagery they have available. So you probably could see your house, but it would not look necessarily like what you remember. It probably would be an AI generated like little house, for example. Or it might even be, if you're a really obscure place, like just a flat image on the ground. So it varies, but you can see, I think they have a resource available where you can see what areas are high photogrammetry and which are not. What's the speed factor? Everything is 1-to-1. The real world. If you want to fast forward, though, you can. I choose to do everything real time for more realism. And also, I just like taking in the sights. But yeah, if you just want to go to the good stuff, quote unquote, you can click travel to. If you have a flight plan set, which you normally would, except I already landed, you would have options to skip to takeoff, landing, descent, approach, whatever. So they have 14-hour international flights. If you got enough gas, and if you can make that on a 747-10 Intercontinental, then you could, I guess. Pick me up, Etal Sading. Where are you? But yes, the whole world is rendered 1-to-1, chat. Some of it is going to be better detailed, some of it's going to be less detailed. But it's all there in some representation and form. All continents, all countries. And I'm assuming they're going to be updating that over time to the best of their ability. I don't even know how that would work. Like, if they didn't have great images of, let's say Vegas, right? Like, they got the strip on there, but let's say they wanted to get more detailed. Can they, like, how easy is that to go back and pave over for them, I wonder? What's crazy is the less detailed places still have a crazy amount of detail compared to any other sim. Yeah, I just want to make sure people who don't know are understanding that it's like the whole world with an asterisk. It's still amazing, and I think it's phenomenal. Like, and it is wholly absorbing as far as I'm concerned, but I don't want people to think like, hey, I'm gonna show you the coolest, like, Seattle, dude. Microsoft went all out, and every single city in the entire world is this detailed, like Seattle is. Like, I don't want to make sure people kind of understand that your mileage may actually vary depending on where you're trying to go and where they've got imagery of. But yes, the whole world is there. Is it possible to play this with keyboard and mouse? I wouldn't. I would have at least a controller, which will still be a little bit of a challenge just because it's so sensitive. Like, think about this joystick as your thumbstick, okay? When you move your thumb an inch forward, you are at full nose down. When I move this joystick an inch forward, I'm just slightly nosing down, right? So there's a lot finer control with a joystick. What about just a joystick? Yeah, that'd be doable. Just control your throttle with keyboard. But I would say controller minimum, and then augment the controller with the keyboard, and then use them both in tandem. But there are some really good cheap joysticks that are just not available right now. All gear is basically sold out, no matter what you want. Even if you want the most expensive. Like, this is probably among the most expensive, and it is as sold out as the cheapest stuff. It's just all gone. And they're probably all scalped. I disagree. I have learned to fly entirely on keyboard. I didn't say you couldn't do it, did I? I said I don't recommend it. And I still stand by that. He doesn't have an analog keyboard. That's the issue, right? It's that you have to, like, push the buttons, and you only have 8 degrees of movement. And on top of that, I don't know. I just recommend a controller plus keyboard, if you can. It's still possible, though. Can you play this with a racing wheel? Probably. I would imagine so. Where are we coming over now? I want to, like, alt-tab to look at the map, but I don't want to crash into the side of a mountain. Hey, what's up, Rockley Smile? How's it going, dude? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome aboard. You know, we are in the air. You might have just missed your opportunity to board when we just performed a water landing a moment ago, but we are en route to Vancouver right now, actually, and we should be there fairly shortly. We'll be coming in for a landing and then getting set up for a new flight somewhere else. Hope you guys had a good stream. But, hi, everybody. If you don't know who I am, let's keep it that way. I'm just kidding. I like to live mysteriously. Like the opposite reaction from normal. Hey guys, my name is Etalyx, and I'd really prefer if we didn't know each other better. So I hope you understand. Thank you for coming by, saying hi, and I'll see you next time. I'm just kidding. Glad to have you, everybody. If you don't know who I am, you will soon enough, and you will grow to resent me. It's just a matter of time. But yeah, if we could get a shout-out command for Rockley Smile, really talented. Been on YouTube and Twitch for a long time. Always in my peripheral vision. Hope you're doing well, dude, and hope you're still having fun creating content, whatever games you've been playing. You've made it once Etalyx yells at you. The coveted games plus demos. How many frames are you getting? Right now, 52, 53. How many are you guys getting? You should be getting 52, 53. All right, so let's level this out, and I'll show you guys where we are on the map. We are approaching now, actually. So Vancouver should just be over there somewhere. The sun is setting. This is real time, real weather. So this is some semblance of how it may actually look if you were just north of Vancouver Island, which would be... Wait. Sorry. Just southeast. Right, this is Vancouver Island, so we're technically southeast of it. I got turned around. I've never been to Vancouver before, as you can tell. But we headed out of Seattle. And before you ask, what this is on my head. Let me go ahead and take care of that. It is a ward that I bought from a very, I think, believable and trustworthy individual in downtown Vegas. They told me that if I'm having stress issues, if I'm having any kind of anxiety with chat and my business, that if I just wear this, I will not only ward off any kind of bad karma, but also aliens, 5G signals, and backseaters. So it's really the whole package. But yes, we're using Track IR 5 motion tracker in order to turn left to right. You're supposed to wear it on the bill of a hat or a visor, but this is the big brain streamer who, and I told everybody this before, but there's new people here, so I get to use the same joke story twice. I literally went to a hat store. Their sole purpose is to sell people hats. I literally tried on the biggest hats that they had in the entire store, and they didn't fit. The guy looked so sad because I was an easy sale. I was like, I don't even care what's on it. I don't care what type of logo is on it. Whatever. He had to get the ladder out and climb to the top shelf. And he got me like a Golden Knights visor, and I tried to put it on, but the two straps, they're Velcro, they didn't even touch in the back. Why are you going to the kids' hat store? I was like, I don't care what you got on it. I was like, if the biggest hat in your store doesn't fit me, what size do you think I would wear? I think he said 8 1/4. What's the biggest normal hat? Does that sound right to anybody that knows hat sizes? I don't remember the exact number. Why are you yelling? Because I'm in a plane. You guys can't, I don't listen. You can't hear me because I don't have my headset on. All I hear is rotor in my ear. Anyway, I'm not yelling. You'll know when I'm yelling. Trust me. Because my pitch will be elevated. But thanks again, Raiders. Glad to have you. Yes, 8 1/4 is big. This is my normal speaking volume. I apologize if you are used to whispered tones, if you are used to calm and composed gamers, because this is not that. The first time I landed in this, I had to do 6 passes past Dublin Airport. The icon's really fun, though. Have you been enjoying Flight Sim? I have been hooked. I am totally smitten. But the icon's a neat little plane. This is only my second time flying it, but I have played this for probably, well, my Steam time is going to lie. We're probably at like 70 hours now. I am just head over heels. This is my tied for game of the year right now with Animal Crossing, and I can't, if I had to choose between them, I don't know if I could. It's so pretty and way too detailed to be real. I know. I get actual chills. Like, unironically. Right now, I just did. Just thinking about the fact that not only are we in live weather, live time of day, heading in real time to a real place in a real plane with real instruments, but also there's real planes in the sky. We looked one up, accidentally doxed a private flight plan. I didn't know that it was a private flight. Somebody found it online, so that's cool. It's just like so much realism. We actually have this trimmed out perfectly. We're okay, never mind. We're a little to the left. But yeah, learning trim was probably the hardest part to overcome. Once you get that down, though, and you can just keep an eye on your instruments, the plane does a really good job of flying itself. There's no autopilot on this plane, though. But yes, I had to do, speaking of 6 passes over something, we flew a A320neo, which is a passenger plane that has about 170 person capacity, and we had to do about 6 full passes over Cape Town, South Africa. As you might imagine, passes, when you go around in an A320, they're a little longer than go-arounds in, say, an Icon. So we were just, I think we were in the air for over an hour and a half. The Cape Town incident, as it has come to be known. And then when I finally did land, it is now the most popular clip on my channel all time, which doesn't deserve it. It's just me screaming and bashing my hands into my desk in total disbelief, but also, what's the word? For giving up. Like, I had relinquished control at that point. I was exasperated. That's the word I'm looking for. And because as soon as you come down, if you ever fly the A320, it's got like this thing called auto thrust. And when the plane thinks you're stalling, it just kicks the plane into overdrive in order to refrain from stalling. So I had to keep making flyovers because I would come down for landing and then the throttle would go to 100% maximum. If you want to watch the clip, just turn your volume down, like really low, because it is just like shrieking like a banshee. Because we had been there for almost 2 hours flying around the same city airport. And the worst part was I couldn't figure out my approach because I didn't understand how to configure it. So I was having to like look out the window, figure out which direction the landing strip was. Then like, okay, I'm gonna eyeball it and I'm gonna swing around out into the ocean out there and I'm gonna get a nice good distance for this approach. And I screwed it up like just an infinite number of times. I think it was more than 6. I wish you were in realism mode. I'm in realism mode. How do I turn realism? I'm GPS flying. I don't have to listen to this stupid tower. We will when we have to land though, so we may as well tune into Vancouver.
Vancouver approach -26 is type icon A55 miles northwest of.
But you're not missing much. ATC is. Why didn't you just call the tower? I did. We were getting vectors from the tower, but the problem is that when you get vectors, the vectors change, and you have to be able to find the waypoint that they want you to go to start the approach. And then when I did successfully vector correctly, I would overshoot it because of auto thrust. So it was just a 1-2 punch. Perfect combo.
-26, did you copy?
So I have to, I might try an A320 again today, just to see if I can overcome auto thrust with what I've learned over the last few days. All right, altimeter 30.02, so this is what we want to do. We want to change our altimeter to match theirs and acknowledge.
Copy -26.
Okay, so we are basically good to go. Chad, did you guys give me the right coordinates? Is that where's the airport? Goodbye, Mortal Kombat clip. I've landed in a real plane in Vancouver. I will confirm it looks exactly like that. Oh, at first I thought you were saying you landed the plane. I was about to be like, whoa, we got another pilot in chat. I've already had pilots flexing on me while playing this. Nice tech. Who? Chad, is there a pilot in here? I don't know who that could be. Landing on another dirt road again? I thought we programmed this for actual Vancouver. We could just reprogram to see YVR. Chad, I'm assuming that is actual, like, big Vancouver? All right, well, this is going to be interesting. We're going to learn how to try and program. Let's request a... Do I need to request Class E airspace transition? I'm actually not sure, so feel free to tell me. CYVR is an international airport, and the city is a little bit north of that. All right, let's go check out Vancouver City proper. So we're technically in the outskirts of Vancouver now, yeah? Let's go ahead and level out the plane, get the throttle up, and I want to look at the map. So we've been kind of like using Google Maps to figure out where we are in Bing Maps, and I think it's just a pretty funny interaction. So we're going to trim up the nose up, just to make sure we don't crash into the ground while this is happening. Okay, maybe a little bit more. Looks good.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Okay, so let's take a look. Window capture. We already have a window capture for this. Chat? Can I not? I can't window cap the thing anymore. All right, I'll just display capture then. There you go. So we just took off. We did a water landing in the Icon, which was super fun. That was the first time we ever did that. We landed here in just northwest of Victoria. And as we flew out of Sydney, I think we just crossed over from these series of islands, probably down here more, because Vancouver is right here. So I think this is about where we are located right now, near Point Roberts and Richmond, I assume. And we could try a water landing right in front of Vancouver just for fun. Dude, look at that sunset, though. The thread is dying. Man, this is great. It looks just like home. Let's get an outside view. By the way, did anyone say if I need to request Class C airspace, or am I fine the way I am? Nice and comfy. Oh, yeah. There you are. If you're entering Class C, you do need to contact them. Yeah, I don't know if I am or not. I'm not an actual pilot. That's why I ask you. All right, how do I get back in? Believe it or not, I am not an actual pilot. I know that comes as a shock.
Vancouver approach -26. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace. -26 Vancouver approach. Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Okay, got clearance. Nice gamer color livery. I know, right? If the game prompts you, then you are headed towards Class C. Okay, Class C circle is yellow. Well, it's not yellow, but I assume...
-26, did you copy?
Sorry, I was looking at the map, sir.
Cleared through Charlie airspace -26.
I love the lights on the sides of the buildings. I can't... They nailed, like, the reflections, the volumetric clouds, and all the times of day. And there's something... You guys know how you can look at a... I have started to ignore screenshots of this game. Like, I keep seeing it in my feed. And there's no offense if you do this. Just enjoy the game how you want to enjoy it. But I've started to ignore screenshots in my feed on Twitter, for example, that are like, I just flew through Hurricane Laura, and look at this. And it's always a sunset. It's always like a perfect, ominous orange glow through everything. And it's like, okay. Like, your screenshots are very pretty. I understand. But there's something that's, to me, personally, just the way I enjoy playing the game, more special to, like, see the real simulated sunset. Like, it's all just pixels and graphics either way, but, like, it feels more suspension of disbelief knowing that I'm flying, like, in real time right now. And there's nothing wrong with changing the time of day. Do what you want to do. But if you want to fly somewhere and you want to be able to see what's going on, absolutely. But I'm getting a little burnout on, like, every single screenshot that comes across is always sunrise or sunset. It's like, yeah, that is the most beautiful. You're right, but you're like, just, I gotta control my emotions right now. They are not like Animal Crossing time travelers, Etalyx. Don't judge them this time. Just kidding. Play how you want to play in your single player games. Don't let my boomer mentality sway you. Okay, unless you actually use cheats to mess up other people's experiences. I'm talking to you people when I turn on multiplayer where I can see other planes and you're all using the speed boost technique where you pause and unpause the game really fast to go extremely fast. I know, you're using cheats and exploits. What if they were also flying during a sunset? See, I can't tell anymore. They might have done their due diligence to get the perfect time of day and the perfect screenshot, but I don't know. I can't. I just assume every screenshot now is just like, because the photo mode in this is so powerful, like, I don't blame you at all. Because You can change not only time of day, you can change weather, how dense the clouds are. Is it raining? How much lightning do you want? Is it snowing? How much snow do you want? You can zoom around and, you know, I can pop out the third-person view, move the camera, see MAL 7063 taking off from Vancouver, zoom, unzoom, get like the perfect shot, pause. It's beautiful. All right, where is, we gotta go north of the airport, yeah? Let's go a little north of the airport. In fact, I think I see the skyline right there. Another real flight docks. We got MAL 7063 and WJA 136, and then CKS 1817 as well. You guys want to find one? See who it is? One time I flew over the U.S. and the sun was setting the entire time. So you must have been flying away, like east to west. Just outrunning the sunset. I use God mode in Flight Sim 2020. It's not a cheat, though. Play with full assist in this game. That's fine. But what okay, let me put it like this. People that change the weather and change the time of day and teleport to the spot and then pause and then get the picture photo just perfect and then go on social media and say, dude, I flew through Hurricane Laura today, like front to back, and let me tell you, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Like, you found a different way to do Instagram, okay? We all know that to take the photo in the middle of, like, New York City, where there's no pedestrians and there's no cars in the middle of the night, you didn't actually do that. You just changed, like, the Photoshop filters, brought it way down, cropped somebody's, like, purse that they left on the side of the road, and then waited until traffic had cleared, and then took a quick shot, and it was like, dude, it was so beautiful and empty here tonight. It was just gorgeous when I came here and set up for this 10-minute photo shoot. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't tweak settings and take beautiful photos. I'm saying don't pass it off like you didn't. Why was that too specific? Because people do that. There's literally videos on YouTube about people doing just that. And, like, yelling at people for crossing the street while they're trying to take, like, their Instagram photo. Hey, you have beginner players tagged in this. You're definitely intermediate. Well, thank you for the compliment. However, I keep beginners on there so that when I do screw up, I have a fallback excuse. And I can be like, hey guys, this is my first flight simulator game, okay? I'm sorry that well, to be fair, when we took off today, I did forget to pull my landing gear and I left my flaps down. So, you know, a little practice, just a little practice. We'll do the next flight super try hard sweaty. I'll remember fuel mix, landing gear, and flaps. And I don't know what plane we'll fly. We might fly a big boy. I don't know, maybe I'll let chat pick. So this is Vancouver, huh? All right, so here, the sun is going down rapidly. So we're going to speed up. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little hard right. And we're going to swing around where the sun is coming from behind the buildings. I am becoming a professional flight sim streamer, yeah. It's turning that way. I didn't expect it. Believe it or not, this is actually... Why am I in regular game cam mode? My bad. I'm glad that I noticed before we landed. You guys are supposed to have, like, a little extra vision here. I actually bought this specifically to play this game, and I only thought I was going to do it twice. So, I am not qualified to give advice to people who are asking what kind of gear they should or shouldn't get. But I will say I don't regret it at all, because it turns out it's one of my favorite things ever. And now I'm a flight sim streamer. So sometimes you just got to take a leap of faith, I guess. All right, what is this? Vancouver natives. What is that? What is that cool orb building? That looks like some kind of domed stadium. That's Science World. I don't know, that's Science World? It's a museum. What's this building? That's Vancouver. Thank you, Mr. Mint. Thank you. That was very nice. That's the stadium, okay? Some of you are not going to grow up to be tourists. Well, you will grow up to be tourists. You won't be growing up to be tour guides. And here we see another museum. Ancient humans used to travel en masse on these in the before times. They would often complain about their conditions and eat shitty 24-hour burger buffets while floating along the oceans with no particular goal in mind. And then once they arrived at whatever port they accidentally landed at, they would terrorize the locals and possibly get scammed by counterfeit purses, which I'm not generalizing, that actually happened to me. They didn't fall for it, though. They were nerds, yeah. You bought a purse. No, I did not. Someone was trying to sell me one, though. And sunglasses. Alright, this is a really cool dock, though. I can't believe they actually kind of got the shape of what appear to be these tents. Some kind of fabric or canvas or something like that. Oh, the train yard. Dude, Microsoft Flight, can the Azobo team double in size and make a train simulator that is this realistic but for trains and has the whole world rendered in it as well? Because I would eat that up. All right, chat, we're gonna do the dangerous. I'm sorry. I gotta do it. I gotta try. Give it some gas. We gotta pull up a little bit. Ooh. I don't know if we can make the next one. All right, just straighten it up. Dude, the Icon is pretty fun to fly. It's not super nimble, but it's like just nimble enough for that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Who's got the mansion on the water here? Okay, we're getting a little frame shop here. How are you guys frames? I'm getting about 30 right now. What does it look like to you? Just land. No, I don't think I will. Don't land. Okay. Sounds good. Look at that horizon and the moon. Dude, Vancouver is got trees growing on top of their skyscrapers. That's a big tree, man. Oh god. Look at the night lights came on too. Dude, I can't see. All right, we're good. I'm trying to get like normal camera angle. There we go. I don't trust myself like this, actually. What is... I was trying to see what this is. I think those are supposed to be boats. This bridge is definitely not a dam in real life, I'm assuming. This plane sounds like a remote-controlled one. It's only like 4 degrees of separation from that. So this is a science world, and they've got, what, like 5 condos stacked on this waterfront? Is this a circus? We didn't see this on the first pass. What is this? Like a fair? Cirque du Soleil sets up there? Really? Got some soccer fields? Imagine if GTA 6 looked like this. Imagine if GTA 6 had the entire world rendered. Yes, today Rockstar has announced a partnership with Microsoft and Bing to render the entire world. Rockstar devs have decided to go in and hand paint every single major city with as much detail as you've been getting used to by playing GTA 5 RP for 6,000 hours. We promise just as much depth in every single other facet of society. All right, that was almost too hard of a turn. We're getting a little dangerous, and I do have damage mods on, so if I crash, the flight's actually over. But I'm just trying to... Oh, it's beautiful!
157, you are 13 miles east. Descend and maintain 3,600 feet. Expect ILS runway.
Like, we managed to see the transition period of sunset to nighttime, where I don't think the lights were on when we came in, they just turned on just now. Was that even to me? Who was that for? It's not even me. Not even me, dude.
Right approach via top B transition. Cleared to top B flare 157.
Roller Coaster Tycoon! They do live plays of Shrek 24/7. I saw Cirque du Soleil once, and it was good. But honestly, I don't remember anything about it. For real. All right, we kind of did the lap twice. Let's just level this out. It was like 8 years ago, so it was a while ago. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna trim up. Let's get some final shots of this. Well, first of all, that is gorgeous. Hi, Vancouver. Bye, Vancouver. Well, we're gonna land. There's the beachfront. Looking glorious. Some low-hanging clouds off in the distance. Hi, Tal. Bye, Tal. My city's so pretty. There was a live play of Shrek at a park I was in Vancouver. Maybe it's the same one. So we are going to make a little turn here. I think the only thing that they really need to do, like, that probably not that hard to do, is come to these major cities and just cut the bridges, like crop the bridges. Like this bridge, dude, I want to fly under that so bad, but it could be an invisible wall. It could be, but it looks like they carved it out. I'm tempted. If it's a hitbox, it doesn't count. If it's a hitbox, I'm reloading the save scum.
Flare 157, you are 500 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 3,600 feet altimeter, tree 0.
Because that's absolutely empty. Do a quick save. Okay, I will save because I don't trust it. Flying under Vancouver Bridge. I don't trust it.
3,600 feet, flare 157.
Go for a water landing right under here. All right, don't die. Don't die. Oh, I knew it! You failed to deploy landing gear. Had you done that, you might have survived. I knew it was gonna happen. That's why we saved. You thought I was a coward? Well, it turns out I was just planning ahead. Exactly. Laugh it up. All right. We saved, so we're good. What did I title it? Flying under Vancouver Bridge. It's okay. At least you can see through it. You're really just not. This is this is a flight simulator. There is a stunt plane in the game, though. That is true. There is a stunt plane. So that's on them at this point. Always disappointing you don't at least get a glorious explosion. I'm kind of glad they did that because, frankly, a lot of you are untrustworthy and you would do nefarious and, frankly, tasteless things with planes if there were explosion physics. So, they did the right thing. But also, there's a second part of that. That's not even really the reason why. That probably could have been a tertiary reason, but the primary reason is these are all licensed planes. And much like games with licensed cars, you know, like when there are true-to-life cars in a racing game, you can only like scuff it slightly, you can only scratch the door, you can only like get a teeny little dent instead of contort it. It's because of that license. So it's the trade-off. It's the trade-off for having a hyper-realistic, true cockpit. They don't let you dismantle the aircraft because they would have to, like, I mean, that would be just terrible PR.
Today on Kotaku, we have a leading article about how players have found that the Airbus A320neo, when put under certain circumstances, loses a wing. Airbus has responded and said that this is not, you know what I'm saying, like it's just... They have done their own internal testing and found that the wing was able to withstand resistance of up to 4 times that available in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, it's just too much. There's too much mess. Too much bad PR. All right, so we have to do this while flying, I guess. We're gonna do nearest airport, Vancouver International. We're gonna set it to direct, activate, and then go back to map. And I think it'll just update. All right, let's go to Vancouver International and land this baby. All right, so let's make sure that when we reset, that our landing gear's actually up, which I think it is. They are chirping away at a bunch of people. How big is the install of this? It's like 100 gigs. not exaggerating. Dude, he's not letting me get a word in edgewise. All right, Vancouver International, number 1. I can't even talk. Okay, so when I'm ready to land, I can request a full stop landing, and we'll come in for a nice nighttime landing, dude. So if you hear call sign Midas, that's us, unless it reset after I loaded. Let's get some nice suburban Vancouver love up in here. Seattle to Vancouver, this has been a super fun flight, but then again, every flight is. That's a plane, dude. That's 2 planes, actually, stacked on top of each other. Air Canada 123 right there. What's touch and go? It basically means, I think it just means what it says, right? I don't think I've done a touch and go, but it just means, like, you're gonna touch the... Why do you want to touch and go?
Is 2 miles northeast with Yankee to land.
You just touch the runway and keep going, right? I don't know. What does it mean?
Enter left traffic runway 26 right. Altimeter 30.03, wind 262 at 10.
What's the longest flight you've done so far? That's a good question. We've done real-time... We were going to do the longest flight we'd ever done previously. Hang on.
Make left traffic runway 26 right -2.
The last time I played this, I mean, but then the game crashed. So we were going to do a flight from Yakutsk, Russia, to Tokyo, and we made it a couple hours in, and the game crashed. That was going to be the longest one. Before that, it may be the Cape Town flight. I don't remember. Okay, hang on. Make left traffic runway 26R -26. I need to pay attention to this. Enter left traffic runway 26R. Left traffic runway, altimeter 30.03. Let me double check. Also, we have a light switch here. panel brightness. There we go. That looks clean. Is it easier to fly this than the Cessna? To some extent, just because if you're learning the instruments. But this might actually give you a bit of a crutch, where it might make it too easy to learn the instruments, and then you have trouble learning the actual instruments in other planes. Are there recorded memory leaks? I don't know. But what I learned was I'm just going to make more saves. So next time I do a really long flight, once I get past, because you can fast forward to approach and descent, but there's a huge gap in there. So I'm going to try and remember to just make some saves while I'm midair. I think that they're going to release a patch sometime this next week that addresses a couple of crashes, but I don't know if they address any type of in-flight crashes or not. It might just be crashes of people who can't even get in the game. But I have had a couple of saves become corrupted, so just be aware, not just you, but also just the rest of chat, that if you run into a corrupted save, this game, just take it on the chin. Like, that's what I've kind of had to tell myself. You're doing it for fun. If something screws up your flight, it sucks, but it's a small price to pay for what for me has been an insanely enjoyable experience, and don't let a crash or a corrupted save ruin the game for you. You know what I mean? Because the fun that you're having is better than the inconvenience of having to fast travel again. Because if you know your route, you could technically create a new flight plan and then spawn where you think you were, and then continue from there, and it's not too big of a deal. But yeah, there's a couple other actual game-breaking bugs, like the jets. The Cessna citations have twice as much. I have landing intentions right now, so I'm ready to land. Twice as much fuel consumption as other planes. Actually, it's more like 3 to 4 times as much. So if you do any of the Cessna citations, beware that the fuel's bugged and you have to cheat more fuel in. All right, they said, for me, it was left. Chat, what runway is it? It's something R, but like left, I think it's the other one. Request airport direction. Let's just see what he says.
Vancouver Tower -26 is unfamiliar with the area. Request directions.
I really don't need that much room to land this, so we can just kind of...
26 airport is 9 o'clock, 2 miles.
-26? 26 is my runway, right? Yeah, cool. Runway 26R. Yeah, it has to be this one. Etalyx, actual pilots do not get to read their ATC transcript.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
You can't just scroll up when you're in an airplane. Yeah, but if I was in an airplane, I'd go like, hey, ATC, what runway am I cleared to land at again? I've kind of just been joyriding up here. Could you update me on my current position? Sorry, I was just absorbed by the beautiful sunset. All right, let's get landing gear down. Throttle up to combat the change in speed. Don't need a lot of room for the approach and the icon. Gonna go ahead and get feet into position. Flaps 2 for landing. And we're just gonna start gliding down to 60. I wanna be at about 50 to 60 knots. So if you look at our airspeed indicator, we just wanna stay in the green. So even a little under 50 is fine. So we're gonna go ahead and idle. And we do not wanna land before that series of green lines. Now, if you're looking, I want you to pay attention to those 4 red lights right there. Okay, we're watching those. That's our glide path. This is new information that I've acquired. You can actually watch those to give you an update on how your landing is going. However, I don't know if they're actually updating for me right now. So maybe this is not a good time for a tutorial. They're supposed to change.
-26 contact ground on 121.
Good landing, chat. Nice and smooth. Gonna just pump the brakes a little bit. I gotta acknowledge ground handoff and get ready to taxi.
For -26.
You're too low. That's why they're all red. Well, I think I was just right. Based on how smooth that landing was. But I think it's just because the runway's so big. This is for like... Because the lights look the same no matter what plane you're in, right? They're reflectors. They're not like actually lights as such. Or am I misunderstanding that? So aren't they supposed to look the exact same from every single plane? Alright, let's tune into ground. They're useless for smaller aircraft, especially close to the runway. Yeah, there you go. So when we request, let's request a taxi to parking.
Vancouver ground,
Come to a stop here,
taxi to parking.
because we might need to turn right there.
-26 taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway cross runway tree 1 cross runway 8 right echo.
I do have, there we go. I do have a taxi heads-up display on because you can't navigate
Taxi
airports
to general
without that
aviation
assistance.
Parking using taxiway cross runway tree 1 cross runway 8 right echo -26.
So we're just going to use the little waypoint system, because otherwise I would literally never, ever be able to find where I'm supposed to go. So let's slow down our taxi. We've cleared the runway. Other planes can come in and land now. Probably once we get past this, like, red line. But yes, it's because we're in a smaller aircraft, we have a much slower approach. And we need to approach probably much lower than other passenger planes would need to use them. The PAPI lights. The poppy lights. But yeah, that was a 9-point landing as far as I'm concerned, chat. GG on that. That was fun. Now, let's disembark by parking and going through the checklist to turn everything off the way it's supposed to.
-26 hold position caution other traffic.
Probably this guy.
-26 continue taxi.
Yeah, okay, he's fine. Acknowledge. I didn't even have to stop.
-26.
I just hit Shift-E. Yeah. That's, anything works. I can do that also here. I have an APU switch. But the thing that's beautiful about this game is do as much or as little as you want, you know? Whatever's fun. Don't do stuff just because you think you're supposed to. Like, just because you're on my stream, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Rock Lee, I'm just talking to people in general. Not calling anybody out. But if you see me do something you think it looks dumb to taxi to a parking spot, then don't do it. You know? I like that the game goes, you can put as much or as little as you actually want to get out of it. If you just want to, like, turn the engines off, you got it. If you want to become really anal about it and just flip every single thing off like I do, I'm just, like, over-detailed to a fault. We didn't even start our flight today for an hour. Okay, we were just, like, goofing around for a full hour. This looks good, right? Oh, yeah. Let's put parking brake on first. Parking brake's engaged. I could put it on manually, but that's what I mean. I have buttons hotkeyed too. So I don't like left click everything in the cockpit with the mouse. However, it is, if you like certain planes, like I think the icon's really cool, and it has a super easy setup and teardown. All we have to do is flip off our exterior lights. I should have turned my taxi lights on, so we learned something. I don't think I had my taxi lights on. Then we just need to turn off the ignition. The icon's so easy with that. Okay, ignition off. Then we already turned the strobe off. Fuel valve took me some time to find, but it is right there. Okay. Control space resets your camera, by the way, if you're curious. Then master, battery, and that should be it. GG. Good flight, everybody. A lot of fun. Vancouver's sick. We actually did 2 landings. We did a water landing And then a water takeoff for the first time. Got to see downtown Vancouver at sunset. So the flight was actually longer than it looks here. But really fun. Super smooth. Why don't planes just have one button for all that? Probably because it's an anti-theft device. Just make sure nobody from chat can just open up a plane, turn the ignition, and take off. I don't know. Probably because you want to have the battery on a separate line, so that like if you are just sitting in the airport waiting, you don't want to burn your gas. So you might just run on battery for a little bit, hook it up to electrical, talk with the tower, plan your flight, register your flight plan and all that. And then when you're actually ready to go, then spool up the engines so you're not wasting fuel. That'd be my guess. I don't know. I'm not a pilot. Thanks for the flight, Captain. Yeah, a lot of fun. We're gonna do, well, I was gonna do one more flight, but actually, if you guys want to do some community shenanigans right now, that'd be cool too. Since that was like a 3-hour excursion. Let's do some community fun before it gets too terribly late, and then do then do like a sweaty tryhard simulation, start to finish, cold engine start to taxi, you know? So let's just have some fun. Not that I wasn't, but what I mean by have some fun is I'm going to turn damage off for a minute. Icing visual only, apply and save. All right, where do you guys want to go? I'm going to turn on online. I'll be able to see you. You'll be able to see me. I'm going to be on East US. You're welcome to join if you have the game. You don't have to fly the same plane as me. I guess you could just fly whatever you want. But I guess it is cooler if we all have the same plane, because then you're going the same speed. My realism. Don't worry, we're gonna. It's only 3 hours into the stream. We got plenty of time. Can I see the night sky? Yeah, just go outside. Let's go somewhere that's. I want to stick to real time. We did a good West Coast flight as the sun set. Let's go somewhere that is... Chat, we're going to do live players, live traffic, live weather. Okay, so you have to have live players selected to see us and play with us, okay? So have all these checked. Check live, and this one will be grayed out. And on East Coast. Dubai would be cool. Great Wall of China, I have heard that that's not actually really represented in the game. I think some people were disappointed when they flew by that. So maybe, I think they're gonna go and clean up the super major ones, I'm sure. Let's go somewhere where it's nice and sunny out. Somewhere that has like... maybe some points of interest to observe. Potala Palace, what is this? No idea. We could, I mean, the sun is rising over here. Moscow University. What do we have up here? Chat, do you recognize this area of the world? Does this look familiar to you in any way, shape? Hang on, should I be asking you about maybe this area of the world instead? Denmark, right? This is Denmark? Sorry, we were playing Crusader Kings 2 recently. And in our campaign, Denmark expanded the Danish Empire to Egypt. And also Italy, actually. CK3, by the way, we're going to do a stream on Tuesday. It's going to be my first sponsored stream ever, chat. So I hope you could be there if you want. You know, I'm not going to like take attendance and ban everybody that's not there or anything. So first ever sponsored stream coming up on Tuesday. Going to be playing CK3 on launch day. Should be fun. Never done one of these before. So hopefully they like me. And if they don't, well, too late. Too late. We could, where do you guys want to... Listen, I'm just going to pick somewhere so we don't stay here for 45 minutes. I'm just gonna pick. I choose. Chat wants Russia. You guys just want to fly around Moscow? I see Ireland, which I would be totally in favor of, but since I am annoying, I'm in live weather, live time of day. So I think it would be difficult to really appreciate it. But I'm totally down for some UK flights later in the stream. Well, sorry, whatever you guys are now. United, not united. You're united in my heart. Noob starting area. Press W, start an island. Taxi, we fly with that spooky spot in eastern Russia I recommended. I was just memeing for CK3. That's fine. But yeah, we can do some flights over here in Europe, in Western Europe, as the sun comes up. I'm just kind of a stickler for, I really just, the live weather, live time of day really immerses me. Chat, you guys want to go to Pulkovo? Where's Pulkovo? They got a point of interest. Church of the Savior on Spilled Blood. There's a lot of people here. There's already players online. I don't know if these are you or not. Monka S. That's an extreme name. It is kind of extreme. All right, let's just fly around Pulkovo then and just see the sights. It's kind of got a little bit of everything. Sun should be coming up there, so it might be a little dark right now, but it's got water on two sides. Let's take a look, actually, because we can just do this. Check this out. Bam. You want to go to Pulkovo? Let's go to Pulkovo. Neum. Neum. We're already there, baby. Oh, it is St. Petersburg. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I remember specifically St. Petersburg is between two lakes. Well, there's a gulf, but you know, two bodies of water. And that was its strategic advantage and importance. We were going to do a St. Petersburg flight a while ago anyways. So we got water, we got city, we got the sights of St. Petersburg, and we've got a gulf if we want to go left and just fly. We got plenty of like visual treats, you know what I mean? Interesting buildings, interesting landscape. Yeah, Peter founded it to get Baltic access. Exactly. All right, well, we are going to spawn. We could spawn at a baby airport, or do you guys want to spawn at Pulkovo? Why don't we spawn at a baby airport and fly into Pulkovo? How far would a flight like from this Air Force base, or whatever this is? Gramovo Air Base. Vishevo Airport. What if we set this as departure? And then set Pulkovo as an arrival. Just do a little, yeah, 43 minutes. I'll probably change out of the icon. So let's pick a plane. Let's do something we've already flown, just for familiarity's sake. It's very mountainous around there. We got some Russians in chat. Maybe they know. Petrograd, Leningrad, St. Petersburg. Yeah, it has been renamed a few times. What plane are we flying? That's what we're about to decide, Cucumber. You guys can fly whatever you want. If you want to fly what I fly... We have flown the Beechcraft King Air, but I don't remember it. It was fun. Maybe a little too fast. Maybe a little too zippy. What's like a good bush plane that we've flown? I'm just looking at the Pit Special, but I don't know if I have the liveries. I don't know if I'm not in the mood for that. We flew the X-Cub. We could fly the X-Cub. 126. We did fly this on a bush flight in Indonesia, I think. Hot air balloon sim. All right, let's do X-Cub. You guys can do whatever you want. If you want to fly the X-Cub, you can get some practice in, because tomorrow, chat, I think Ace Tech is going to do a actual coordinated community flight pre-stream. So check out the Discord for information. Ace Tech should probably repost that in the flight channel for tomorrow, or repost a little blurb. Because if you want to fly, let them know, and they're gonna do voice comms where they're actually using name tags off, coordinating their positions, trying to fly, if not in formation, then at least like practice safe guidelines and do like a tutorial to teach you how to fly good in these planes. So I'd recommend checking that out if you've got some time. Probably around noon Pacific, I think it was. I don't remember. You have to look. But yeah, let's check out the X-Cub. Okay, we'll just keep all this the same. Let's do flight 22. Yeah, we got plenty. The X-Cub's got plenty of distance. This is only a 29-minute flight. We're gonna be goofing around, so we're not gonna fly direct. We're just gonna be Newman. 12 Pacific, nailed it. But check the Discord for more info, and we have a channel that's called like the Runway, and you can just post there if you're interested. And they'll let you know and hook you up. All right, let's do it, chat. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna do cold start, so let's not do it. Let's pick parking, general aviation, small, and then I guess we can take off that way and just turn around. That's fine. And then I'm gonna put general aviation, also small. Or not. No small aviation allowed here, I think. That's fine. They won't mind. We'll just go to a medium ramp. We're not playing serious, super serious right now. I just want to see some interesting places in the world. I'm gonna be like cruising in there like I'm in a VW Beetle or something like that, looking at the six-wheel of trucks passing me by, honking at me and stuff. Any loop-de-loops on the flight plan? I mean, the Cub is going to be pretty nimble. So sure. We can do whatever we want because we turn damage off. Just a short plane. I mean, a short flight. And a short plane, for that matter. But yeah, we're on US East. If you guys want to join, I should be able to see you now. US East at, chat, did anybody write down the actual airport designator? I forgot. I know that we're north St. Petersburg. UVES. I think we're going UVES to Pulkovo. Right? Veshevo Airport. Look at this. Just a strip. Just a concrete strip. It's morning. Good morning to St. Petersburg. Okay, let's let it load in, get some frames. People are already popping into view. Just to get started here, I'm just going to tentatively turn off name tags. And then we'll turn them back on once we get comfy. I know you want to see your name on the stream. I get it. We'll do it. But hang on, what is it under? I thought it was under data. What's it under? Traffic? Yeah, it's under traffic. Because there's potentially going to be a lot of you. Plus, it's kind of more interesting to me to see, like, that if that plane didn't have a name tag. Oh. Sorry, it is a plane camouflaged as another plane. I got it. See? They were trying to go incognito. What is this airport again? Chat, you guys, it's UVES to ULLI. UVES. Put that in your search bar and go. Booting up? I'm in the X-Cub if you want to do the same plane as me. I think that's a plane everybody has. If I pick a plane that not everybody has, feel free to correct me. Is this the airstrip from GoldenEye? I had to retry that mission so many times. I don't think I ever beat it. I was always pass the controller off to my uncle. He beat GoldenEye probably a dozen times. And Perfect Dark probably a dozen more times. He knew the whole game like the back of his hand. He was my Prima strategy guide. Gamer uncle. Okay, so we got camera on. We got some low flyers with landing gear still down. Really brave trying to do the loop-de-loop with landing gear down. But I think we have a successful full circle there. Now we... Okay, and then they succinctly crashed into the trees thereafter. Never mind. They're dead. Forget them. Okay, let's figure out how this works. Before starting the engine, parking brake set. This fuel... Oh, this is the one where you have to switch fuel tanks. Right. Here's parking brake. No, it's mixture. Chat, is this the one where it was literally under the seat? I think so. How do I move forward? One of them is under the seat, and I'm determined to check. How do you move forward in the cockpit? Anybody remember? Hey? Scroll wheel? No, it just zooms in. I mean, I can just push the button. But I'm pretty sure that it's literally right underneath me. Hang on. Listen, why am I asking you? Why don't I just Google it myself? Translate cockpit view down. So I know how to translate height and left and right. Translate forward is right alt plus up or down. Okay, would never have figured that out. Right alt. There it is! There it is! I knew it was the X-Cub. You demon. Okay. Called it. Didn't even have to look. Fuel selector on fullest tank. It's either or, but it's currently off, I think. No, it's on... Chat, hang on. It's the white line, correct? Yeah, either one of these is fine. They're having a little rudder problem there. There is a van... Look at all these X-Cubs. Listen, all you X-Cubs, learn how to fly your X-Cub now. Then do the Ace Tech sponsored X-Cub fly along tomorrow. Hang on, I can do that too. Actually, I can't because I don't have batteries. They're trying to communicate. Battery switch on. Mixture rich. So it's actually this, but I have it bound over here. Rip that guy. Ignition switch is on. Chat, is this the one where you have to do 4 things in a row? Uh-oh. I think this is the one where you have to do 4 things in a row, right? Game crashed 2 times in a row loading in there. Well, maybe you can spawn somewhere en route. There's a lot of planes popping in. I'm really sorry to do this, but Midas is whining at me, and I think he needs to go out. So, I don't want to be... Listen, I think that chat will be able to entertain you while I'm gone, based on what I'm seeing here. I don't want to be the gamer that ignores their loved ones, like their dog, just to appease the masses of X-Cubs on online multiplayer. So I'm going to be responsible and give my son a snack, give him a treat, take him out, and I'll be back in a minute, okay? He's over there by the door. Put us in third-person view. Okay, hang on. There. You're in third-person view. Boo responsibility. All right, chat, show us your best tricks. I think they're waiting till we all take off at the same time, which is fine with me.
Hey. What's up? Aw, I feel bad. I shocked his nose with static electricity on accident.
I mean, I'm sure he's fine, but he went like, he moved his face back as soon as he touched my hand. That was a big yawn.
Did you get static electricity shocked on your nose?
All right, Midas. Stop showing off. We'll be back. Thank you for waiting. There's no music, so I'll just put this on in the background, okay? BRB, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. See you in a sec. Have you guys been good? What's going on? Where'd everybody go? Also, as your captain, I would like to toast everybody in this stream. Thank you for being amazing individuals. I'm sure that if I got to know you a little better, I might not call you such, but since I don't, you know. Cheers to you. Also, Neum. Like, on the ground. The captain is drinking! Yeah, just a little bit of Coke. Just a little Coke, Chad. Lined up and waiting, runway 32. Also, cheers to you. Cheers to you, Chad. Thanks for putting up with me. Somebody has to, and I don't think it's fair to just put that entire burden on my mother, you know? That's a lot of engines. It's like, I feel like I just spawned into a beehive. Okay, if you want to join, do we have the... I'm on US East? Do we have the actual, like, 4-letter code? I think so. Went to get food. What's going on? I also went to go get food and a drink. So, cheers. Those of you who are playing with me today, why? There was a plane there. Not anymore. All right. If you're easily... Oh. There they are. If you're easily motion sick, I gotta put my headset back on, and it might make the camera... Yep. All right. On the one hand, I'm really glad that there's no airplane physics, or else I'd probably never be able to fly anywhere. On the other, it would be hilarious if we could at least, like, bounce off of each other safely. So many passovers. Okay. Now, let's figure out how to turn this plane on before chat loses all their patience with me. I want to try and do it legit, even though we're just goofing off here, because it's a good learning experience. Every time you hop in a plane, it's a good time to familiarize yourself. We'll never know. You guys are doing great. I just want you to know that. Okay. So we already got the battery on. It's just been on the whole time. We got fuel mix to rich. This is a pretty difficult manual start, actually. And if you don't mind, I want to reset my track IR. Because it's just too tall. There we go. I can look down easier now. Okay, ignition on. The alternator field has to be on. But the ignition switch oh, these are the ignition switches. My bad. I did that last time, too. I turned the key because I heard ignition. No, that's the starter. These are the ignition switches right here. Okay, let's check these off as we do them. Alternator field. Good. Propeller speed control lever, max RPM. Okay. Throttle. Wait. This is a different thing. Okay, propeller RPM controller 1 hundo. Then throttle open a quarter. Starter engage. Throttle adjust to 1,000. No, this is the easy one to start. What was the hard one? Throttle adjust to 1,000 RPM. Right here. So just bring it down a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. So you get in the ballpark. Okay, it looks good. Come on, do it. You couldn't go one more? Of course. No, yeah, that would be too easy if I could get it exactly on 1,000. That would have been too cool. All right. Ah! Parking brake on! Why?
I'm in the trees and the bushes over here because I didn't set my parking brake. Sorry to alarm you. I don't know how to safely get out of this spot. I don't think we can take off from here now. Think of the pixels. Well, it appears oil pressure looks good. Parking brake is now engaged. After starting the engine, lights as required. Avionics master on as well. And then parking brake release, you're good to go. Okay, well, let's get out of here first, shall we? I'm sure our people need us right now, so let's just turn around. If we can. I think I've disengaged parking brake. Yeah, I've disengaged it. Do planes have reverse? Actually, some do. Believe it or not. N64 tree graphics. And still can't get more than 30 frames. Now, normally I think we would die if I had damage on just because of hitting the trees. But we're good. Let's go join the buzzy bees in the air. Alright, so what are we supposed to... Where are we supposed to take off from? Well, talk to ATC and find out, I guess.
Uniform Victor Echo Sierra traffic -22 is taxiing to runway 32.
Okay, we're taxiing, announced. We're going to depart south. Wait,
Uniform
I'm not supposed
Victor Echo Sierra traffic -22 taking off runway 32 south departure.
There we go. I don't think anybody's here to receive us. Are those arrows pointing with us or against us right now? I can't even tell. Why are the arrows like over here? We just got a cart on the grass. GA planes have built-in reverse. It's called get out and push. Can I sit up in this? Yes, and I still can't see what's going on. This is an interesting taxi. We got some low flyers. I assume these are all people from chat. Ooh, sensitive. Very sensitive. Some dangerous paths being taken here. Oh, wait, I can get back on the road now. Oops. I'm not from chat. Hello, indoors. I think you will find that, in fact, you are. So wait, is the runway like over this way? It's 0.42 nautical miles. This is the runway.
Uniform Victor Echo Sierra.
Can you guys hear my ATC traffic?
Runway 32 south departure.
By the way? I wasn't born in chat, but I live here now. We're always looking for help keeping these hooligans in line. The more the merrier.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
These are all these are all real flights. Something to me is funny about the idea that like every single plane in the sky right now is an actual real world flight. And this is what they're doing in the sky right now, like some kind of air show. All
All right, let's slow this down a little bit. I'm flying amongst actual psychos. This would be so dangerous. This is like the Fall Guys of airplanes. I can't even steer this thing straight. All right, let's go ahead and throw on the brakes and then turn around and prepare for takeoff. I'll let anybody else who wants to land, if you guys want to do a simultaneous takeoff or if you want to keep zipping around, they'll just come join you. It's up to you, but we're going to go ahead, throw on down the throttle, hit the brakes, and kind of whip this around. Well, I don't think I had control. Okay. All right. Hey, guys. It's me. The plane streamer. Glad I went with orange livery. Can I see your liveries if I haven't downloaded them? I haven't thought about that. Let me reset the cam. There we go. That's my third person fly cam. Let's get this on free cam. I don't know why I get stuck there. There we go. Here they come. By the way, while we're waiting on everybody to roll up here, appreciate Leo Morlaska, who said, "Can I open the window?" who's back for 4 months. Yakman123, who subbed for a 4th month. Thanks, Yakman. Glad to have you tonight. Jim A123, also sharing the Prime for month 2. Hello, Jim. And then Killa Mac, sharing a Prime sub for 8 months in a row. Howdy to each one of you. Thank you for your stream support. Twitch ate my sub, I guess? I don't know, but thank you regardless. My F-18 is some generic plane on your screen. Yeah, there's something to do with, even though I have the premium planes, I think that if you guys use a premium plane, it shows up as different in other people's games, even if they also have deluxe. I'm not really sure. I just realized that your name is Etalyx. Close enough. Welcome aboard. Now you know. All right, is everybody here that wants to be here? We got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 planes on this side of the runway. 2 planes, I think, currently taxiing. A few more up in the air. It's a nice Indo. Is that a stunt plane? Popping wheelies in Indos. We got an upside down land. And now it's right side up again. What is that plane? Do I have that? Is that a custom livery? All right, and there's unknown number of people directly. If you're directly on top of me in your game, I will not be able to see you, okay? So you gotta give me some space. You gotta give everybody some space, actually. Because, like, you start fading out of existence. All right, there's at least, I would say, 3 or 4 people in the air already. We got another dozen here on the ground. Maybe more that are inside my plane that I can't even see. There's an option to turn off generic planes for custom liveries and planes. Oh, yeah. I think I already have that, though. Maybe not. Should be not flight model. Is it a, I think it's just a graphics option. Use generic plane models multiplayer off. So I can see your non-generic models. But I think I have generic on to reduce memory and CPU for AI. Okay, everybody, you guys ready to fly to St. Petersburg in the morning? Sun's coming up still. That plane looks like one of those butterscotch grandma candies. It actually does. I'm coming in late. All right, chat, we'll give you like 30 more seconds. If you want to be part of this. If you want to all take off at the same time. Thanks for the entertainment. Glad I popped by. Gonna go grind some Overwatch. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome back anytime. And also enjoy your next stream, whatever you choose to play. Yeah, we are playing on, if you're trying to join, we're on US East. We're on real-time, real weather, live players. Live players has to be selected for you to come in. Since 2014, your intro's still my favorite on YouTube. Thanks. I'm glad that I was able to leave at least something good behind on that godforsaken platform. I'm just kidding. It's good times. All right, chat. Are you guys ready? Here's what I want. I'm tired of being the first one to take off and you all following me. I'm gonna count down and let you all take off, and I want to follow you. You already know the flight plan. If you don't already know the flight plan, we are heading into St. Petersburg, which I don't even know what the airport is, so I don't even know what the flight plan is. But we're going to St. Petersburg, okay? You just gotta fly southeast to ULLI. Right? Is that it? Pulkovo, ULLI. So I want you guys to go first so I can actually enjoy the show. Some of you are zooming by. I'm loading into the right airport now. See, some people are still loading in. Give us 2 minutes. People are asking for time. We'll stay in here so it's not so loud. Did anything interesting happen at your high school? No. I mean, I'm sure it did. Chad, I was a very good boy. Okay, I didn't do any misbehaving, okay? Occasionally I would get detention like any student does. And would I contest it? Absolutely. One time I did get detention. I literally, you know how everybody says I didn't do anything? I got detention, I didn't even do anything. Like this time I actually didn't do anything. And hilariously, it was overturned by the principal. So I was vindicated because I was in study hall. And I don't know if I was reading a book or doing homework or secretly looking at my phone under the table. I don't know. But all I know is I wasn't talking. And next thing I know, the person who was sitting in on that particular study hall, I'm not going to call them a teacher because they weren't a teacher. They were just somebody who hung out and did stuff, heard somebody talking, looked up from what they were doing at the table, and literally just threw darts at the board, picked 3 of us at random where she thought the noise was coming from, and was like, you all 3 have detention. And I was like, incredulous. For what? Like, not a word came from my mouth for once. It wasn't me. I looked up and I was like, me? Like, me? Like, as high-pitched as you possibly could. And, of course, when any teacher knows that they just were spitballing, they double down on it. Like, yeah, you were talking. I was like, I was not talking. And then you have to follow your conscience from that point on, because you were sitting near the people who were talking and know exactly who it was, but you can't throw your friends under the bus. So you have to simultaneously proclaim your innocence while knowing that the friends who were guilty are sitting really close to you, and you can't just toss them out there like shark food, you know what I mean, to get eaten up, or else you ruin all your friendships. And of course, high school friends are friends in as much as occasionally they'll give you a bite of their leftovers that they didn't want to eat for lunch, right? That's a high school friend. They won't stand up for you. They won't be like, it was me. I'm the one that spoke. Etalyx did nothing wrong and was just sitting there. I deserve the... No, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to sit there and let you stew. They're going to let you just drown while you're trying to, like, climb up for air. Don't deserve it, but they don't care. They didn't get caught. But anyway, I was able to prove it, I think, because I went to the principal and, like, really pushed it. Because my school had a thing where if you get X number of detentions, you have to pay for them. So, like, after a couple detentions, you then have to pay, like, $40 or $50 per detention or something like that. It was ridiculous. Scam city. So I was like, no. Not gonna happen. NA education. Yeah, basically. All right, you guys have had plenty of time. Are you ready? Let's take a look at who we got. You got a little anecdote of one time when Etal got detention and didn't deserve it. The other times, for the most part, I did. I probably deserved a lot more detentions than I actually got, actually. I was definitely a whisperer slash note passer slash not doing whatever the assignment was. Individual. But I got by anyways. By the skill that I had at studying last minute for tests and doing homework the day of. I skirted by. All right, chat, I'm gonna count you down. I assume you have had time. Let's do it. Make sure your parking brake is off. Make sure your flaps are down. I don't know what tier. I have no idea what tier flaps are supposed to be down. I would assume this is full up. This is 1 down. 2, no, I'm gonna say 2 down. I've never heard of paid detention. Well, you've probably also never heard of if you were late too many times, you couldn't go to class. And it's like, what? Yeah, like you've been late so many times, you have to sit in the hall instead of go to class. It's like, but then I definitely can't learn. So I'm not really sure what the punishment here is supposed to be, other than you talk to my parents and tell them how bad I was. I never had to do that, though. All right, chat, I'm gonna count you down. You all go at the same time, and I'm gonna go last, okay? Just follow the flight plan at a reasonable pace. Don't max speed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, take off. There's a lot of planes right here. I'm right behind you. You guys are doing great. I mean, we're basically taking off the exact direction, so just go straight if you don't know. I'm that one right there. It's so beautiful. All right, so we're gonna flaps up. There is no landing gear up. It just is flaps, and that's basically it. Look at all the planes, dude. All right, I'm gonna like slow down a little bit because it seems like I'm catching up on everybody. I'm staying in the pack. This is an awesome little area right here. Forest as far as the eye can see. Beautiful time of day and weather. A little bit overcast. But still just looks very nice. All right, let's go. No feet cam. We don't need the rudders right now. Noom. Why does that have like a trail behind it? Hey, I'm that one. You don't want to learn, so we're not going to let you. Go get a job in a coal mine or as a streamer once they invent that. Yeah, right. You think I could do this without an education? Psh. I literally got a degree in electronic media production. Without that, I don't even think I would have been a streamer. Because I had to edit videos before that. But yes, we are in Russia, and we're heading towards St. Petersburg right now. We just started a little bit north of it so that we could get like a nice lay of the land. So I'm just gonna kind of like straighten out at about 1,300 feet, stay pretty low so we can get some nice scenic sights. I'm just gonna, this is a good opportunity, chat, for you guys to learn how to use trim, if you don't already know. But you should probably find your hotkey, because if you pause, your plane will literally freeze in place. So I'm kind of just like trimming down right now, because it seems like it's just nosing up. And then we went too far. So we're gonna bring it back, level it out, slow down, so you guys can catch up if you're behind. And then let's take a look around.
Petersburg Center -22 is type Cup Crafters CC-19.
Oh yeah, look at those clouds.
Uniform Victor Echo Sierra. Request flight.
Good morning, Russia!
-22 Petersburg Center. Squawk 736.
Look at these formation flyers. All right, first of all, you didn't hit the trees, but if you had damage on, the stress of that turn would have exploded you.
-22, please acknowledge.
Guaranteed. I'm hitting number 1.
Squawk 7364 -22.
All right, chat, let's figure out where we are.
-22 radar contact 6 miles southeast of Uniform Victor Echo Sierra 800 feet. Altimeter 29.78.
We took off from Pulkovo, yes? No. We were going to Pulkovo. Where did we take off from? What little lake are we flying over now? I have no idea.
Acknowledge last transmission.
All right.
Copy -22.
FYI, chat, the cruise settings for this plane is 75% throttle, lean till max RPM, then adjust blue slider till prop RPM's 2100. Hold on. Wait, that's not blue slider. What's blue? This? Lean till max RPM, then adjust blue slider till prop. Hang on, what is my mix supposed to be right now in flight? Also, I am way off course. Sorry, chat. Don't worry, you can find me. We're all going to the same place. I'll get back on course now. Gonna trim up. About 50%. What should my fuel mix be? Go full rich, then pull it back slowly till you see max RPM. So right here. So I have to, do I have to do fuel mix and this RPM slider independently? What's the normal like ratio there? I can see the RPM scooting up when I give it more fuel mix, and then down once I hit a certain threshold. So it seems like I want to have the fuel mix right about here, which is 70 to 75%. And then maybe adjust. Ooh, there we go. Too slow. It's 2230. 2237 is about as high as I can go without maxing the actual throttle itself. So it seems like that's a good ratio. Maybe I'm wrong. Mess with the mix first till you find what the plane is happiest with. Then once you find a target, adjust the prop RPM to 2100. Okay, so I gotcha. So I found the fuel mix. I want the RPM to be at 2100. So I don't want it to be as fast as possible. So like keep pulling the control down until you hit 2100, is that what you're saying? Because for me it's like here. Almost exactly. I'm at 2098 at 25%. So that seems good. So can you explain what the RPM actually, like the RPM lever actually does? Also, I'm gonna climb a little bit. Actually, we're fine. We're at like 830 feet, staying fairly level. Let's get some nice scenery. See who all's here. There's at least 6 planes around us, and I see more behind. We got planes in front. Dude, this is cool. We're doing like this big... It's pretty short, but it's a nice community flight. We are approaching St. Petersburg. We're flying over a couple little small towns right now. What we can do is, if we're comfortable with our current altitude and heading, then I can just open or zoom out the map a little bit here and try to get like a lay of the land. So if I look at where we're at and look northwest of this little island, basically, then I can just open up, open this up. So we're like up here by Pobeda, I think, or Yakovlevo, and we're heading like southeast, I believe. So maybe we'll hit Ushkovo. We're definitely at one of these right now. Maybe the shorter one, because under a body of water. So this is a body of... Wait. Which body of water, though? This one? Or this one? Well, we'll know pretty soon, because we're going to see a much larger body of water soon. Hey, what's up, Mostly Lost? How's it going? Maybe we're a little farther northwest than I think we are. All right, let's start trimming up. Now we got that warning. 500. Probably just some hills. Need to kind of trim left a little bit. I think we're just drifting to the right slightly. Is this where DayZ is set? Actually, now that you mentioned that, I can see some similarities, but it might just be a coincidence. Shoggoth, you're way behind. Well, we're not going max speed. We're going about 88 knots. You should have some headroom to possibly catch up. We're just kind of hanging out. We can do some stunts if you guys want. We would not be the first nor the last to do some stunts. So let's try... First of all, I want to practice making like a left bank while rudder right. Let's see how that operates. See how, even though I'm turning... There we go. Now it's starting to turn. But if I take my foot off the rudder, woo! See? The rudder was what was keeping us nose pointed in that particular direction. So you can really use the yaw with your rudders pretty effectively. Etalyx, RPM adjust propeller pitch to maximize efficiency for cruise. Propeller pitch. Okay. Gotcha. So it's not pointing up or down, it's pointing more level with where we want to be for just cruising speed, cruising altitude, and keeps that at a consistent pace. Beautiful bodies of water here. Also, looks like maybe some rain that way? Does that look like rain to you guys? Kind of does. So we are now coming down. I think this pink line is directly over. Getting a little chop here, too. It's so, like, cozy inside the cockpit. Then you go outside and it's like What's your co-pilot's name? Midas. Opposite yaw and rudder is useful for slipping side to side to align with the runway without changing your heading. Yeah, that's gonna take a lot of practice, but people have pointed that out before as a good skill to acquire. Rip me and that guy. All right, chat. Let's try a little loop. I mean, not a loop. Let's try a little aileron. Ready? We're gonna just throttle down a little bit. We're gonna tilt to the right, throttle up, go left. Ooh-wee. Not too sloppy. What I was trying to do there was not necessarily make a picture-perfect aileron. I was trying to control my speed, because I feel like what happens when I aileron roll usually is I nose down, and I was trying to just fight against going down so we didn't just pick up dangerous levels of speed. So I don't know if that was too much stress for the wings if I had damage models on, but we never even got to overspeed. And that's kind of like what I'm trying to learn. So there's probably still a lot that I could figure out. Be easier to figure out if I had full damage modeling on. All right, let's pump a little loop real quick. Loops are hard because I feel like overspeed is just such a threat. So I probably need to change this RPM controller for this particular maneuver, just so that I can gain the speed necessary. So I'm going to start by gaining some speed here, close to the yellow, and then I'm going to throttle up while I pull back. Toasty. Puke time. That didn't seem bad. I heard some warnings about stalling, but it didn't seem that bad. All right, now we want to do this again. And bring the RPM lever down. Try to learn how to do this. Change fuel mix. Fuel mix looks good. And maybe throttle down a little more. Kind of keeping an eye. We're trying to bring this down to 2100. That's 2119. That's pretty good. Okay, we're about halfway to our destination of St. Petersburg. It's about an hour flight. We're just enjoying the scenic morning north in Russia. That is not at us. Russia 6472, a real flight out there. Is there a name for the trick where you go straight up, stall, fall backwards, then tumble the plane down? Ooh, probably. I have no idea. Russia 6472 is coming in for landing soon, chat. There's actually a lot of you here. You guys have followed pretty well. Let's see if we can get a count. 1, 2, 3. Definitely 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, there's one below me. 12. I would say 12 to 15 people are like right on us right now. We probably lost a few. I haven't really been following the course super effectively, but if you guys want to just compare your IFR map to where I am, you kind of see vaguely where I'm at in relation. I think it's called a hammerhead stall. Ooh, fancy. So, while we're here just cruising around, why don't we talk about some more Flight Simulator related things, since we got all the community here. So, Chad, I'm working on a secret plan right now. I'm going to let you get a little sneak peek on, of a project that we're going to start hopefully midweek next week. It really depends on when, what my exact stream schedule is going to be, right? Because Tuesday is already spoken for. Revealing plans, monk ass. Not entirely, just a little taste. I've been a really busy bee. But we are going to, starting, okay, it depends on if we play CK3 on Wednesday as well. So it'll either be Wednesday or Thursday is when we're going to start, but plans are being made, basically, in short, to take a trip around the world. So that is all I am prepared to reveal to you, that I am going to commit to a full trip around the world. I don't know exactly how many streams it's going to take. I might have a dead channel by the time we're done. It's not going to be in one stream. It's going to be multiple streams. But let's just say that that's just the tip of the iceberg. So be on the lookout, because once we decide when that's going to happen, Wednesday or Thursday, it's basically going to be Plane Stream 1.5. I'm getting some stuff. I'm getting some accessories. Getting some additional aids and tools that will help us. And it's going to be kind of a lot going into it. So it's not as simple as it sounds right off the bat. Etalyx, I'm off to your right. Is that you that just flew a little bit? Actually, there's two people on my right. Hey, I'm right behind you, Etal. Secret tools that will help us later. I'll go into more detail, but there's two things. There does need to be a layer of secrecy still, because you'll find out why. But I'm just letting you know now so that you can get excited about it. I will tell you this, it is gonna be in real time. To the best of our ability. We're gonna take a real time trip around the world. Nice upside down maneuver right there, by the way. Though it kind of looks like that landing gear is not tucked. Oh, what, you think you're special or something? Uh-oh. I think I need that. Chat, why am I stalling? Why is the engine not... Why is my RPM at like 1200? I'm dropping like a rock here. What did I do wrong? It's because you're upside down. The Cub has a gravity-fed fuel system. It's not designed to go upside down. There's too much realism in my flight simulator. I don't know if I like that, okay? I want an arcade plane game, okay? Microsoft, you're not supposed to simulate gravity. God. So okay, if you go upside down, would you actually like flood the entire system? How would that work? Speaking of, let's select the other fuel tank. If you're in the Cub chat, you do need to change which fuel tank you're using from time to time. Try to keep the wings balanced. Okay. Starve the oil pump as well. Wings are meant to have air go under them. True. True. Two bush flights back to back. I think it's going to be time for a rematch with the A320neo after this. I think. Hey, Tal, have you done any accident missions or the like? No, we haven't done any, you mean like where you can set the plane to have a possible mishap while you're flying? No, I haven't done that. But I've done some of the challenges where you have to land under extreme conditions, and they've been really fun. We can do a couple of those if you guys want. I think they're really good. Just stop flying to Pog to chat. Dude, Pog. We're over halfway to our destination. Why don't we take a Google Maps update and see where we are right now? So, we should be approaching... Is there a name for this particular bay? The Gulf of Finland. But I don't know if they have a name for the actual... Gulf of Finland. And we'll be crossing over this into St. Petersburg and then Pulkovo. So what we're gonna do, chat, is actually kind of hug the left side of your flight plan so we can actually go to St. Petersburg proper, which should just be literally straight this way, not on this landmass, but like beyond that. Like not here, but past that body of water right there. But no, we haven't done any, like, quote-unquote accident missions as such. How you guys doing out there? I'm feeling pretty good in the Cub, honestly. I feel like the Cub is super easy to get control of. I've barely messed with any of the trim. We are just barely nose up climbing. Occasionally have to correct the yaw. But other than that, just a little bit of wind chop, and it's fine. I really have been mostly hands-off. No autopilot system or anything like that that I'm using. Is there an autopilot in the Cub? If there is, I literally have... There is an autopilot. I'm not even on autopilot. Let's try learning it. It's a good idea. I really don't think I've even done it. Let's do... altitude... synchronize to current, and turn altitude hold mode on. Okay, that's step one. We got level mode, autopilot, flight director, and yaw damper. Let's see what autopilot actually does first. It's going to plunge me into the ocean at full speed. Okay, good start. Thank you. Thank you, autopilot. I'll take it from here. Let's, and also turn around. One sec. Once I get this lined back up, we'll do another one. So let's do this. Okay, looking good. Let's turn on nav mode. Then try autopilot. How do you turn autopilot on with the only express goal of maintaining altitude, and that's it? Like, what if I don't care about what path it takes? How can I get it to just hold altitude? Isn't that just altitude mode on? Is there another... Do I have to do anything else? Level button? You say that, but now I'm sinking. Synchronize to current altitude. I've clicked this like twice. We're still going down at like negative 300 feet per second. I mean, per minute. Maybe it's correcting now? Click Alt, not level. Are you suggesting that someone in chat lied? I already did that though. Chat, stop guessing. Only let the people who know what they're talking about talk. Every single plane, every single autopilot, this goes the same way. You guys have seen this stream a dozen times already. Where chat just lists every single button on the console and then click them all until it works. VS will hold you in your current altitude. VS is vertical speed. That's for when you're going up or down. And it's opposite of hold altitude button on. Did you try the power button? I'm gonna try the take over button. Just watch my tutorial. Very cheeky, Ace Tech. I didn't even know I was gonna be flying the Cup today. I can figure this out myself. No, I mean like instead of chat telling me to spam buttons. All right. I'll do it myself. We're gonna go to 1,500 feet. You actually have to click the button, then set it. Once you've done that, then, okay, so click altitude, then set the desired altitude, then I want to turn VS mode on. And what we want to do is climb up, so we're going to scroll down at 700 feet per second. See, when I just don't ask for help, I can figure everything out that I want. And boom, look at that, we're ascending. So we're gonna do 1,000 feet per second. Maybe it was a coincidence. Are we actually ascending? And now if I want to follow GPS, we'll turn nav mode on, and then turn autopilot on. And then all together now, let's see if we have a winner or not. Well, we're definitely climbing, so we got that going for us. Throttle up. Just make sure we don't stall. We can always slow our rate of ascent if that's a problem. Not an issue. Currently trying to track a VOR instead of a GPS. Well, that's because every single plane defaults to VOR and game sucks. So every single plane has a different spot to change your actual nav. But I'm also heading to the right path, so I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth right now. Do I need one of those fancy schmancy joysticks for this game? If you want to have, you know, the most realistic experience in your simulator, then probably. Do you need one? No. Did I want one? Yeah. Playing on keyboard is not great. True. How do you even tell if you're in VOR or GPS mode? Typically, it's like on one of these menus. How do you even close this? Now I don't know how to close this page. Now, okay, there we go. It says lock, not GPS. Gotcha.
Archangel Scare 59er to you are 22 miles northeast. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect ILS Yankee runway 10 right.
It's on the left screen.
Transition. Cleared to native.
This is the left screen. I assume you actually meant the left half of the center screen.
Maintain 3,000 feet.
Click the oh, this is a click compass one? Oh man, I already did this before. It's FMS, right? Yeah, I should have clicked the compass. I already did that.
3,000 feet. Expect ILS Yankee runway 10 right approach via native transition. Cleared to native Archangel Scare 59er 2.
Archangel's Air. What a name for an airline. All right, chat. Well, let me help you. That's how you change your autopilot. Step 1, click the altitude button. Step 2, select the desired altitude with the scroll wheel. It will appear in blue text above your altimeter. Step 3, go ahead and turn on autopilot, then change vertical speed with mousing down until you get to a comfortable ascent. Then, I guess make sure nav is on, but if you make sure nav is on, that'll follow the line, but only if you click the compass and change your CDI source to FMS. All right, that's just, those are words I made up. You don't even know if they're true. I could have created all of them on the spot. You'd never know, some of you, okay? I just opened a dictionary, pointed my finger, and read out loud. But there was sometimes a lot to learn, but once you learn how to use the systems, you can repeat that knowledge in every other plane. So it's got that going for it, you know? It's good to figure out how to use the actual systems on the control panels. All right, let's take a look outside. Hey, everybody! The community is here! One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 planes behind, at least. And then at least 2 or 3 planes in front. Maybe 4. I see some of them up in the sky, in the clouds. That's us! Speaking of us, here's what we want to do, everybody that's listening. Since we are approaching Ostrov Kotlin, I guess, I would like to actually go into St. Petersburg. So we're going to just kind of take a little sharp left and follow the coast into St. Petersburg, okay? So I'm going to veer off course and go left. So I'm going to turn off the autopilot that I just so carefully engaged. And we're going to just angle slightly so that we can see St. Petersburg proper. So if you're curious, I have a heading of about 118 right now. And I might make some slight adjustments to that. Maybe like 120, 21, my current heading. St. Petersburg, are we going to see Minute Maid Park? That's in Houston. Tall building on left. I think we're heading towards it now. Sounds legit. When are you taking your flight instructor exams? Well, it's a little trial and error and a little help from chat. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Alright, so I'm getting chirped at right now because I wonder if I can figure out how to do autopilot, turn off nav mode, altimeter mode is on. Let's go autopilot. Vertical speed mode, and we're just going to descend at a nice slow pace of about, let's go down to 1,000 feet. We're just going to descend at about 300 feet per minute as we roll in here. Why is Tropicana Field in a cold Russian port city? Is there actually like a Tropicana Field here? Noom. Somebody's in a jet. Or speed hacking, I don't know which. I think you mean Dole Stadium. What there's too many fruit juice stadiums, okay? How are you expected to remember all of them? Also, I have turned back onto course on accident and got off my own heading because I'm reading chat fruit juice jokes. No more of you. But we're going exactly where I wanted to go anyway. This is it, dude. Ish. No, that's it. Is that it? Is it hard left? I think it's just all of this, actually. I want fruit juice now. Mom, I want fruit juice. Chat, left or right? We're the Russians in chat. You want to know how we can tell? Honestly, is this supposed to be water? What is this, Google Maps? I don't know what this is. It looks like you got a little bit of the Arctic shelf in Russia right now. I guess I could just open VFR and zoom out. I can do that here too. Should be right, I think. But do you see all these purple air spaces? What is this? Is this a water plant? Look at this. That's a water processing and like cleaning plant. East is the blood-spilled church. All right, well, we're gonna go, pretty much going northeast right now. This has gotta be St. Petersburg has gotta be just back in here. 'Cause it's a little way from the water, right? Chat, dude, I don't know. I've never been here before. We may as well just have some fun. I live here. What's the question? How do I get to the closest McDonald's, Pumpkinhead? I'm a little hungry. It's right there. Are you pointing at the screen so I can see it? I may have just spilled some on the ground. Uh-oh. New house ants, dude. Russian McDonald's is unironically S tier, really.
Archangel Scare 59er to descend and maintain 2,500 feet.
We got a soccer field over here. There's a lot of, I guess, are these living quarters?
Descend and maintain 2,000.
Or are these like business buildings? Ooh, what's this? Apartments. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's the word I meant. I didn't want to have to distinguish between like apartments and condos. Look at these. I like these ones. I wish I could fly upside down, but then I learned this plane can't really do that. But if you look out your left window here, those look cool. Probably like a little community area in the middle of them, I guess. That bridge is actually really well rendered.
500.
Yeah, I know. We're getting a little low, but that's okay. We're just gonna go up the river and we should get to where we want to go. One would think. Look at these. Waterfront sports. Soccer and maybe football? Or football and football, depending on where you live. Chat, we have diverted off our course. But that's okay. 500. Should I open the... Ooh, big building. Big. Look how wide that is. Ooh, is this the church? Did I accidentally find it? Chat, this has got to be the church, right?
Archangel Scare 59er to you are 11 miles west of Volkovo. Contact Volkovo Tower on 118.7 when inbound on the
Look
approach.
at it. It's beautiful.
Wow, that's super detailed.
Tower on 118.7 Archangel Scare 59er 2.
I love how everyone was following me and I just took off in like a weird direction so you can see all the planes like zipping in front because they didn't know exactly which way I was gonna go. You can make some pretty tight turns in this. Alright, let's get a third person view. It's a crazy looking church. I kind of want to like pass it by one more time and then I want to figure out why it exists and why it looks the way it does. We are almost full sideways. I love this, the like canal that's below it. Someone has landed there. Land on the road. Probably could. But I don't want to do that. But we could. Oh god, I'm gonna stall. Yeah, landing on this road is... It's actually a canal. Not quite the same thing. That's water down below. All right, let's try and gain some speed. I probably need, for stuff like this, you probably want max RPM. We're not cruising. We're doing activities. Don't beep at me. All right, let's just get throttle to a consistent level, trim up, and I want to learn about this now that I've seen it. Dude, I love the one on top, the little shorebird on top. The green, blue, and the white one. That one's the one at the very tippy top. All right, let's do like this. And then see what we can find out. So, which one is the actual... Oh, God. What is it called? Chat, do you guys know how to read these characters? Probably. Uh-oh. Didn't think this one through. I know Russian. Church of the Savior on Spilled Blood. All right, let's find out. So what we should probably do is at least turn around and head the correct direction instead of going north for an indefinite amount of time. Let's just turn around and go south. Dude, look at these. So many block buildings here. Stretching for miles. Is that a train yard? Oops. As I was gonna say, is that a train? That is a train yard, right? What are you beeping at? Why are you beeping at me? All right, I think I'm going the right way now. I think we need to trim down. Okay, trim down. Let's see. Yeah, I never would have found that if I had to zoom all the way in myself. Ooh, have they updated it? What is this, like, new? Was it that tall? You guys can't even see the image. Hold on, you can't, hang on, you can't even see the image. There you go. There you go. I clicked on it. Was it that tall when we just passed by? I don't remember seeing it like that. Alright, we're going way off course. Might be scaffolding? Maybe. It is tall from the ground. I don't doubt that. Good morning to St. Petersburg, though. Chat, what time is it for the Russians right now in chat? What time is it? I guess I could just look. But I know Russia beak, so it's not going to be the same time for all of you. Let's just, I can't even get, there we go. Get the nav log open. Here it is 7:53 a.m. local. Almost 8 a.m. Aw, I'm so honored that Russians in chat are awake for my morning stream. Am I a Russian American streamer now? Instead of EU time, I'm here for the mornings. Holy cow, that looks real. I know, look at it. There we go. Oh, you can quick check. Sorry, that might be disorienting, but I just learned that I had that button. I didn't know what that did. Oh, this is like... What is that? Chad, are those just elevators? This was my flaps. Do I have a manual flap down on this? No way, and I just never knew. Do I have a air brake? What happens if I hit the brakes? Nothing. Hey, can anyone point me in the direction of Tarkov? Just curious, where's Tarkov here? Vandal, I'm not sure if the not like this fuel is not like this because you think I'm about to run out of gas, or because you no idea that that's actually more than half of what I started with when I began this flight. And the not like this represents me having to read another Microsoft Flight Sim fuel comment that is unironic. I'm picking on you. Let's fly, before we land, let's get a good view, chat, because we're pretty close to where we're gonna land. I don't want this flight to end with all of you. Dorito out. See, I have a strict no fuel comment policy, but I also have a strict no El Dorito policy, so they go hand in hand. Some of you guys are still hanging on. Dude, look at all the planes overhead. We are creating some traffic above St. Petersburg right now. I hope there's just a lot of people. Dude, this happened to me the other day. I was looking at a place on the map when I was plotting for my now not so secret Microsoft Flight Sim streams, which you still don't know all the details of. And I was looking at one place in particular, and there were at least 10 to 12 other planes, and I was like, maybe, is someone streaming here right now? Or are there really just this much traffic? It was just, it felt cool because if you were just playing, you could jump in. I'm kind of glad they don't have a chat, but it would be nice if there was some way to communicate with other people who are flying around you. We're gonna be that for someone else, you know what I mean? Someone else is looking over Russia right now, wondering if they should spawn in, and they just see like 20 green plane markers. Like, wow, what's going on here? Do you guys have any other requests for stuff to see that's close by where we are right now? Or do you want to go ahead and land? Because we are approaching the airport, and if we're going to do that, we should probably go ahead and contact them.
Petersburg Center -22. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace. -22 Petersburg Center. Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Okay. Acknowledge.
Cleared through Charlie airspace.
That's the airport, literally right there. Okay. You guys want to go to Winter Palace? Chat, the Winter Palace was literally right next to the church that we just flew from. Are you sure we didn't see it on the way in? Because we are here. Winter Palace is here. I mean, Winter Palace is here, and the church was like here. Has he seen the Kremlin yet? No, but we're in St. Petersburg. So I don't think we would see the Kremlin. Unless it has the power of the Lost Island. The church in particular, I think, was a special point of interest for the game. So sometimes they've hand-picked different spots and at different areas in the world and just really rendered them. And I think that particular church was one such. Cleared through Charlie airspace. All right, chat. I ain't flying all the way back to go see if the Winter Palace is there. If there was something in this general area, let's just take this in. We gotta go request landing, right?
Locobo Tower -22 is 2 miles southeast with Echo to land.
It's chill out plane time. Hello, Codefex.
Locobo Tower.
How are you tonight?
Fly left traffic runway 10 right. Altimeter 29.78 wind calm.
All right. Acknowledge pattern entry. Fly left traffic runway 10R. Okay? 10R.
Fly left downwind runway 10
We are on the
right,
wrong side of
-22.
the airport. So we're going to do a big loop. The way you can tell is because since we got 10R, we need to approach from a heading. Wait. Maybe I'm not on the wrong side. Yeah, we need to approach from a heading of 100. So 100 would be, this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need to approach basically from the going west to east. And we are currently already past. So let's close this, do a circle, and then get some nice sights. Take it in. I'm doing better. Good, Codefex. Welcome, and glad to have you. We're just doing some shenanigans with the community right now, so if we look around, you might see I'm being tailed by at least half a dozen, maybe 7 planes, and there were about 20 to 24. You can probably see their beacons in the distance. One on the left, one on the right of the screen. And then even more that have already landed. So at least I would say like 25, 30 people here. These are just the stragglers. Let's go see what the airport looks like. Are you satisfied with your equipment? Yeah, I think it's enhances the game in a significant way. I really, really think that the joystick and throttle is a worthy investment for this. The head tracker as well. I think head tracker is low-key like one of the... I literally can't play this game without a head tracker now. And I'm not saying literally to be ironic. Like, seriously, I have tried to load in to take screenshots for VOD thumbnails and stuff for a few of the flights, or a few of the streams. And I get into the game and I sit in the cockpit and I'm like turning my head and wondering why it's not working. And it feels so strange that when I have to move my hand down to grab the mouse to move the cockpit with middle mouse, cockpit view, or the camera view, it just, I don't know, it doesn't feel right. But I would say that no regrets on the investment. You don't have to spend as much money as I have on this. But you will have to spend, I would say, entry level for a good flight stick and throttle would be about $150 on a good day, but they're all sold out right now. So I would just take a look around, do some research, figure out what you want, what you need, and then wait for him to come back in stock. In the meantime, nothing wrong with doing some sightseeing with a controller and a keyboard. He likes wearing the tiara. Avarax, I do. I feel very pretty. But also, it's just so functional. Like, I can just literally sit here. Like, hey, where's the airport? Oh, cool. Anybody to my left? Hey, what's up? You guys enjoying the flight? Thanks for flying Cubs with me. Do it again tomorrow with Ace Tech. I gotta find this cookie crumb that's on the ground somewhere too. But I would say definitely a good investment. There's other games you can play it with too, but...
-22 cleared to land runway 10 right. Wind calm.
I would say the only thing that's actually optional if you want to get gear, I would buy the head tracker before I buy pedals. And just get a joystick that turns left and right.
Cleared to land runway 10 right -22.
Head tracking is like the next best thing to the VR. It's VR that doesn't really take any more system resources. It just takes a USB. Do I have a link to one of the ones I got? Like, I have a command in chat that'll tell you the exact title. The stick and throttle I have are extremely high-end, though, and I wouldn't recommend those if you're not sure. If you're not sure if it's for you, then I would definitely get something way cheaper. What about eye tracking? I don't even know. I don't think eye tracking would be very good for this game. If you turn the camera based on your eyes, yeah. You'd probably be jerking the camera around a lot. Hi, Winserin, welcome. Does this one have custom maps you can download? It's actually the whole world, Espada. They actually do have a challenge for the Saba airstrip, and I think we may have done it. Chat, where's the airport? I've been talking to chat instead of paying attention. All right, let's just adjust the heading and calm down. Okay, actually, I'm going right on. We're fine. It's straight ahead. It's getting a little murky outside, getting a little foggy. I think you can download community editions, though. Yeah, for certain buildings, you can. All right, so we're going to start our approach. We have been cleared to land. Just double checking. And 10R minus 22, that me. So we're just going to line up this approach. Go ahead and flap down number 1 and start getting that extra lift as we come in here. Now, if you look at the heading on the screen right here, we're going to try and, like, see how it's close to 100? That would be our 10. So once we have this properly lined up, we're going to go ahead and flaps down number 2. So it's starting to rain in St. Petersburg, dude? Was that rain, or did I just imagine that? Chat, everyone's coming in for a landing simultaneously. All right, I'm actually too low. So I'm going to try and do this better this time. We need to be up higher according to the... There we go. See the lights? We're looking for 2 white lights, 2 red, I think. So right now we're too high. I'm going to go flaps all the way down. See how the light changes? 2 red, 2 white. There we go. 2 red, 2 white. We went too far low. There we go. Okay, we're almost right on. Now we're too high. That's how you use that system. You want it to be balanced. See? We are good enough to go ahead and land ourselves at this point. So we're just going to throttle all the way down. Not particularly straight on landing, but we're good to go. All right, so then we're just gonna get, we're gonna glide in here.
Minus 22, turn next taxiway.
Noom. That's pretty smooth. Could have been a little better, but I think we did good. Who am I supposed to turn next taxiway? Bro, I can't even see. I can't even see over this. I like how we got this little community meeting on the runway. I gotta trust these guys, because they can't. Oh yeah, chat. When we do try hard sweaty, I need to remember to do all the proper lights. Dude, it is raining in St. Petersburg right now. Just a little sprinkle on the windshield. This is the first time I think we've seen real-time rain. Who's in the 747 blockade right here? I feel like I'm in like The Last of Us, and me and the boys are about to get shot from people who appear from behind the 18-wheeler that's blocking the highway. And they're gonna take all of my supplies and then like skin us alive or something. I don't know. Whatever they do. I assure you, this blockade is perfectly legal. Where are you supposed to clear the runway? Oh, just right up here. Everybody's cruising. DayZ nostalgia. Actually, yeah, a little bit. I miss having fun in that game. Alright, so we gotta leave this window open on the top left for a little bit. Dude, this is like a legit airport. This is like, I think this is the okay, chill out, chill out, chill out. This is the primary airport, I think, for St. Petersburg, right? This is international. So we're actually gonna get like a good look here. Let's go ahead and go into third person. Yeah, I see all the passengers dead ahead, primarily. Why is my left light winking? Is that the beacon? I guess I could turn that off. I don't know what lights you're supposed to have on or off. Kinda cool shoes, actually. Oh, guess what? They're New Balance also. How dare you not think both my other shoes are cool, too. Just these ones. I have gotten some, listen, I've gotten compliments on these shoes from people who know what they're talking about. I'm just kidding. Chat, you know what you're talking about. All Etalyx shoes are cool, haha. You own 3 pairs of new trainers. They're not trainers. Request taxi to parking. Why is it leading me over here?
ground -22, request taxi to parking.
Is this not where I am? Someone's in my spot.
Aviation parking via taxiway.
This is it. I actually have already taxied here. My bad.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway -22.
We made it. Look at everybody coming in. Hang on. Let's see who made it. Good flight, everybody. Now, let's see who's here. Cucumber, Zarino, Dr. Rect, Auxilia, Chargoth, the Speed Hacker. Who else? Who's this? Bonaparte, Sarasef, SMS, can't read the rest. Savage, Sergeant Angel, also hanging out. Dude, we basically own this airport right now. Gert is currently skirting. That's a really smooth move right there. Chad, he's not 40,
Thank
or is
you for flying with Etalyx.
Leuda, would you dare ask someone on stream their age? Without being prepared to get the same question back in return? Why don't you tell chat how old you are? I don't know. Apparently it rains a lot in St. Pete about a third of the year, at least during summer. Etal is almost 30, I believe. He's a big boy. Thank you, some of that. But I'm actually 31. However, I did get carded recently because they couldn't see my beard when I bought some whiskey. If I remove the beard, they're not sure. They have to play it safe. Beard equals age, apparently, which is fine by me. Maybe it was just store procedure and I'm reading too much into it, but I like to believe. Also bald? No, that's just my tiara cosplay. It has that effect. My birthday is soon. Nice, Karatobi. Happy birthday in advance. Chat, thanks for flying. That was a really fun community flight. Enjoyed seeing St. Petersburg. The church was awesome. And in general, the countryside, the time of day, the weather, the cloud formations. Good morning, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Should be 8:13 local time. Nice morning flight. Got to see a little bit of light showers. It's kind of chilled out since then. It's not sprinkling anymore. Well done. Good flight. Now, we're going to change gears. And we're going to do a try-hard realism flight. In maybe an A320. I'm feeling it. We had a couple good bush flights. Some really lovely just prop plane excursions. Went from Seattle, got to see downtown Seattle in detail at the beginning of the stream. Flew to Vancouver. And then did the St. Petersburg flight from just out of town to the north. So let's do A320 time. Different experience entirely. And I haven't flown it in a while. All right, is it Victoria that we flew through on Vancouver Island? Why do I keep getting Victoria confused with Alexandria? I think it was Victoria. And we did a water landing in the Icon. Dude, some fun planes today. Honestly, the Cub is awesome. It's got autopilot built in. It's got really easy trim. Only thing you got to remember is switching the fuel lines. So let's go ahead and try and spool this down and get ready for another flight. I'm going to try and learn how to do this backwards. All right, lights as required. Lights off. Avionics master switch is also off. Parking brake is on. Good job. We're going to idle the throttle. Already did. Starter engage. I think it's fine. Prop speed control lever needs to go all the way down. Alternator field needs to go off. Ignition switch is off. And I guess that's all it wanted. We didn't have time to... Sorry, chat. My people need me. Beware if you turn off your Cub plane, you might ascend to heaven. We did go to the church today, so that makes sense. I understand. Thank you for taking me away, God, so I don't have to crash to auto thrust anymore and embarrass myself in front of all these people. Still going up. IRL, you can cut the mixture first, then turn off the ignition, etc., everything else. Okay, gotcha. I'll try to remember that. He was so young. But anyway, dude. Chat, you like these? Huh? You like the cookies and cream? That's what these are. These are the cookie and cream shoes. They go from white on bottom to black on top. Yeah, actually, they're okay. Yes. They're a little dirty. I need to clean them, but you can't really tell because of this camera. These were actually kind of hard to find. I bought them like 2 years ago, and I had to buy them from like a third-party retailer. Why, you may ask? Because when I bought my 5 pairs of simultaneous shoes 2.5 years ago, I researched like 4 different ones that I wanted, and then I tracked them down and found them. And they just they were only like $70 though. For New Balance, that's cheap. When I say only $70, that's like half of what New Balance usually costs. Are you happy with your simulator equipment? Totally, yeah. The only complaint that I have is I wish TrackIR had a system that didn't rely on you wearing a hat or a headset, because I literally can't wear either of those. But TrackIR is so useful that I'm willing to put up with the tiara. Shoes indoors! It's okay, I never go outside, so there can't be any dirt on them. 200 IQ. Does anyone here like wearing shoes? Honestly, you get used to it. But I never wear shoes on stream normally. Thank you guys for all the subs. Earlier, I don't know if I missed anybody. I missed Dino Pulse Zeta, who's here 6 minutes ago with the Prime. Much appreciated. Just scrolling down to make sure I didn't skip anybody earlier. Chris Sweet Piano gifted 25 at the beginning of stream very generously. Robo Fussin, I got your channel point question. Oh, Yamitsu, are you still here? I'm sorry I missed your channel points. This is why I wanted to check. Chat, I think Yamitsu died and is gone. Chat, can someone listen? Also, Felix asked a question. Felix, are you gone as well? My bad. That's on me. Mods, is it possible to look into the channel point redemptions and give them their channel points back? I wish you could append a note to that. That would be cool. Maybe I can ping them. I'll just read it anyway. Felix says, hey, Tal, did you see the new news about Fitbit? Elon Musk wants to integrate them into your brain with an implant. I wish I were joking. I did not see that, no. I have no idea what they're talking about. But they said I wish I was joking.
Etal, how was your week? Thanks for asking. It's been really good. I've had Flight Sim on the brain, and I gotta tell you, it was worth waiting to come back into because this has just been so glorious. I have been having a lot of fun. Like, this is definitely, as great as Animal Crossing is, I think Animal Crossing is probably my video game of the year, and Microsoft Flight Sim is my experience of the year. If that makes sense. Microsoft Flight Sim is less of a video game to me, and it's more of like a total immersion, which that is the video game. But in terms of like objectives, gamification, progression, I have to say Animal Crossing is fantastic there, because you're constantly just chipping away at carving out a little place for yourself to call home. And this is more about like letting your spirit soar. You know what I mean? Like you can just, I can let myself go in here, and it feels like I've given myself every advantage with head tracking, the good gear, and the pedals and stuff, and I'm sorry to flex, but like those things combined with what they have developed has made, like I've just never played anything like a flight simulator in gaming before. So in terms of just first experience flight simulators, this is the perfect entry point. With enough of a ceiling of depth that I feel like I'm still a beginner. What brand are those pedals? These are T-Rudders from VKB. But if you are a novice like I was, it was a little difficult to set up. I had some trouble getting them to register with Flight Sim. If you also have trouble, listen, chat, if this is serious, if you get these VKB pedals because you're just like, Etalyx has them, I have to have them, and you can't figure out how to get Microsoft Flight Sim to work with them, please actually tag me in my Discord or something, because I literally have written explicit instructions on how to connect them. I don't want somebody out there to be like, I bought these stupid pedals because some idiot e-boy was playing with them. I asked him what pedals he had. He said T-Rudders from VKB, and I said, do you like them? He said, yeah, and then I bought them, and I can't get them to connect. So if that's you, then before you write me off and chastise me for misleading you, then please ping me, and I will link you my explanation on how I got these working, because it took me, and Kairotobi and any other mods will attest to this, it took like 6 hours. 3 hours the night before the first stream and 3 hours the day of. That's why we were so late on the first plane stream. What are these pedals? I was there for moral support. Well, I figured it out because I was able to talk through it. You should actually post on a real forum. I kind of didn't. I posted like, when I originally Googled the pedals, someone else on Reddit, yes, Omega lol Reddit, I know, but Reddit is like the one place that always comes up in Google results, that always has information. And they were like, yo, I can't figure out how to connect these. They had a topic. And I was like, yo, bro, tell me if you figure it out, because I am having the same problem. And they were like, you do the same for me. So I did. So when I figured it out, I gave them a step-by-step instruction tutorial, and they were like, dude, it worked. I saved that guy. It took them like 2 days to respond because they didn't check their inbox, I guess. But they were like, I did exactly what you said, and it connected, and my pedals work now. So I saved at least one person who couldn't get them hooked up to Microsoft Flight Sim. So there's a chance that somebody else will Google these same pedals, the same game, and come up with that Reddit thread, and they might see my instructions. So I did post it somewhere. It's out there. You could probably find it if you search the right keywords. But I'll be happy to link it to you if you end up getting the same ones. They're really good, and I figured out how to configure the dead zone last time in-game. Last time we played this, I think. I can actually go to controls. This was super helpful too. I can go to VKB T-Rudders, and then I can do sensitivity.
and I can actually customize the axis. So you can see, like I have a small dead zone that extends to here. So no movement if I just like tap it, right? Barely any movement if I tap it. But then it's like on a curve. So I get more resistance and then less resistance once I hit the halfway point. And then like to floor it, it just shoots straight up. So you can configure this pretty well. Extend the dead zone, change the sensitivity, and it makes it a lot more usable. So now I can go over halfway down on the rudders and still just be at like 60% there, and it feels a lot better. I might even customize it a little more, but right now it's fine. I didn't know where this was in the game. So if you're like me and you just never saw the sensitivity button, speaking of buttons I didn't know were in the game, this is gonna be really dumb, but it's super basic, and it took me 60 hours before I knew it was here. On the world map, dude, you can do filters. I never clicked on this. So if you're wondering why my world map looks different, it's because I turned off weather, and you can turn on like wind conditions, see where friends are. But yeah, I turned off weather, which is still in the game. I just turned off weather on the map so I could see each airstrip without it being obscured by a cloud of white. Didn't know there was a filter button. If you never want to land on a grass runway, you can turn any type of runway you want. By the way, heliports exist. So like, I fully expect there to be a helicopter at some point in the game. There has to be. You can't just render heliports. And then you can turn on fauna, so you can see where animals are and stuff. And then various navigation aids, which I don't really know what these do, but some pretty nifty options here. Blend basically makes it so when you zoom in, it turns to IFR. But if you want it to only be satellite, you can do that too. It just gets really blurry when you get really far down, but that may be more helpful for some of you. But yeah, the world looks better now that there's clouds and stuff. Okay, let's do a big flight. Doesn't have to be super long, but let's bust out the Airbus A320neo and get a rematch, I think. And also, while we're here, let's go ahead and go to options. I might also just reboot the game real quick. It's been open for like 5 hours. Might be nice to get a clean refresh. Because I noticed that we're only getting like 25 FPS in the main menu here. So we're gonna go enable, 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 on. Okay, all damage back. Apply and save. Done. Yeah, let's just restart the game real quick. Make sure it's at its best. They said in a German magazine the helicopters are coming in like a year. Yeah, it's probably, some of this stuff is going to be pretty far out. I think the team is not that big. I'm curious if they're going to hire any more people. How many devs at Azobo? Azobo Studios is a French video game developer based in Bordeaux, founded in 2002. Their last game was A Plague Tale: Innocence, which we've talked about before, which is still insane. Number of employees, they got 140 plus employees. Their revenue 2014 was 7 million euros. I bet with Microsoft Flight Sim, that is like so far from reality. I hope they got paid well. Dude, their last game, I can't believe how far these babies have come from The Crew 2 in 2018. I don't know if they were main dev or like assistant dev. How do you go from The Crew 2 to Microsoft Flight Simulator? Hi, Captain Etalyx. What's the itinerary today? Well, we just completed a community flight, and now we're going to jump in to an A320 and do something transnational. Would that be the right word? Not transcontinental, transnational? Maybe? I think the difference between The Crew and Microsoft Flight Sim Weirdly, I don't know how to describe this. It's gonna sound really highfalutin and like dreamy, which it is, because I'd like to think this. But Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, the best way I could describe it is it feels like a game that the developers wanted to make. Whereas The Crew 2, from the short demo I played, felt like a game the developers were forced to make. Is that... I'm sure that's not the case, and I'm sure they were very happy, but... The Crew 2 is like a D- game, and A Plague Tale: Innocence like a C+. I've heard a lot of people like A Plague Tale, I just haven't played it. That's the best way I can describe this game, is it feels like a game the devs want to make. Which is just a nice feeling to have. Because you're not going against the grain. Sometimes you try to love something in spite of what it is. I'm trying to think of a game that we did that recently for. What's a game that we really liked in spite of what difficulties it brought? Deadly Premonition. True, but you could tell they wanted to make that. Because it's a pile of delicious garbage. But I didn't play Deadly Premonition 2, though. Kingdom Come Deliverance, that's true. But I don't think that those devs didn't want to make those games. I don't really know. I don't know where I was going with that. It's all good. Yeah, people tended to like the first Crew, I think. So, chat, I'm going back to offline. Thank you for flying with me, though. You guys are welcome to hang out on the stream as long as you want. Or follow along in your own world and maybe one-for-one copy my exact moves if you want. Maybe you'll learn more as I commit error after error in the A320. Let my error be your gain. We're gonna do live traffic, live weather, no visuals. I'm gonna go back to West Coast. So if you just want to follow me, you should still be able to see me on the west, but I want good ping for, I don't know, anything that I happen to see. But thanks to everybody who flew with me. That was a lot of fun. Yes, you did, Mr. Lazy Bear, but you're here in time for another flight. It is now sun coming up in Western Europe. So we got some Western Europe hotspots if we want. Not really in the mood for a night flight. What is this? Ruan Wilisaya Stupa. I think this would probably be more fun to fly in a bush plane. Let's do something that's kind of big time. Chad did want to go to Cairo. So many good options here. The thing is, chat, remember, we're not going to be in a bush plane. We're not going to get to go down and look closely. We're going to be flying high up. So wherever we go, I think it would be cool to do some larger airports with this. Some more passenger airports. A little bit of France. We did a little bit of France. We haven't done any major ports here. Frankfurt to Cairo. That's a big flight, dude. That's a little too much, I think. Frankfurt to Cairo. Give me a break. That being said, I would be not opposed. What about, So let's just take a look, here. Get all Google Maps out. How about Frankfurt to Amsterdam? That's a normal flight. That would probably be a very common A320 flight. Tiny flight? Yeah, but like it doesn't have to be massive. Let's see how long it would be. I can't even find it again because of the clouds. I can barely pass
Geography, normally. Okay, here's Frankfurt. Amsterdam is like right here, right? Yeah, that is a short flight. All right, 26 minutes. We can do better. You're right. We could do better. We could do a multi-part flight though, multi-prong. What about let's do a little bit of, since Crusader Kings 3 is coming up. Let's go home, dude. Let's go Milan. Let's start in Milan. And then fly. Dude, Milan to Algiers. That sounds like a fun flight. I don't know if that exists though, but it probably does. Big water flight. We could also fly, maybe Milan, Barcelona is probably in like an hour. A lot of water. We're gonna be above cloud level. I'm sure we're gonna be like 36,000 feet up. Milan to Brazil. All right, very funny. Let's go. Let's just see. Okay. What about like? You know what? I think I want to stand by that. Rome to Istanbul. I don't think that's. It's be a pretty good flight. Fly over Europe. Well, I mean, we're okay. What? We could just go Milan to Paris. That's got to be at least like an hour-and-a-half flight. We haven't done any of the like big name cities. We've been staying really under the radar in terms of like airports and stuff. We really haven't landed in that many big. The last one we did was Kennedy. That was the last big name airport we've done. Luxembourg. Looking at other options. Heathrow's here. Looking at other options. How long is this? This is only 59 minutes? Seriously? It's so short. How is this only 59 minutes in the air from Milan to Amsterdam? Going to Paris is going to be like less than an hour. I mean, it's not a big deal. This is a normal flight. I can fly from Vegas to LAX in 45 minutes, but the flight still exists. So I don't know why I'm arguing with it. We can do more flights if we do shorter ones and see more places. It doesn't have to be a 3-hour flight. Europe isn't that big. Yeah, I guess. All right, no. We're gonna go full Crusader Kings, chat. They're going full Crusader Kings here. We're gonna do Milan. We're gonna do how about Copenhagen to Milan? We've done Copenhagen once. Chat says yes. Because we flew into Kastrup, but I don't think we landed. So we're gonna depart Kastrup. And land Milan. Hour 22. All right, so about 2-hour flight. That's reasonable. Not overly long, just right to figure out the controls again. Get comfy in the air, have some chats, have some talks, kick your feet up.
The stakes for landing aren't as high when you haven't taken 5 hours to get somewhere. Just wait until next week, okay? You have no idea. Dude, I can't wait until I can talk about this in detail. I've told you everything that I can. Without either A, spoiling it, or B, giving someone else the opportunity to copy me and do exactly what I'm gonna do, but better and sooner. All right, we're gonna do a full passenger flight. Monka, shh. I'm just glad I'm gonna do it as soon as possible. I would have done it today, but it ain't ready. All right, I think we can actually take a small gate. I was watching Simcopter stream this, and he took a small gate, and then I looked up the plane.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
And sure enough, A320neo is a small plane, so I totally vastly overestimated its, you know, presence. There's not that many small gates, though. But this is one, C32, okay? And then Milan, we kind of need to go look at it, actually, if that's cool. It's gonna be fun. I don't know if we've done a north to south European flight. I don't think we've really been on the north-south axis. We've been mostly east-west, west-east. Ooh, interesting airfield here. We got a small runway for general aviation and a larger one for us. There we go, gate 45. It like unselected itself though. In fact, I don't think it's updating. I guess we could just get there and let them tell us where to go. How about that? How much time is the pre-flight on the A320? It's gonna be a while. Usually, once we get a flight queued up, it'll probably take us about 45 minutes to an hour to get in the air. Because I need to go through the pre-flight checklist. We do that all manually. We're gonna get catering, passengers to board. We're gonna get fuel if necessary, and everything in between. We're gonna make sure that we're nice and comfortable because I have crashed the A320 on takeoff before, and it can be a little tricky. And I haven't flown this in a while, so I want to make sure I get it right. And also, I want to make sure I have time to get maybe a refill on my drink. This is very watered down. I did not do a good job. Look how sad this is. Aw, look at the little melted ice cubes. But yes, the Dew Stainless, I am planning on streaming this game a bunch more, and the only thing I'll tell you is that we are planning a trip around the world. But the specifics of that are to be revealed. It's more complicated than you think. And it should start midweek next week. So I'm not going to keep you waiting too long. When I'm playing, I'm always worried about longer flights since I've had too many issues with the game crash. Yeah, chat, just remind me, like, I would say, once we make it to the halfway point to save, would be nice. Okay, so we're just going to let this pick wherever we're going to land. We definitely want to change off VFR. We're going high altitude airways. And let instrument flight rules guide us in. So what happens when you change to IFR? It means you're going to have to communicate with the ATC, air traffic control, and they're going to guide you basically the entire duration. But what it does is it opens up new drop-down window. This drop-down, and then this drop-down. And also this one, actually. So it lets you change some very important characteristics of your flight. So if you're doing these longer distance flights, like this one's going to be over an hour and a half, then this is the way you should be doing it. Unless you don't want to, then don't. But if you want a little bit more control over your waypoints, if you're flying by waypoints, or if you're flying, you know, in third person and you've got those turned on, you're curious why they have such hard turns, this is why. So like, here's where we're departing. So first of all, we're gonna change, I gotta figure this out still, so this is good learning for me. We've got runway 12, and runway 30. So we're actually going to be departing from runway 12. Right? So there should be 120 facing this way on the heading. So if we look at that, if we know for sure that we're on runway 12. Then what I want to do is find runway 12 on this list and kind of like tweak my approach. So notice I just clicked one button, lined it up with our runway, and we've got some new waypoints. So it's much, much more gentle, much easier to get on the correct path. So I'm going to leave that one. How much is a beer on an international ETAL air flight? Well, that depends on if you're first class or if you're in coach. So if you're in first class, we will provide one complimentary alcoholic beverage to anyone who is able to provide an identification to prove the validity of their age. That is going to come in the size of a small thimble. We're going to give you just enough to get you hooked, and then if you would please reveal your credit card and show it to the nearest flight attendant, they will provide a scanner that will take as many separate swipes as necessary at one time, and we will go into where the catering has brought aboard all of our specialized cocktails and bring you one as soon as the flight. We'll even give you a couple before it starts, but also, namely, drink service begins in earnest once we reach cruising altitude. Called it, he read my message and went back to the game. What did you say, Golden Fishy? Pog realistic flight with multiple stops for refueling. Once again, I'll say, you guys have no idea. Just wait. All will be revealed. I hope that will start at either Wednesday or Thursday of next week. That's when it will begin. It's Plane Stream 1.5, so be on the lookout. Until then, we're just going to have fun at our own pace, cruising around, choosing different hotspots, and trying out different planes, because honestly, this is fun enough for me. Like, this by itself is enough, but enough is never enough. And I got to take it to the next level. So we're trying to just bring it up a few notches on top of that. By the way, flight conditions rainy. Very cool. I'm really excited about this. I'm curious how that's going to go. I don't know how rainy, so that's going to be interesting. Anybody in Copenhagen may be able to look outside and give us a little weather forecast. All right, so here's what we're doing. We're at our arrival right now. We're going to be arriving at runway 36. So if we don't change anything, then we're just going to literally be directed straight here. This is what happened on what we will call the Cape Town incident. I did not choose an approach. So the first time we passed over, I think we just flew directly over. That being said, I do think pilots out there, you could probably tell me this is true. You should be able in the game to be like, yes, this is ETAL on Airbus Midas. Could you please give me an approach with waypoints? I'd like to update my flight plan. I don't know what the exact code is for that, but you could surely like correct that mid-flight. And they would probably provide you with some waypoints instead of what we were doing, which was just flying based on vector alone, which was ridiculous. But anyway, we're going to choose, since we're landing on runway 36, I'm going to look on ILS 36 on the different axes and kind of see what we end up with here. So just clicking one already has made a much, much cleaner approach. Let's try a Z-axis and see what that looks like. Looks basically the same to me. I think this is fine. So we're going to have a little distance, but I might want to check a couple more. What is it? So these are RNAV. I think we want to... What does ILS stand for? Insect Listening Services. Ironclad Lover Scandal. Infinite Losers Seabound. Instrument Landing System. That sounds right. All right, yeah, we want to do Instrument Landing System, not VORDME. Only if you really want to annoy ATC. Well, sometimes when you're in a passenger plane with 170 passengers, it's worth annoying ATC so that you can land all those souls aboard safely. You know? Also, hey, we get to choose a livery. Right, flying the Airbus comes with perks such as graphics All right, chat, what is a... Dude, let's pick a flight that's actually gonna fly out now. All right, what time is it? Time in Copenhagen. Chat, it is 7:48 a.m. All right, flight from Copenhagen to Milan. Probably doesn't exist, but maybe it does. It does! EasyJet, of course, it's EasyJet. Show flights. Google. Dude, Google actually makes this way easier than, like, Expedia and all the other ones. It tells me exactly when. Wait, no, this is for October 23rd. Why are these flights for, like, 2 months from now? Does no one fly into Milan for 2 months? Do you guys just take sabbaticals? I don't understand. Oh, I have it set to Friday, October 23rd. Why does it default there? What's today, chat? The 29th there? All right, departing on August the 29th? Coming back on, let's say, the 31st. Who cares? I don't know. Okay, chat, there is a flight that is departing at, best we can do is 3 o'clock, 12:25 p.m. Air France. That's the closest one. Air France flying out of Copenhagen and into Milan. Interesting. Do we have an Air France livery? Look at all these liveries, dude. Delta, Saudia Airlines, Air China, Ferrari, Aegean, Air Canada, some general ones, Air Berlin. There's EasyJet. Do we not? Is there not an Air France? There's Lufthansa. They definitely fly this route. JetBlue, interesting. Philippine Airlines, British Airways. Dude, Ferrari. There's American, New Zealand, Hong Kong, Swiss Air. A lot of cool ones here, dude. All right, I don't think they have Air France yet. So, next best one, we could do EasyJet. We could do... Lufthansa has one at 3 o'clock today. Let's do Lufthansa. We're gonna try and co-opt this. I know it's going a little ahead of schedule. Where's the new... Oh, here we go. There you go. This is an actual flight that is going to happen at 3 o'clock p.m. local time later today on the 29th. Well, tomorrow for me. So we're going to try and just replace them. Specifically, I'm trying to see if I can even find the... Are they not assigned a flight number until they're actually getting ready to fly? I'm trying to find, like, a flight number. Can anybody help me out here? If you guys could help, that would be awesome. You don't have to, though. I'll just suffer. While you're doing that, let's check out the range on the A320neo with 50%. Where is the range? That's huge! This is only a 50% fuel? No, they should have one. Okay, well... I'm having trouble tracking it down. It just says once... Oh, they actually stop in France. This is not an uninterrupted flight. We could do the actual... Chad, do you guys want to do the actual flight and stop in France? Or do you want to just say skip that reality and just go... Because it's going to be a really short couple of flights. France is cool, I think. Well, the thing is, I think Air France is what flies out of there, and I don't know if they do. But no, it's got to be with Lufthansa because it just says one stop. So that means it should be Lufthansa both ways. All right, I can't show you what I'm looking at because I don't know. Google likes to dox people and just... It's like, you know what pisses me off? When you open up Google Maps and it literally just zeroes to your exact location. I can never go to Google Maps on stream because of that. Like, stop. I'll tell you when I want you to watch me, okay? Google, I know you know where I live. I know you could do whatever you want because you know exactly where I am. You don't have to flex. That's why at least I'm glad Google Earth. I think Google Earth has an anonymity because it doesn't. I looked to see if it pinged my location. I don't think it does. Maybe it does, but anyway. All right. Let's try and get this flight number. Let's go to the Lufthansa page. I know you can't see. Book a flight now and discover the world. All right, let's do whatever. Cookie settings, just get me out of here. From Copenhagen to Milan. All airports, sure. Departure date. That's today, 8/29, and let's say it doesn't matter when we come back. We're not doing round trip. One way. One adult, economy. Okay, search flights. I like the idea of doing a real one. It lets me implant myself and be the actual pilot. And it's just fun to know that we're doing something that actually exists in real life somehow. Okay. We found a flight. Again, the same one at 3. Oh, LH829. There we go. Gotcha. So let's go ahead and tweak ATC options. Flight number, we are going to be LH829. Wait, I guess it'd just be 829. I can't do that many characters. Call sign? What would the call sign for Lufthansa be, I wonder? I kind of just want to hear the AI say it, so let's just do that. And then tail number, who knows? One-way trip, monk ass. Marks all of my favorite locations for me, for everyone to see. Hey, Starkale. Flight tail number. This is just going to be like the plane's actual number. You know what? If you don't have anything else, may as well go full Lost. That's flight 815, though, which is not the same as the tail number. How about Midas is 12 years old this year? He's 12. Append heavy, no thanks. Tail number on. Yep. Failures off. Not prepared for that. Weight and balance. We can go ahead and tweak this too. Let's just say pilot, co-pilot are the same weight. Okay, let's say this is gonna be a 3 o'clock p.m. flight. Let's say this is fairly full. Let's say there's like 5 seats open. So we're gonna have about a capacity. We're gonna have about 165 people aboard, and then we're gonna look up average weight of passengers on planes. 200 pounds, according to the New York Times, is the average weight assigned to each passenger by the FAA. 200 pounds for men, 179 pounds for women, 76 pounds for children under 13. They're very specific. So let's just say it's a 50-50 men-women split, and let's say the total average is 190 then. Okay? So we're going to multiply 165 passengers times 190 total average pounds. 31,350. Okay? So out of that 31,000, let's assume that 20% are business class. That's probably a bit high. Right? It's probably a little high. It's probably like 15%. Probably even less than that, but let's do 15%. 4,702. See, they even estimate higher than me. So my estimate might be low. It's the weekend. Dude, it is the weekend. All right, let's say 20%. It's actually going to be really close to their estimate. It might even be exact. 6,270. Yeah, it's basically what they already had, hilariously. But
We're gonna have economy class is gonna make up the difference. So we're gonna do 31,350 minus 60,270, which is what we just used. 25,000 in economy. We don't have any in-between classes. So it's gonna be quite heavy. 25,080. Okay, that just brought the center of balance down quite a bit. We just went from like 6,000 to we just added like 19,000 pounds. Hello there, fellow passengers. Our pilots are feeling good. Pilots feeling good and getting ready for big passenger duo flight. Potentially, chat said they wanted to stop in France, but I don't know if they actually do or not. I think they just want me to take off and land twice. But I'm down. I'm down to imitate the real deal. All right, forward baggage. Average weight of baggage on planes is about 50 pounds per person. 50 pounds per person. So we said that we're going to estimate 165 people times 50 pounds each. That's 8,250. So we're just going to split the baggage up more in the front. So let's say 5,505 in the front and then about 3,000 and change in the back. That brings the center of balance back to pretty close to the middle. We got plenty of fuel at 50%. We're just going to leave that on default. Maybe fuel up at the next at the France stop. We're just gonna fly Lufthansa the entire way. Okay. So failures off. ATC check. Weight and balance is good. Livery is selected for Lufthansa. Aircraft selection is good. We're gonna close this. We got our approach, our departure. This looks fantastic, but I'm gonna change once I figure out where they're gonna land in France. I have no idea. Just this FRA. That's probably just the actual identifying code. Chat, is FRA a code or is where is it going? It just says one stop. Chat, it would cost 2,100 DKK to fly economy and 5,600 DKK to fly business. 6 seats left. Why is it 2.5 times more expensive? You could just fly twice in economy. I bet Lufthansa has pretty good economy. Like JetBlue does, for example. All right, honestly, I have no idea where this is going. I'm gonna click economy and see if I can figure it out. Okay, I figured it out. It's going to... You guys are gonna laugh. We're not going to France, Chad. FRA is for Frankfurt. Frankfurt, not France. Close though. Relatively close. That is the code for Frankfurt International Airport, FRA. Why doesn't it come up then? FRA is, I guess, too many different... Is there an FRA on here? Can I just hit enter? No, you can't. What? Frankfurt is just East Francia, which is basically France, right? Yeah, exactly. Somewhere a dev is watching and like, gonna have to fix that. Did they just change it? Is it EDDF? This has to be it. This is huge. Look how many runways there are. A lot of people here too. Those are players. EDDF. It's gonna be my arrival instead. So it's gonna be, oh, still 52 minutes. All right, this is still evenly split. So we're gonna have one stopover, chat. We're gonna choose, these are both big runways, but this is runway 25C in particular. So we're gonna choose some different approaches here. Why is that still kind of crooked? Oh, no, no, no. What have you done? Ooh, wait a second. Not yet.
Is this why I'm landing on 25C, right? Why is it all bringing? Is it the approach? Okay, yeah, it's the approach. Go back up one. Go to Kara 3L25C and then just change the approach to ILS. Chat, where's ILS 25C? 25R. Okay, this is fine. No, it's not. Where is this? That's 25R. This is okay, they actually are different. There it is. There it is. Why is there a little wave right there? That's still the best one. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. That's gonna be our approach. Locked in. It makes total sense. I don't like that we have to go on this MTR waypoint, so I wonder if I can remove this. You shouldn't have done that. All right, let's try again then. 25. What if we let's try landing on 25R instead of 25C? What do you say? I'm still not really sure. I'm kind of just clicking at random until it makes sense. I'm going to be totally honest with you all. I know kind of what to do. See? There you go. Actually, this is perfect. 25R. Gotta. Yes, sir. I've got reports of a plane making an S-curve. Airbus seems to be full of passengers. I can see them with my binoculars. Their faces are pressed up against the window due to the nature of the turning and banking angles that the pilot is at to take for this approach. Please advise. Serpentine. Sir, this flight was scheduled to take off 1 hour ago. No, it's actually scheduled for 3 p.m. today. We're doing a real flight. What is this? There's so much info to unpack in IFR approaches and arrivals, and I don't totally have the knowledge, time, or sobriety to try and help out. Well, understandable. I think we're just looking for a different 25R, to be honest, and not RNAV. I think we were good where we were a second ago. I see a Psycho in chat as well. Hello, Psycho Sim. I'm about to fly the Airbus A320neo. I think, did you get a sniff of that? And then come calling. We're actually going to do 2 back-to-back. Sim can smell the Airbus from a mile away. All the way from California. All right, let's try resetting this. I think it's because I deleted a waypoint, actually. If you guys want to know why. I'm going to try 25R again. Not that one, though. The Kara 25R. Okay. Then try to find that same approach. I think it's because I deleted a waypoint. So we want ILS. Oh, it's literally at the top. See, that's better. This might literally be the only way to do it, and you know what? I'm fine with this, because even though there's a big jaggy here, what we're gonna realistically end up doing is just either making a really wide turn or cutting it. And I think we need to take this wide turn though, because we just need time to descend and slow down. So let's actually open up the nav log. This is MTR. So from MTR, we're gonna be at about an altitude, according to this, of 4,500 feet. So that should be enough time. We're gonna start our descent here. And we're gonna go from 37,000 to 11,000. So we got plenty of space to make that happen. And then from 11,000, so when you set up these arrivals and approaches and such, this is what you're effectively doing. You're creating waypoints that ATC is going to be able to advise. You're going to be able to confirm what height you should or shouldn't be at a certain distance. So if you're curious how I figure out that information, it's just like this. Just setting up the arrival approach beforehand. Just line it up with whatever runway you've got. So if you just zoom in, mouse over the runway, 25R, find all the options that have that runway in them, and just look and see which one looks the best. That's all I do. So it's really easy. All right, we're going to save this flight. This is going to be part 1 of a 2-part flight, which I'm pretty excited about. See, I think we changed the... I'm glad I double-checked this, because we accidentally got off this information. We need to find that small gate. There we go. B-17 is fine. And we're going to depart. We're departing from runway 12. So we're going to do the same thing. We just look at runway 12. Find a 12, click it, and see if you like it. See? Don't like it, because that's going north. So we want to find one that goes south. There you go. That one goes south, pretty far west. It's fine. We could find maybe a different one. And I think you can delete some waypoints if you want to along the way. So we might just keep the ones that we were just looking at. These are fine. Still a 54-minute flight. Gives us plenty of time to ascend. Okay. Let's, this is the same. Confirm. Kastrup, Copenhagen to Frankfurt. Part 1 of our Lufthansa flight to Milan. It's a 2-part flight. So we're ultimately going to Milan. So let's do... I'm making a save right now. You can't see. Copen to Frankfurt to Milan. Anyone want to do competitive pit crawls while we wait? I do. I'm just kidding. Let us take to the cockpit, and they'll probably take a Gamer Deathbot break before this flight. Everyone take a bathroom break and get some snacks. I can smell you. Sim, did you stream tonight? If you did, I hope you had a good stream if you were playing some flight simulator. But if you did, feel free to share where you went and what adventures you undertook today. Had another streamer pop in earlier who was talking about their excitement for the game, and it's really cool how it's kind of like... I feel like it's given a lot of people that I follow on Twitch something immediately in common, and it's been really fun to see that interest kind of morph and spread through a bunch of people that I didn't really expect to take to it as well as they did. So it's been really unifying like that, and I've appreciated it. Look at these conditions. I have never tried to fly during the rain. It's a little hazy outside. Oh yeah, this is gonna be cool. What time is it local? I'm just gonna leave it on this screen while I BRB so you guys can get some different camera angles. And it's not just locked into the cockpit, if that's okay. I already ate my snacks. Don't worry, we will provide more complimentary snacks once we get... I guess I could go ahead and get the services started up, but honestly, I'd rather just BRB real quick and get a refill. I'd be more comfortable doing that. So get comfortable, get yourself a snack, and we will get this show on the road in a little while. Okay? For now, I'm gonna take care of my son, give him another snack, give him a treat. He's getting out of his bed right now, and I'm gonna get a refill, okay? Sim says, long daddy day today, so I just woke up from a nap doing Spirit Airlines from Fort Lauderdale to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic later. That sounds cool. Fort Lauderdale to the Dominican Republic. You'll be missing the tropical storms. And in general, sounds like a nice island landing. You got coffee malts here, Ace Tech? But yes, I have a daddy day too, but not quite to the same degree. Hello. Ugh. Hello, puppy daycare. Thank you. That's very nice. What are you doing? What have you been up to?
What are you doing? What are you thinking about? He's like, I don't know. How about you give me a treat? How about you give me something to eat? And let me go outside. Good night, chat, says Ace Tech. Have a good one, dude. Good luck on your flight tomorrow. Hope you guys have fun. Whoever flies along. Join the Discord and go to the Runway channel. And Ace Tech is going to do a 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific coordinated voice comms learning flight on a handcrafted route through France. It should be fun. All right, chat. Thanks for waiting. Hang tight. I'll be back momentarily. And Debaser, thank you for your 3 months of sub. Dino Pulse Zeta. Did I miss you guys earlier? Or did those just appear out of nowhere? I think I got Dino Pulse, but Debaser, thank you for the love. And welcome back for 3 months. Glad to have you tonight. And I'm looking forward to flying with you here in a moment. Hang tight. BRB. What's up? I forgot to put my BRB up, but I think that was obvious given the camera. So I don't feel too guilty about it. How you guys doing today? Or tonight, for me. It's not yet tomorrow, right, Syntax Squid? You know what I'm saying? Good. Aw, good. Good, I'm playing Civ 6. I would like to play more Civ, but I want like an expansion. Wait. There we go. Quite cozy. Doing good, streamer. Thanks for asking. Oh, I'm having so much fun. This is my, just sweet release from 4 days of fasting, man. I'm ready to have a nice, good, hopefully uneventful rain, cloudy, overcast, dreary Copenhagen to Frankfurt, and then Frankfurt to Milan. Sounds like fun. It is worth noting that we have a 455 true airspeed cruising. Limitation, visibility about 5.6 nautical miles. It's 8:22 a.m. local time, so good morning to Copenhagen. Max altitude of 39,000 feet, so we really don't even want to get close to that. We want to stay probably closer to around 31, 32,000. Somewhere in there. You don't want to hit your max. That would be bad. Streamer, in an hour 30, you will hit a stream time of 8 hours. Please consider ending it there for efficient rest. No. I slept for almost 8 hours last night. I'm good. Plane streams are very much exceptions to the... Normally, this is not going to be a 12-hour stream rule. Plane streams are just play as much as you want and then deal with the consequences later. Okay, good afternoon, evening. Hello, Osterville. We are about to get started with procedure here, which I have not flown an A320 in some time now. So, I don't have it memorized. Let's go ahead and don our headgear. If you're easily motion sick, look away for a moment while the camera moves around until I get my TR. Dude, I looked at myself in the mirror in the bathroom and I was like... It looks like I just stepped out in this rain and just stood out there for 30 minutes and then came back in. Because of this tiara. It's just like totally giving me rain hair. I don't know how else to describe it. But it is absolutely rain hair. All right, let's go ahead and tweak my center point. Actually, this is pretty good. This is pretty good the way it is. Happy with it. It's a diadem. I think a diadem is a crown, though. If I'm not mistaken. Good morning. That airport looks very familiar. We shouldn't be in we wouldn't be in Copenhagen, would we? Gravelfoot. No, nothing quite that Denmarkish. Copenhagen to... first of all, we're going to Frankfurt. So I'm going to put that in the title. Should I add an... I should add an extra emoji. What else is there besides plane? How about map?
You have to search, if you're searching on Google, you have to call it an emoji, because that's what comes up. I know it's an emote, as far as we civilized people are concerned. But for the uncivilized web, add flush to the why would I add flush to the title? What are we doing that's going to require some flush? I don't know. Welcome all, hope you enjoyed it here. We literally just got here. You heard a good time, Gravelfoot. All right, everybody. Let's remember how to get an A320 out of the gate. First of all, let's just take a look around. Enjoy the airport, shall we? There we go. It is a dreary day in Copenhagen. Can Copenhagen locals confirm the weather right now? Have a good night, Kairatobi. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Leota, how do you know the actual airport codes that we're going to? Are you becoming a pilot yourself? There's the control tower. Way over there if you wanted to see it. I wrote them down when we were planning. Wow. Actually, this is a control tower too, but this is like probably the ground tower, and this is probably for, I would assume, coordinating takeoff and landings, but maybe it's not. Maybe I'm totally wrong. This is really interesting to me just because it's so different from what we're used to. By the way, Copenhagen Airport looks really nice. It's got these clean alleys with different branching gates. So you've got kind of like the main terminal that goes consistently, and then it branches off into these side terminals for the passenger planes. And we've got generic models on right now. I could probably turn on something less generic. I don't know how much that actually affects graphics, but now that I looked at it, it's bothering me, and I don't care if I lose frames. I'm sure it won't update until we see different planes, but now I'm just like... I just noticed it while I was looking around. A lot of planes parked here, though. Maybe close to 24. Look at this taxi system. How would you figure out where you're supposed to go without... Like, there's kind of an appeal to that, though, you know? Like, learning one airport good enough where you can taxi without needing to look at a guide, without needing to look at the heads-up display that tells you exactly where to go. But anyway, here's our beautiful plane. We've got a custom livery. We are flying Lufthansa today. This is a real flight that's going to take place at 3 p.m. local time today. It is going to Frankfurt, and then from Frankfurt to Milan, one stop. So we are going to Frankfurt and then to Milan. So we're going to mirror this exact flight. And we've even got the flight number, and we have guesstimated that it is a weekend flight with close to full capacity. It's a Saturday flight, probably going to be, we have like 5 seats open on the entire plane, and we have calculated even as far as getting the weights. We need to get people's baggage on here and start getting this off the ground. So let me look and see what we were supposed to do. If I played one plane enough, I could actually start remembering how to organize this. Battery switch is on. All right, it's been a while, A320. Be gentle. It has to be these. Ooh, shiny. All right, battery master 1 and 2 are on. So we're going to check that. External power on if available. Okay, check. I don't remember these green lines being lit up. Did that always happen? Engine generators on/fault displayed. Check. Check. They are both already on. Engine bleed air switch. They're already on as well. APU master switch should be on. I have an APU master switch on my board, and I'm trying to avoid doing that. I always forget where APU master is here. It's because it's like in a different subsection. APU start. You're good. Then we've got wait for available lit. And then APU bleed on. So we're currently spooling up, I think. So we'll give that a second. I'll look at chat. If this were a Black Mirror episode, Etalyx would be piloting the real flight. We've kind of joked about that because there was a time where we did a real flight and I crashed the plane, and we joked that I had to crash the virtual plane so the real plane could land safely and successfully. Oh, hi, chat. Cute chat is online. Chat, please keep your jokes tasteful and not based on some fringe reality that you perceive to be funny. Literally the second Kyra Toby leaves. Why am I here? Hi, Zanpop. Hi, dummies. Let's check and see if it is ready to go. Hey, it is. Available's lit. So then we toggle APU bleed. I'll listen to that sound. Ooh, yeah. That's the one. And then external power can go off. I literally just turned that on. And I always forget where it is. There it is. Fuel pumps on, beacon on. Why do I always look down for fuel pumps? I don't think fuel pumps are down here, and I always look down here. I know engine buttons are down here, and then engine mode selector is down here. There's engine masters. Fuel pumps, I'm pretty sure... There's like 6 buttons, right? Okay, 6 fuel pumps. Turn your beacon on so that people know where you are. There was something so satisfying about figuring out where all these buttons are. Seriously, it's like... It scratches an itch that I can only describe... I don't even know how to describe it. Do you guys know the, like, what is the... this is going to be a terrible analogy. Does anyone else think it's, like, oddly satisfying... No... I don't even know how to describe it. It's going to sound weird. Well, that's okay. Was anyone else strangely, like, interested in... Like, when I was a kid, I thought it was cool to see, like, snakes shedding their skin. Or, like butterflies sprouting from cocoons. That type of thing. I don't know why, but this reminds me of that. Like, just figuring out where everything is on the board and, like, remembering little details like 6 buttons for fuel pumps. Never mind, you can stop now. Sounds disgusting. Some of you guys are like, no, you buffoon, and some of you are like, I know exactly what wavelength you're on. That is cool, yeah. The thrill of discovery and learning, kind of. It's like, I don't know why my brain goes to that as an analogy, but it is like you are shirking off like your ignorance to some degree, and I'm actually processing some knowledge and understanding of how these systems interact with each other just by doing. So I think that's why it reminds me of that, because it's like, I'm still a weenie and I'm still a little baby when it comes to planes, but I feel like some of it is sinking in and I'm starting to feel more competent and more comfortable on my own without assists. You know what I mean? I'm getting to flex those muscles of like, yeah, no, I remember not being able to find fuel pumps and there were 6 buttons. Bam, 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 bam. Like, I'm starting to be able to put it into practice instead of just... Like, I feel like I'm faking it till I make it at this point. So, beacons are on, and it's just, I don't know, clicking the buttons has like a weirdly satisfying appeal to it, just clicking the individual buttons. All right, thrust lever. That's this guy, but in this case, it's on the right. Auto thrust. Thrust lever idle, check. Engine mode selector, IGN start. Okay, ignition start. Engine master 2 on. So here's what we're gonna do, chat. We're not gonna turn anything on, actually. We're actually gonna flip this off. Now that we've got radio contact with ATC, we're gonna leave. We're doing try hard sweaty realism. We're gonna contact ground services, and we are going to tune to the ground channel and go ahead and request baggage service and the jetway connection so that we can start boarding our business class passengers today.
Lufthansa 829er baggage is on the way. Castrop ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft? Lufthansa 829er, the jetway is going to be connected.
This is an extremely efficient jetway operator, dude. They nail it. First try every time. They never have to make adjustments. This person has done this 10,000 times. All right, let's go ahead and get catering on board.
Castrop ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please send the catering truck?
Where can I see my battery level?
The catering truck is on the road.
I've asked this a dozen times and never really figured it out. How do I tell how much power I have without turning on an engine? I assume we have enough that we don't need to just be connected to the ground, but maybe it would be wise. All right, so that's beeping, just letting us know that the jetway is connected. We're gonna mute it because we know the jetway is connected. And we are just going to go ahead and give a little bit of time for baggage to get on. There's a baggage claim right there. So believe it or not, you can actually see the individual bag right there going up one at a time. I don't know why they only simulated one cart though. The rest of you, you're going to have to contact our customer service team to get the rest of your baggage because the driver has decided that your baggage wasn't important enough and we're only going to load the first third. Bye. The rest of this baggage is going to soak in the rain for a little while. I wonder what happens if you summon baggage claim again, though. I'm actually kind of interested to try. I just had rocks in mine. In your baggage? Someone said it's not rendered in the default. You can start with APU, I think. You can't see battery info in the default ICAS. Do you know how to check battery info at all? In the game currently, or no? Cool seeing the door open and close and stuff. I just enjoy watching all the little details. Because the power supply truck is there and waiting, and pushback is waiting too. So chat, correct me if I'm wrong. You can turn on, oh, there's catering service. Okay, catering's done. You can turn on the right engine, correct? That's what is normal. Turning on the right engine while passengers board. As far as I know, it doesn't really matter from my very limited testing for power. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the right engine turned on while business class passengers come in. We should be clear. Let's go ahead and go to ignition start. And then engine 2 spool up. Now that we've got catering done and baggage is on board. Did I do something wrong? I think it just takes a while. It does just take a while. Okay. So what we're looking at here is, we should be looking at N2%. This is just, I'm trying to think of how to explain this. It usually needs to get to a certain level for you to confirm that it is stabilized, and it doesn't specify. What's the best way to explain this, chat? Basically just the operational percentage of your turbine. It's a combination of factors. And as it spools up, we should notice PSI. What was that noise? What was that? Turning on the AP is a power generator on board. The big jets have them, so you don't need to turn on the engines to keep power. Basically. Monka S. Sorry, I'll be more quiet. What are you doing back there, Robot Mystic? But yes, I don't know how to explain N2%. I'm just going to look it up. But it's basically just the operational capacity of your engine. All right, N2 is the engine core, used mainly during engine start or initial starter engagement. The N2 starts turning first, and things like adding...
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Fuel plus ignition and then later disengaging the starter are based on specified needs. If you have N1 in rotation before the engine is off, as long as you have N1 rotation before lighting the engine off, that doesn't make any sense. Once the engine is running, power is generally set with reference to N1 or fuel flow rather than N2. So yes, N2 is specifically for startup. N1 and N2 are both tachometers, showing percentages instead of values because it's a lot easier to talk about 52% N2 than 6,350 N2 RPM. So it's directly related to RPM. I mean, you could see it like increasing as the engine spooled up. N1 is fan speed, pretty sure? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we got engine one of the engines on. I will confirm they are stabilized after we get the next one on, but we're not going to get the left engine on until probably pushback, right? So let's go ahead and take a look outside. See how we're doing. We will request jetway disconnection in a moment. Why don't we just request baggage service again and see what happens? I'm
Castro
curious.
ground Lufthansa 829er. Could you please send the baggage? Lufthansa 829er.
Will they do another row or what? I'm curious. By the way, look at that engine detail. So this is not a good time to get baggage, actually. Hang on. Hang on. Request baggage end. I don't want you to get sucked into the turbine.
Lufthansa 829er. I am done.
They're not
Baggage
going
service.
to, but... Meep. Go ahead and back on up there. I told you I was going to try and sweaty try hard this one. Let's just assume the baggage is on there. For the sake of argument. And while the rest of the passengers are boarding, I want to take a look around and kind of refresh my memory with some of the different instrumentations. Namely, I was led to believe that the reason we were having such auto-thrust issues is because I had an airspeed selected on my flight panel here, on my instruments. So we're going to try disabling this or turning this very far down and seeing if that matters. Chat, this is a good opportunity for you if you're a real professional with the A320neo to go ahead and tell me, how do you change this off of a fly-by-wire system and turn it on to manual control? Because I genuinely don't know. Also, are these how you actually steer the plane? Like, chat, does the pilot have to be left-handed and the co-pilot has to be right-handed? What? If you're a co-pilot for like 2 years and you finally get to be the pilot, like the captain in your first flight, do you have to just change hands? That feels like that would be very disorienting. Dude, pay attention, you're talking too much. Welcome to Twitch, Natalie Portman. You two message having June 1st account created less than 2 months ago individual. He doesn't know. He thought he was on YouTube for a second watching a silent playthrough.
I thought Natalie Portman was nice. Natalie Portman has a little bit of knowledge to gain as far as the internet is concerned. Pretty sure there is no manual flying on the Airbus. From what I read, you can disable the fly-by-wire system on the Airbus. I don't know if you can in game, but you can in real life. And what I read was that's the only way to disable autothrust fully right now, because in the game you can click the button, but it only takes you so far. I don't know how to... You're not really supposed to disengage autothrust. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to come in at a certain speed from a certain height. And then if you... Basically, you do not want to idle the thrusters until you hit that certain range. And I believe, I could be mistaken, I think it was 50 feet. And I'm trying to... All right, looks like all the passengers have boarded. Didn't even have to request the jetway connection end. Everybody's on board. But from what I read, you have to be 50 feet before you bring the thruster back to idle. And then you also have to be going a certain speed. I think it was like 160 knots. It was either 160 or 140. And then if you do that, if you go to idle 50 feet up, while also traveling 160 knots, the auto thrust system should disengage, I think. I don't think I can do that, but the other thing I read was that you could take manual control and stop flying by wire. But there is actually a disengage on the Airbus A320neo that I believe is not possible in the game at present to fully disengage. Why aren't you playing online? Because you're probably doing something dumb that you are wondering why you can't see in front of my windshield, and you missed your opportunity because we just did the community flight just before you got here. All I know is Autothrust wants to kill you and everyone else on board. Idle thrust at 30 feet. See, I read 50. And don't pitch the plane up higher than 10 degrees or the alpha floor safety system kicks in and applies full throttle. All right, I'm probably gonna screw it up, but I'll try to remember 10 degrees. If I screw it up, then you guys can laugh. And it's fine. But I'm gonna say it's 50 feet, not 30. 30 is so low, dude, for you to go to full idle from. 30 feet is like, normally when I get to 30 feet, this is what happens. 50 feet, 40 feet, 30, 20, 10, blah, and then you just hit the ground. Like there's almost no chance. I would have to be like 30, 20, like right in there. I laughed because he failed. Usually that's how it goes. Where are the de-icers? I believe the de-icers are on this panel right here. We got engine, engine 2, probes, window heat, wing de-ice. So I know where the de-ice is. We're also gonna get strobe lights on. Let's turn on, before we go anywhere, runway turn lights. Why runway turn? Nav and logo. All right, chat, I just got a drink, took Midas out, but I didn't actually pee myself. So now I'm gonna pee myself. You know what I'm saying? Before we actually go. I'm gonna be on, this is gonna be like a 3-hour sequence of flights. I knew I forgot something. All right, listen, the captain needs to go. So you can just wait. Yes, I'm going to go pee myself. You heard me correctly. I'll be back in just a moment.
Yes, I wash my hands. Don't ask. I don't believe you. I did, though. Coronis, thank you for the 23 months of sub, dude. Almost 2 years. Good evening. We're about to do pushback and take off after that. So before we get the other engine on, we do need to request pushback, and then we will be on our way for what is in real life about a 3 o'clock flight, but what for us will be about a 9:10 flight, something like that. This is a real Lufthansa flight that we are getting ready to take part on. Where's my tail number? I don't know. Oh, I think I saw it. 12. There it is. That's not my flight number, but that is my plane number. This airport is really nice. I mean, you can't tell because the rain, but the rain's cool too. Are there wipers on this? I don't think I need them, but I'm curious. Do you guys know if there are wipers on this? Probably not. Goes too fast. It would rip off. We've flown a couple planes with wipers that are faster than you think they are. Okay, let's go ahead and get pushback. I do pee in a bottle below my PC. So, step 1, we need to register our flight. Let's request clearance. We're just chilling here.
Kastrup ground Lufthansa 829er IFR.
Probably be good considering all the passengers that are on board. You know, they probably want to go
Lufthansa
somewhere.
829er is cleared to Frankfurt Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 12 climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 120.255 squawk 1117.
Okay, maintain 7,000 feet. We're good as filed. Take off runway 12. Everything looks good. Let's acknowledge.
Lufthansa 829er cleared to Frankfurt Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 12 climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Departure on 120.255 squawk 1117.
Wipers in the top panel.
Lufthansa 829er read back correct. Contact ground on 121.625.
Are there really? It's inoperable. You're right, but it's inoperable. Okay, so we are ready, Chad. Let's go ahead and get taxi clearance so that we can make our way down the runway, or down the, taxi to the runway. And then we'll get clearance for takeoff.
Kastrup ground Lufthansa 829er with Mike ready to taxi IFR. Lufthansa 829er taxi to and
The wipers on your side? Oh, sorry, I didn't know there were two. Where are the wipers on my side? Oh, sick. Wow, that is not slow. That is insanely fast. I'm not even convinced that it's wiping anything. I think it's just there because one developer one day was like, you know what, I'm gonna make the wipers move. I don't think they actually wipe anything. It's very sad. To be fair though, I can see just fine.
Did you hear my last transmission?
Super fast.
Short runway 12 via taxiway Yankee Mike Zulu Kilo Kilo 1 Foxtrot 1 Lufthansa 829er.
All right. So, runway 12 via taxiway YMZ KK1 F1. Not gonna remember that, so we have the ground identifier on. Let's call ground services, request pushback, disengage our park,
requesting pushback.
which I actually don't know where that is in the flight.
Pushback request accepted.
I know where speed brake and flaps are, which we're gonna do flaps down before that even becomes a problem. Oh, there it is, right there. So I have a parking brake on my controller. I just wanted to kind of find where it was in the game. Fast wipers are for a vehicle that goes 700 miles an hour. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. All right, if I push back to the right, he's gonna push me to his right, which is actually gonna push me the way that I want to go to face outward
Castro
this direction.
Ground, Lufthansa 829er requesting pushback to steer the aircraft to the right. Lufthansa 829er, your request has been transmitted to the operator.
Thank you, operator. You're doing a great job. Now, once we get lined up here and kind of off this little section of the taxiway where the vehicles are currently blazing by, we're going to go ahead and request pushback stop.
Castrop Ground, Lufthansa 829er requesting the end of pushback.
Set parking brake.
Request to end pushback received.
Wait for this little guy to get out of the way, and then we're going to spool up the other engine. I got chewed out the first few times I flew this for having both engines going while pushback was going, so we changed this up a little bit. So what we got to do is go ahead and get engine 1 to Q. Can I go ahead and reset this, or do we leave it where it is? Yep, we will change this back. But first we're going to do APU bleed off. And that's after we confirm that engine 1 is stabilized. So if you want to look, you're going to just look at this N1 percentage. It's at 0.3 on our left, engine 1. And it should get close to that 19.6 that's on the right engine right now. And that's just the number that we're interested in for startup. N2 is fan speed for the turbines, as chat pointed out. So we want PSI for our oil pressure to kind of stabilize before we really do anything else, and it's in the red right now. So we're just going to give that a minute. You learn to live in fear. Flying Etalyx. We'll do our best. Can you actually forget engine 1 liftoff and crash instantly? I'm sure you could, yeah. That would be interesting. Just try and take off with one engine. All right, we're at good stable PSI. That's our oil pressure. We're at good stable N1. So now we are going to flip APU bleed to off. Change the APU master switch off. Listen to that sound. And then engine mode select to normal. Uh-oh, what did I just do? It did rudder trim on accident. All right, Chad, that's all they give me. Let's go back to clearance. And we should be good to go. All right, ready? Are you a pilot, or you just like this game a lot? I am definitely not a pilot. This is my first time playing a flight sim. But what's up, Ninja? Yes, for other people, the checklist does let you click an eyeball that shows you exactly where the switches are. I like to find them manually because it's good for learning. All right, disengage the parking brake, and we are just going to kind of coast forward. But no, I am the furthest thing from an actual pilot. I'm just a psycho that went all in on Microsoft Flight Simulator, and you know what? I'm glad that I did. Because I feel like my investment was worth it, and I'm not just saying that because of sunk costs. Just having a really good time. So you guys are going to see some frames in Copenhagen. This is going to push my hardware to its limit while streaming. Normally, this is how many frames they get off-stream anyways in major airports. You're also going to notice this is an issue just with the passenger jets in the cockpit. As soon as you go third person, usually you get like 10 more frames at least, and it smoothens out quite a bit. But no, it's actually not sunk cost because I really didn't expect to get more than 2 streams out of this. And here we are like stream 6 now, and I'm having a blast still, dude. There's so many planes. Every plane feels different. There's so many interesting places in the world. So many airports. So many places to go, adventures to be had. I'm having a great time. I was only anticipating maybe 2 streams. So I have far exceeded my original expectations. Can go literally anywhere. Wherever you want to go. Right now, we want to go Copenhagen to Frankfurt. This is Lufthansa 829. A real flight that will be heading out of Copenhagen later today at about 3 p.m. local time. Right now, chat, it is 9:01 a.m. local time, so we are some 6 hours ahead of schedule here. Hope you all made it to the airport on time. This is the best time you'll make it in a plane. You have to get to the airport 7 to 8 hours early to get there. Just to make sure you get on your ride. Alright, this is actually not very far to go to get to the airfield. I mean, to get to the runway. There's other flight space games too, so the equipment will come in handy later. Absolutely. Basically, I just bought a really expensive console. It has plenty of time to... Like, this flight system as well has been available. So we were supposed to stop short, but we did stop short, basically. Dude, please take off. Dude, please shut up. Alright, let's get... I think you were annoying, chat, too. I could see people talking about you, and that's not good. You know, when you annoy the streamer, that's one thing, but when people, like, clap when somebody leaves the chat... Maybe look in a mirror or something first. Alright, let's tune in to the tower. Reminder, chat, you ended up in this directory. I didn't ask you to come. You can leave whenever you want. We're gonna request takeoff clearance now.
Kastrup Tower Lufthansa 829er at runway 12 ready for takeoff IFR to Frankfurt.
Hey, can you shut the fuck up? Oh my god, are you me? That's what I was just thinking about you. Chat, whenever you can write exactly what I think, I know that we are on the same wavelength. It's beautiful. I'm glad that we have one-to-one mind to experience being represented here today. 3 a.m. chat is salty, I guess.
Cleared for takeoff runway 12 Lufthansa 829er.
I just got here, but clap too. They're probably friends. I probably just like timed out his like best friend, and then he had to stick up for him, and it was really awkward because then they both had to die together, and then they get to bitch about it when no one else can hear them. Anyway, we're cleared for takeoff from runway 12, but listen, I've been streaming for 5 years, chat. You think I'm gonna let two scrubs who just made a new account, probably because they got IP banned by Twitch like 2 months ago, ruin my stream? Yeah, right. They're just happy to be talked about because nobody else will. Cleared for takeoff. Runway 12. Let's get in the air. So we're just going to pull up to this little starting line. So we're just going to brake ever so slightly. And line this bad boy up. That was way overshooting it. Don't worry. We actually have a couple of tools that we can use for this. Number one, third-person cam. I'm going to try and do it in first person. It's actually not that bad. So this looks good. We are clear for takeoff. But I'm just going to make sure, now that I've made some enemies. I don't even want them to have the joy of reading chat. There we go. Okay. Whew. Flaps down. Landing gear down. We've got the runway, we've got the clear. All we have to do is steady the ship. This is your captain speaking. Lufthansa Flight 829 en route to Frankfurt. We expect a little bit of cloudy weather, but it'll clear up as we get closer to beautiful Frankfurt. Expecting to arrive somewhere, maybe just after 10 a.m. local time. Thank you for flying Etalyx. Please make sure your seatbelts are buckled. The flight attendants should have already come around to slap every single one of you who were covering it up with a book or iPad. Please put your tray tables in the upright position and balance any... Okay, I'm not gonna make any more jokes. Please stand on the tables and see if they can support your weight. We here at Lufthansa would like to test the stability of our tables and see they are rated for over 60 pounds each. So if you stand on two in tandem, that should be a 120-pound available weight limit. We're at 140 knots right now, taking off down the runway. Just a gentle lift. And the next thing you know is we are airborne. Very smooth. See, I distracted you. You were all worried about whether or not we'd be able to take off properly. All right, landing gear up. The rowers keep rowing. Where's this light coming from? All right, let's go ahead and nose down a little bit. Acknowledge the handoff. Go ahead and start to stabilize. Let's take a look outside. Bye, Copenhagen. I'll miss you. All right, nose down a little. And I did. I pressed number 1, actually. You can watch the video. See? It didn't do anything. It's not doing anything.
Going to 120.255.
Why did the flaps... It's like my commands didn't register. The flaps just went up. I didn't even push the button. All right, tune Castrip, and then we need to start kind of tilting to the right to follow our flight plan. So what we're trying to do here is do a very gentle turn. Don't worry. I got you. You're fine. So we're doing a very gentle turn. This is just a 1 degree here on the little upside down triangle. We're gonna keep flapping up as we get to our new maximum and try to continue to ascend, hopefully, because we're going like 200 knots right now. So we wanna go up about 10 degrees. And there you go. All right, flaps are all the way up. We don't want to max our thrust if we can help it, because we really don't want to just burn the engines out. So if you look up here, we're trying to just keep this green arrow out of the red. Oil pressure is basically maxed right now, but that's fine. Okay, and we're just trying to kind of line our plane up with this green path. This is our checkpoint. I feel like auto thrust is what's changing this. What are you at right now? 88%. Why does the engine feel like it's spooling up and then spooling down? Do you guys hear that? I haven't even moved this, so I have literally no idea. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and straighten this out. It seems like we're doing good. And then once we get the next checkpoint, we're just gonna bank gently to the right. Should we take off in these conditions? I think it's fine. Let's take a look around. Contact Castrop departure.
Castrop departure Lufthansa 829er is
and start getting instructions for our next ascent. Woo! It is murky today. But we're pulling through some cloud cover.
Altimeter 29.60.
29.60. So I'm gonna hit B, and that just changed our altimeter. I don't know how to do that without hitting B. I need to learn that again. Which plane is it that you really can't do it? So we want to continue as planned to CH365. We just blew past our waypoint, so we're just gonna turn to the right manually, and then as we continue to ascend, we're gonna get on our, we're going to 7,000 feet right now, so we're fine. Don't trust your gut, trust the engine sensors like into OPR and EGT. Well, I don't know what OPR and EGT stand for, so it's difficult to trust them. But yes, this is only my 3rd time flying this plane, so we still have a lot to learn. We're just gonna gently correct as we kind of come through the first layer of clouds here. There we go, very gentle righting of the plane. And we're going to intercept our course and then correct. Let's go ahead and acknowledge. I am acknowledging. I am. You gave me more than 5 seconds to acknowledge. I was talking to my co-pilot.
Maintain 12,000 feet Lufthansa 829er.
Ooh, clouds.
Lufthansa 829er, contact Copenhagen Center on 119.43.
So just above that rainy layer. Truly beautiful weather here. All right, watch your climb. We're going to 12,000 feet. Let's acknowledge the handoff.
119.43 Lufthansa 829er.
And we're at about a 10-degree climb right now, and we're just kind of just heading on up to 12,000. I think at a very acceptable pace, about 250 knots. And then as we get to that, we're going to start just steering gently to the left. And what we're trying to do is line up with the green line, basically. And we're going to get autopilot on the ball soon enough. But I like doing this manual first. So let's actually get the camera mode to free cam so I can look around.
Copenhagen Center Lufthansa 829er is at 10,000.
Look at that beautiful livery, dude.
12,000 feet.
Those are some choice clouds. You're telling me. Noom. You got it. All right, so we're basically on the green line, just a little bit more of a tilt.
Climb and maintain flight level 180 Lufthansa 829er.
180 means 18,000 feet. So we're at 13,000 feet and still continuing to climb. I'm going to try and just nose down and keep this at a steady 10-degree incline instead of the 15 that it's kind of nosing up to. And I'm just telling that by looking at my instruments right here, keeping that black dot with the white outline just around the 10-degree mark. We're at a heading of 245 and almost right on cue with what we're trying to do here. Looks good. I'm amazed how good this game looks. I know, right? Did I fly through the hurricane? We flew through Laura when it was a tropical storm. We didn't fly through it while it was a hurricane. I assume it looks similar. Maybe more intense. Oh, yeah. So this is what you can't get in the little bush plane flights. It's so wonderful that both this type of flight and the bush flights are enjoyable for completely different reasons. Like, this just feels like you're actually on top of the world. All right, so we're supposed to be climbing to 18,000. We are now at 17,000. So we're going to start nosing down. We're going to climb higher, of course, but it'd be nice to just slow this ascent down a little bit. Give the people in the back whose ears are popping a little bit easier of a time. There you go. About 7.5 degrees. It's going to climb a little bit on top of that. We're just going to angle to the left, trying to keep this lined up, and then we'll start programming autopilot, but we're doing fine right now. Ow, my ears! I'm amazed how good our pilot looks. Says the non-sub. I'm just I'm just kidding. How do we mod someone? How do I mod someone? Wow. Wow. Oof. I'm just saying, Chad, good looks aren't free. Clip it. You know how much a haircut cost me? At least $10. At least 10. Climb and maintain FL 280.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
It's actually way more than $10. I just wanted to sound cool because you guys would make fun of me. You already do, though. All right, 280. You got it. In the meantime, let's just enjoy the view, dude, before we get into the next cloud layer and we never get to see this again. This is incredible. I can't believe this is just a video game.
Flying with Etalyx.
Chat, take your last looks here. One day, like 20 years from now, we're gonna look back on this and be like, I can't believe Microsoft baited us with this, what's gonna be like Photoshop version 18.2 filter. But right now, it's just the coolest thing I've ever seen, is what it feels like. All right, you guys don't need this anymore. You can have some camera. You can have a little bit more screen real estate. How about that? Okay, let's start setting up autopilot. We got to climb to 28,000 feet, which is about 5,800 feet from where we're at right now. We got a very steady, gentle climb, less than 10 degrees. So, I don't remember how to do autopilot at all. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if it defaults to the nav mode that I want or not. I honestly just can't remember if there's another way to set it. But I do know, number one, that we want to set a desired altitude of, in this case, 28,000 feet. Then maybe click engage, selected altitude. Still climbing, still on a green line, heading towards the Tobis waypoint. Okay, next, what I want to do is, I guess, normally what I do is click nav mode. We haven't flown this plane in a while, chat. There's nav. It's already on nav on this. I don't know if that matters. Then, what we're gonna do is just kind of make a gentle turn. Just take this manual for now. Make sure we're still heading the right way. Okay, so make sure you click the button. You actually have to click this down arrow to engage the selected altitude, PS, just so that you know that's necessary. And then, I think since we have this on nav, make sure this is on nav. Then you just engage autopilot, and let's see. It's trying to get us on the green, so ignore that initial spin. Okay, acknowledge flight level 340. We're going to keep going.
Climb and maintain flight level 340 Lufthansa 829er.
Okay, 340, engage. And then the way that you actually do that, the way that you actually climb the way you want, what you need to do is change your vertical speed. So, not your heading, not your airspeed, not your altitude, your vertical speed. So, what we want to do is basically... I have no idea what 04 is supposed to mean. Is that 400? What is that supposed to mean? Is that 400 feet per minute? Because we should be good to do 1,000 feet per minute. Okay, and notice that we are slowly climbing. 1,000 feet per minute is good, and on top of that, it is now locked onto our path, I think. Yeah, it's on nav mode. It should be good. It should just follow the flight plan now. I don't think we have to change anything else. However, the thing that got me last time was the airspeed mode. So we can have this basically engage or not engage. We could do manual throttle or not. So the number one thing is we don't want this to be displayed in Mach. So right now we are at Mach 0.758. About 0.8 Mach is the unsafe zone. You can actually see that red little bar. That is the overspeed that we're looking at. So I'm going to say about 320 knots indicated airspeed is what we want. It's about 20 knots below overspeed. So I'm going to change this to about 320. All right, why did that just switch to Mach? And then engage. Okay. So theoretically, we should be climbing and engaging the speed at the same time, but I might have missed a button. Difference between autopilot 1 and 2, I have no idea. Is the red button on your left joystick how you fire missiles? Yeah, I've got a lot of red buttons. None of them have fired missiles as of yet, but they do blast people out of the chat. Lurkster, thank you for gifting a sub to Galactic Turtle. You got made fun of and then you got gifted a sub, so I guess that worked out for both of us. Thank you, Galactic Turtle, for being subbed again for a 4th month, courtesy of Lurkster. And Luxensis is also here with a fresh organic prime sub. Actually, it's not organic. That's like artificial, but it still tastes just as good. So thanks for the sub, dude. Much appreciated. Cheers, chat. This is the overspeed that we were talking about, but I don't even know why it's warning me. So we might just go a little lower just to kind of keep that in check. We're not in any hurry. You ever wonder how your pilots are like, we made really good time? You know that? This is what they're doing. They're just listening to overspeed. Overspeed. Next time you are in a plane and the pilot comes on the comms and goes, ding dong, this is your captain speaking. We've been making really good time going to our destination here in Frankfurt, Germany. We just cranked that speed dial all the way to the maximum. It kept saying overspeed, but do you know what that means, Frank? I don't either. Frank going to Frankfurt. How funny is that, everybody? It's crazy. What are the odds? They just crank it up. That's how they make up that extra time. He's losing it. They never had it. Ogre speed. Depends on attitude, altitude, and control surface. Yeah. That's why I went ahead and turned it down, because I'm going to listen to this system before I listen to my gut. So turn it down a little. We got 15 knots between us and actual overspeed. Actually closer to 10 knots now. 300 knots indicated airspeed is still a wonderful thing. So just to be on the safe side, this is a sweaty tryhard. I value the safety of my almost full flight and passengers. So we're just going to keep that down to a little bit safer climb. We're at 32,000 feet. We're supposed to be climbing to 3,400. Our max is, what, 38? We might request an altitude decrease because I think ATC here likes to bring us to a little bit too high.
Copenhagen Center Lufthansa 829er.
By the way, this is a pretty hard turn for this waypoint. Autopilot is engaged. Woo! They said no. I have to do what they say now.
Climb and maintain flight level 340 Lufthansa 829er.
See, doesn't this make you happy, chat, just looking at this and being like, yeah, we're playing video games, what of it? We're on a Lufthansa flight from Copenhagen to Frankfurt. And then we're going down to Milan. This is going to be a relatively short flight. I hope I can land this. We'll get some action shots once we are confirmed. I really don't want the autopilot to turn any harder than this. I'm kind of glad that autopilot seems to be banking at about a 2 out of 3 degree. 3 would be pretty extreme, so it's fine if we overshoot by a little bit. Did you figure out the livery? Yeah, that's how we have the Lufthansa. We're flying a real flight. This is real time of day. As I'll just show you guys the map while we're up here. So, we flew from Copenhagen, right here, Denmark's capital, home to the royal family's Amalienborg Palace. Aliens. Nearby is Christianborg Palace and the Renaissance-era Rosenborg Castle, surrounded by gardens and home to the crown jewels. You can't read that, but it looks like this.
Overspeed.
Hold on.
Overspeed.
We're only going 300 knots.
Overspeed.
So we're just going to throttle down. Is every notch a 5-degree tilt? I actually don't know, but I know the third one is about the max you really want to go. What's the name? This is Google Earth Pro. You can download it yourself if you'd like. We'll open it back up here in a moment. All right, should be good. This is what I was looking at. Beautiful Copenhagen. I wish you could click on these pictures.
Lufthansa 829er, you are 300 feet above your assigned altitude.
Well,
and maintain flight level 340.
Is that because I need to fix my altimeter? Yes, that is because I need to fix my altimeter. Oops.
Descend and maintain flight level 340 Lufthansa 829er.
Okay, we will descend. They get really picky about their...
Lufthansa 829er, contact Bremen Center on 119er decimal 82.
They get really picky about 300 feet.
119er decimal 825 Lufthansa 829er.
All right, chat, how do I tell the temperature outside, inside the cockpit? To know if I need to de-ice or not. Stick your hand out the window. Thank you. TAT, SAT, minus 20 and minus 49C. Well, minus 49C is insane, but what is SAT versus TAT? Do you see ice? Hey, co-pilot, do you see any ice out there on the wing? Probably if we were flying through clouds out here, it would, potentially. I always forget to set my altimeter when I get above 18K. Yeah, you gotta change it whenever you get above that particular height. Saturated air temperature? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, back to this real quick. We're out of Copenhagen. We are peacing out. Eventually, we're going to go all the way down here to Milan. But before that, we're going to Frankfurt. So in theory, we should fly over, we'll pass Berlin, we'll be on our left, Hanover on our right. We're going over the Harz Mountains here, and a couple other airports besides. Erfurt, Brunswick, all sorts of cool cities here. I'll have to open up the VFR map to figure out exactly where we are. In aviation terminology, outside air temperature, OAT, or static air temperature, SAT, refers to the temperature of the air around the aircraft, but unaffected by the passage of the aircraft through it. So, hang on. All right, you guys are good. So SAT and OAT are the same. So it's static air temperature. At what point do you de-ice, though? Do you really just de-ice if you're going through clouds and moisture, or do you de-ice at any point, anytime you're below a certain temperature? TAT is total air temp based off airflow. So that's how the air is going over the wings, and then SAT is the air temperature around the aircraft, but unaffected by the aircraft going through it. Just doing a little turn. Thanks, autopilot. You de-ice if there's ice, I think. Thank you. Thank you. Let's turn into Bremen. Contact them and see what's
Bremen
up.
Center, Lufthansa 829er, flight level 340. Lufthansa 829er, Bremen Center, continue to Mikos as planned.
Okay, Mikos waypoint. So we can minimize you and take a look around, chat. The clouds have subsided. The bad weather over Copenhagen is not present here, that's for sure. A lot sunnier. Clouds are thin. Dude, I actually recognize this just from Crusader Kings. I think. This is the jump on point. I believe I know exactly where we are. I think we are right here in Fehmarn. That's that little island. Do you see that right there? So we just passed Fehmarn and we're heading towards Lübeck and Wismar. I just remembered seeing that because of how many armies in Crusader Kings 2 went down there. So we're going through Mecklenburg. I remember Mecklenburg. It always had civil unrest. It did, yeah. Okay, so anti-ice is preventing ice buildup in the first place. That makes sense. I guess we would turn it on because there's no. Is there any reason not to turn it on? I guess is the question. Why don't we turn some of the lights off? Oh, we have a nose light for taxi and takeoff. Interesting. Didn't even know that. Runway lights can be off. Beacon should stay on. Wing ice light. I don't know what that is or why it's specific to the ice. There's a seatbelt sign, but we can't use it. Overhead sub panel brightness. We'll turn that down a little bit. It's daytime. We can see what's going on just fine. A320 is pretty good, dude. It's pretty fun to fly. I just like looking at the different instrumentation. Let's turn the flood brightness down a little. Loudspeaker, console floor. There's indicated altitude. Tweak that if you need. Date, time, and we don't use any of those buttons. Auto brake to max, medium, or low. Anti-skid, we're gonna leave that on. Terrain on display on ND. Sure. And then these buttons are where you can change your flight plans. So I think if we wanted to, it would be possible to somehow set up our second flight without even leaving the menu. But we'll see if we can figure that out. It might be over my head right now. This is ECAM buttons. Which I don't even know if these do anything. Which console is the ECAM? The ice light is so you can see if ice on the leading edge wing. Like out your own window? It's the bottom center display. Right here? I'm not sure if these buttons actually work. I think you can click them, but I really don't think they do anything. They're probably going to. I think some of these planes are work in progress still, and they gotta add. They probably did all the features that you need to be able to fly them, and they're gonna have the other stuff later. What if I'm using an external video player to watch on Twitch? Well, why are you doing that? Are you using the stock A320? Yeah, I guess so. Only mods I'm playing with are livery. But I've literally only flown this plane 3 times, so I just don't care to keep up with mods right now. Updating mods every single time they update the game is just not really what I am into. But if you fly this plane every single time you fly, then it makes sense. But I don't feel like getting that hands-on. Ed Kairatobi, Etal Heitu. Why are you editing someone who's not even here? And then lying. Hmm? So cool. I love seeing the, like, engine morphing of the intake. The air that's just being shot out the other side. So these elevators have to cut through almost. I assume this is lower than these, so it goes under for the most part. Does the air that goes through the engines create lift for the elevators in the back? Thermal distortion, that's a good word. Where am I? Where am I? Right on top, I guess. Ooh, I like that one. Oh, I actually kind of forgot this was here. The comfy window seat. Look at all those fields and farms down there. This is too realistic. It actually is so comfortable. I like this view. Where's the fingerprints? Listen, we don't talk about the smudges. We here at Lufthansa really value the customer experience, and we want you to have the clearest possible view out of the window in any given flight. So we clean these vigorously with our socks after every single embarkation. Whatever ice you have left over in your cup after you drank the meager portion of Coke or juice that we gave you, we let that melt down, and then we use that water with the leftover hankies, socks, and bibs. I mean, not bibs. Whatever babies wear around their necks to clean these windows. It is a bib. Why did I not think it was bib? I got bib confused with pacifier. Can this be played in VR? Technically, no. In the future, yes. anytime soon? Also no. I'm doing the next best thing. I've got head tracking. Okay, so we are at flight level 3400, which is just a little on the high side in my opinion, close to our max. But they did not give us permission to go any lower, so we're just gonna follow ATC guidelines right now. We're going about Mach 0.8. We could probably speed up at this point since we're going in a mostly straight line.
And maintain 10,000 feet, Shamrock 330.
But we're going faster than it actually looks like we're going. So let's set airspeed up to 300 and try to make some time here. What's your high score on Courchevel? Oh yeah, I was gonna do some challenges. Probably not very good. We've only done a few. I kind of just try them a couple times. We'll do some challenges after we do this series of flights. The landing is gonna be the hard part.
Overspeed. Overspeed.
I've only landed this plane successfully once.
Overspeed. Overspeed. Overspeed.
Which is not a good thing to say. Hello, this is your captain speaking. Welcome aboard Lufthansa Flight 829 to Frankfurt. I have successfully landed this particular plane a single time. Thank you for flying Lufthansa. I hope you're having a pleasant day. It is only, what, 10 a.m.? I don't even know what time it is. Did you look at the clock? It is 9:37 a.m. We are approaching beautiful Frankfurt. Expect to be there within another 45 minutes. And touching down with the skies are partly cloudy. Temperatures in the... I have no idea. You are way too high. Jex, no, I'm just a little drunk. Thank you. It's only my second drink. Cheers. By the way. The successfully is the scary part because it implies failure. I'm actually just a little tipsy. I'm not... You'll know when I'm drunk, chat. You'll know. I'll tell you. Maybe drink 3. That being said, they were slightly heavy pours, but they were compounded by the fact that all the ice is melted and it's watered down by now. So it's kind of like a little bit of this and then back, like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Not what I meant, but okay. Well, for someone whose name is named after a meme, I would think that you would understand when I am not giving you a serious answer. Which implies that not only do I understand what you were saying, but I choose to ignore it. Instead of taking what I said seriously. Maybe instead of Jex, your name should be like Sharpshooter Quick Draw. Okay? I relinquish you of the name Jex.
Shamrock 330, contact Berlin Center on 125.8.
Because I want it to be my username. That name sucks, Etal. Well, so does that comment, Big Bussy Boy. Okay?
Going to
So
125.8, Shamrock 330.
Chat, look up Shamrock 330. Hello, Taylor. How's it going? Don't mind me. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Don't mind me, says the streamer. It doesn't make any sense. Increase glare shield. We do kind of, where's the sun right now? Chat, where's, hey, do you guys see the sun? Dude, why am I so short in this chair? I don't even go up to the headrest. Sit up tall. Improve your gamer posture. Anyway, I'm just messing with you, Jex. I'm not too high. This is the height ATC told me to go to. I asked for a lower altitude, and they said, screw you, go to the altitude we told you to go. And I said, yes, sir. Thank you. I love these on the wing camera angles. What's on your head? It is what? Oh, Ray? That was really fast. It's track IR. This is beautiful, though. All right, chat, let's learn a little bit about the German countryside. All right, chat, are you ready for 10 fun facts about Frankfurt? No. Why not? 10 fun facts. Let's see what the internet has to say. Number 1. Frankfurt people are very happy. Is that even a fun fact? Or do you just live in Frankfurt and you wrote this? The city ranks very high in the official surveys on quality of life, ranking as high as 7th once. On what scale? In the world? We can conclude that life in Frankfurt is great, so a holiday there must be great too. Who wrote this? Subjective. Do they have a gun to your head when you ranked your happiness there? All right, anyways. 10 facts you probably didn't know about Frankfurt, even if you live there. Okay, here we go. Philip Rice invented the first make-and-break telephone in Frankfurt in 1861, where sound is converted into electrical signals and back again. It's a common misconception that Alexander Graham Bell or Thomas Edison came up with the idea, but Rice's work predates theirs, and in fact, Bell went to see the Rice telephone before beginning his own work. I actually didn't know that. I seriously didn't know that. Because they really, in America, they drill Alexander Graham Bell into your head. I've been lied to. He actually did. Rice is a hack. Well, first of all, you spelled it wrong, so I can't trust your word. One of the first sentences he managed to transmit was, Chad, I don't know German. I'm gonna do my best. Actual English. This is American pronouncing German words. I have no idea how to say this. It's gonna sound ridiculous. Das Pferd frisst keinen Gurkensalad, which literally means the horse does not eat cucumber salad. Which is a strange sentence. That was the first transmission over the make and break telephone. The phrase is notoriously difficult to understand, and Rice sought to prove that his invention worked clearly. Unfortunately, his telephone never worked perfectly, but was later completed by Bell. Oh no. He picked like the hardest sentence structure that he could to prove how well his invention worked, and then Alexander Graham Bell had to sweep in and make it work the way it's supposed to. Aw, that makes me feel bad, but also good try, dude. I appreciate the confidence that went into that. Dude, if I laugh any harder, I'm gonna puke. History's hilarious, dude. And that's why I like doing these flights, because we get to like practice actual flying. We get to enjoy beautiful scenery, but once we get on autopilot, we just get to learn these stupid factoids that are just like part of history. Guess we know why he was forgotten, I guess. All right, I need to remember that guy's name. I know Rice, Philip Rice, 1861. So less than 200 years ago. That's so recent. Like, he was alive potentially a few generations ago. If you want to see the picture that goes along, I'll show you guys picture guides. You want a picture too? Here he is. There's my boy in Frankfurt, Germany, where we're going to land. If you're wondering why we're looking this up, it's because we're looking up information on where we're landing so that we can become more worldly wizened. He's doing his best. And he also provided the framework for Alexander Graham Bell. Which, by the way, chat, you can thank that guy and you can thank Alexander Graham Bell. Probably the only reason that we're able to communicate right now. Because butterfly effect, even though they're not the same technology, is probably due to them that we even can communicate over the internet in the first place. Totally different tech, but it is iterative and it builds upon itself. Without the ability to communicate via the make and break, system that they were creating, we would probably never be able to voice communicate right now. I would have invented it if they didn't. Not true, says the person with 5 comments in my chat. I trust you, though. Obviously, I should believe you, because you're a person on the internet. Ethernet is built off of their POTS systems, says Crooked Bread, who is much more believable because they're actually following this channel. That's why I trust them. Electronic communication is a novel concept that someone else would have invented eventually. I don't know if I buy that. Because that goes on a theory that everything is going to happen eventually, guaranteed. I think that removes free will. I think that's a totally different argument. I think that's free will versus predestination. I think you're arguing in favor of predestination, where everything that was going to happen will happen, even if you're not the person that does it. And I don't buy that. It also removes human stupidity. Sometimes, chat, humans are so dumb that we figured out something by accident. Do you believe in free will? I do. But I also believe that, like, okay, there's determinism, and then there is, it's a really murky ground.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Talking about predestination on a commercial flight, I see. Like, the interesting thing about it is there's no what you only can believe. I think that's the most interesting part about it. Like, literally, that particular topic, you just have to have blind faith that one or the other is possible. So if you feel strongly about it, you do have to have faith. You cannot prove it one way or the other. It's physically impossible. It's outside the boundaries of our consciousness. So you may not consider yourself a person of faith, but if you believe strongly in free will or in predestination or determinism, then you do have faith in something, which is interesting. Just to consider that. For now. Newton shouldn't have invented gravity. But I really disagree that technology is inevitable. Because I don't think that life is inevitable. To think that technology is inevitable is to assume that there's not a timeline where humans self-destructed at some point in their lifetime. And we very well could have multiple times by now. Like, the fact that humans still walk the earth is a small miracle. That we haven't already pushed the self-destruct button. So you're going monkey in a typewriter, and I'm just not a fan of that particular analogy, where if you put monkeys with typewriters in a room for eternity, you're assuming the monkeys live forever, and you're assuming the typewriter works forever, and you're assuming the knowledge of how to fix a typewriter and how to use a typewriter are also forever. But we have plenty of knowledge that got lost. We have libraries like Library of Alexandria and more besides, where human knowledge that used to be retained has been lost forever. And with that knowledge, we could be on an entirely different path now, just because of how highly technologically advanced we are at this point in time, compared to where we could be if we had help along the way. So I think the deterministic standpoint assumes that technology is inevitable because humans are inevitable, and it assumes that the needs of humans stays consistent throughout the lifespan of humanity. And I think our needs change, because we didn't always need to communicate across the world. We just have recently. In the before times, before electricity, before long-distance communication, there was really no need to communicate with continents outside your own until obviously colonialism and territories started to expand. Before that time, there was no need, because they decided that they needed to go outside of what they currently knew and breach an unknown world beyond. Yeah, there was trading, but there was like the need for exploration. They explored maybe to trade more and then also to control more territory, right? But what I'm saying is before even that, people were fairly happy just where they were. Necessity is the mother of invention, and we don't need long-distance communication if we don't have long distances that stretch between us. So, Chad, do you think that because water exists, do you think boats were always inevitable? In the form that we have them now? I just don't believe in inevitability. I love these kinds of discussions because the thing is, when you say yes candidly and nonchalantly, you're using basically the knowledge that we have and applying it to a complete unknown. So, like, by that same logic, architecture that involves suspension bridges and the physics inherent in trying to balance and stabilize large weights and loads over flat surfaces that span two chasms was inevitable. So it's like you could slippery slope that into a number of different technologies. Just because water exists, bridges would exist, boats would exist, scuba diving equipment would always exist. We would invent the backstroke in the exact same way, just somebody else would have done it. I don't buy that. Because we're only able to say that in hindsight because hindsight's 20/20. But there were hundreds of thousands of years that people were too dumb to figure that out. Okay? We've got, like, in the course of human history and the evolution of humans as a subtype of, well, we're Homo sapiens, but, you know, all the other different types, they just weren't able to put two and two together for hundreds of thousands of years. And I just don't buy that this was the inevitable reality that we live in now. I think we're lucky to be here in the form that we are right now. Look how active. First of all, chat is more active right now than throughout the rest of the stream. And like some of you guys checked out and left. Some of you guys are like, I come here for plane crash and plane takeoff. I'm out. I'm back for this. I did not actually. Descend and maintain. We're actually approaching right now. I can't hit chat. I can't even. There's too many paragraph comments.
Lufthansa 829er, contact Bremen Center on 125.1.
I was almost certain this conversation was going toward Frankfurter sausages, but this took a left turn somewhere. All right, let's descend.
125.1 Lufthansa 829er.
FL 280. So we need to descend at 1,000 feet per minute is good. And we're gonna slow down as well. This dude inventing a new type of backstroke. But yeah, like, I think the idea that just because something can happen means it will, I don't agree with. And that's why I think that just is in line with my belief in free will, that we have the choice to choose.
Is at flight level 335, descending flight level
Just because there are physics that exist in our universe that we could potentially tap into doesn't mean we will. I don't think all the laws of science and physics as we know them were predestined to be discovered. You're assuming that time is limitless and that human ingenuity and the capacity to discover and uncover secrets is limitless. Which I don't agree with. I think there are timelines where humans self-destructed, you know? There are scenarios where we pushed the wrong series of buttons and accidentally maybe did some kind of nuclear annihilation. Who knows? Or maybe, you know, I don't know. I don't even know if this is possible, but maybe one day we drill too deep in the wrong spot and trigger some kind of shifting of the plates, creating a super volcano that just pops up. Who knows? You're thinking too much about the individual things. Humans always have and will create technology. It's how humans work. But what I'm saying is that not all technology is productive. Some technology is not only destructive but reductive. And I think it takes free will to use technology in a responsible way. Not all technology increases production. Some technology destroys. So what I'm trying to say is it's up to us how we use the tools that are available to us. That's where the free will comes in. And if we can use that self-control in a way that is responsible, then we can continue to yield more and more technological advances. But there is a scenario, and there are multiple scenarios, where that doesn't come to pass. Just because humans are good at producing and inventing doesn't mean that they always will be, because sometimes those inventions are able to reduce and destroy. Oftentimes, actually, as we're finding out with things like pollution, things like nature fighting back, things like possible mutually assured destruction. Free will doesn't equal goodwill, though. I didn't say it does. But that's inherent in free will. But yeah, I don't believe for a second that on macro or micro scale that things are predestined. I do agree that there probably is some like fourth dimensional being somewhere who humans misinterpreted as God at some point in the past and are able to see outside of our little boundaries. You know, like, you guys seen Arrival? Like that. But I don't think that something has happened in someone else's future means that you didn't choose to make it happen in your present. None of what you said refutes free will. I'm arguing in favor of free will. Maybe you weren't paying attention. All right, anyway, descend and maintain 10,000 feet, confirm. Let's engage that and set our decline, our descent to 1,500 feet. I love the movie Arrival. But yeah, I don't think that, like, if some being makes themselves known in the future and is like, I know everything you're going to do before you've done it, that doesn't mean I didn't choose to create that. I don't think the existence of that knowledge means that you are predestined, because the choice had to be made somewhere down the line. Predestination to me is no matter what you do, even when faced with the knowledge of what you're going to do, you're still going to do it. You've seen time travel movies, chat, where the main character finds out what they're supposed to do and then tries everything to fight against that, but somehow that's what accidentally causes them to follow through with the path that the other character told them about? You know what I'm talking about? There's plenty of time travel movies like that. Okay, so we are just descending to... Let's just check our navlog real quick, because we're coming up... If we're on the descent, we're going to have to make some moves here soon. We're coming up on Masek. All right, Masek is here. 59er miles northeast. We're only 59 miles away. Did you just tell me to increase to flight level 22,000? Chat, what is going? Why are you telling me to climb to 27,000 feet?
Climb and maintain flight level 270. Expect ILS Yankee runway 25 right approach via Carrick's transition. Cleared to Carrick's Lufthansa 829er.
That ain't right, dude. Chat, I'm gonna do exactly what they say because I don't want you guys to accuse me of not following the ATC's commands. We're actually only at 26,000 feet, so it's probably fine. Stop talking, Etalyx. You're causing a time paradox. What's important is the friends we make along the way. Exactly, Kimmy. Busy runway, maybe? I have no idea. But we're climbing to 27,000 feet right now. Man, I feel like food chat and existential chat are teaching me how to type quickly. What'd you type, big busty boy? That was really fun? It's not about winning, it's about having fun, big people happy. If you don't think the future is predetermined, do you think the past is already determined? Yeah, I think so. I don't think that there is a world in which you can change the past. I don't think it's possible. I think eventually humans will figure out how to travel forward in time. I don't think we'll ever figure out how to travel back in time.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Condor 1521.
All right, I'm gonna take manual control here for just a moment because we're so high up. Thank you. My car is locked. All right, we're at 27,000 feet.
Center Lufthansa 829er requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa 829er continue to Golf Echo Delta turning and following heading 250.
Okay. That is where we are lined up, literally right now. I don't know what these guys are losing their mind, dude. Look at these waypoints. Holy crap. Can I start descending, dude? Chat, there's a plane below me. Is that what's wrong? Is that a plane? What is that?
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet with Airtree 842.
If you need chat to start getting excited about something, talk about predestination and time travel. And next topic, aliens. All right, they haven't even they haven't told me I can start descending yet, and we're supposed to land like imminently. So I don't know what the deal is here. They'll definitely update me. They told me to climb to 27,000 feet, and that was the last instruction I had. So when I screw this up, I'm going to blame ATC. You better believe it.
842, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet with Airtree 842.
I am not Wizz Air 3. FYI. So I mean, I can see my waypoints here. I'm supposed to be descending to 10,000 feet right now. And they told me to go back to 27,000, chat. You all saw it.
Ryanair 1013 descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
They're talking to literally everyone else except me. Maybe ATC forgot about me.
Descend and maintain 10,000
Well, hello, Germany. All right, we need to nose down. Nose down and speed up. If you think we'll be able to travel forwards in time but not backwards, does that mean if you get to the future you can't go back? Exactly. Because once something is done, it can't be undone. If you can change the past, chat, there's way too many movies and books written about this. You know what I'm saying, Metalbit Zoomeep? There's way too many. Everyone's already thought it through 1,000 different ways, 1,000 different times. The only way that you can change the past is if you make a separate, if you make a separate timeline. That's the only way. You would have changed something and it would have splintered off in a totally different. Everyone that you know and everyone that you talk to is not the same person. There's no other way.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Ryanair 1013.
You know how I know that? Because if time travel was going to exist, it already would have happened. Somebody would have come back and changed something. Okay? That's just a fact. Someone would have experimented, somebody would have come to our time, tweaked something insane, and would have created a crazy paradox. Who's to say it didn't? I'm just saying that nobody can keep that secret. The only beings capable of doing that would be like a fourth dimensional being, but not like that's not the same thing as like a human. Oh, they told me. Shh, chat. They told me to descend. All right, I'm gonna take this by hand. Shut up! Let me acknowledge. I'm sorry. This is serious. Oh my God.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect 4 DME runway 25 center approach via Mike Tango Romeo transition. Clear to Mike
I'm 829.
Descend and maintain 9,000 feet. Lufthansa 829er.
All right, chat. We're descending now. We're gonna have to make a hard turn coming up here soon. Do you see this
Descend and maintain
waypoint?
10,000 feet. Ryanair 9er 127.
We're gonna go to the second degree, and that's it.
10,000 feet. Alitalia 120.
We're gonna make a big loop here. There was a mathematician who used relativity to show that in a universe in which all the matter was rotating, it would be impossible to travel in a spaceship without moving backwards in time.
KLM 179er tree, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
All right, we're gaining speed here. We need to be careful that we don't go over speed and that we don't turn the plane too far. So I'm just watching the instruments and trying to ignore this very chipper ATC controller. He's just so excited to be here today. Yeah, he's a busy bee. Chat, okay, we went way too far past. Third degree is like the hardest turn we can do. Also, look at that.
754, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude.
Woo!
Descend and maintain 10,000
This actually isn't that bad of a turn, though. Looking good. All right, anyway. Get a little outside air. We're at 17,000. We're supposed to be descending to 10, so we might be able to like kind of chill out on this because we have quite a ways to go, and we're already at 16,000. A lot of planes in trouble with Frankfurt ATC. Indeed, yeah. So we had to take the turn really wide because the approach is just strange. And we're going to end up doing an S-curve. We're doing 320 almost knots indicated airspeed. Take a look at the farms out here. All those beautiful fields. We're only at less than 5 degrees. So the descent is going pretty smooth.
But I'm just watching,
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet to target 10.
I'm watching our speed, I'm watching our elevation at 14,300, and I'm watching our angle. We're gonna start slowly straightening this up. Continue descending to 10,000 feet. As we move for an intercept course, I'm gonna try and swing wide on like a... My goal is to swing here, then turn, and then end up on a straight line here. Oops, sorry. And we just slowly descend. Because we're going 300 knots indicated airspeed.
I spilled my Coke!
That was a gentle turn. You get another one as soon as we get to port, especially if you are a first-class passenger.
Descend and maintain 2,700 feet. Expect 40 ME runway 25 left approach.
Not talking to me.
Romeo transition cleared to Mike Tango Romeo Lufthansa 22 tree.
22 tree. All right, just a little gentle turn.
829er contact approach on 119er.
That's me. I'm 829. It's crazy because it's another Lufthansa flight.
119er decimal 03 for Lufthansa 829.
And sometimes he talks to me, and sometimes he doesn't.
Approach Lufthansa 829er is out of 11,900 feet for 9,000 feet.
Okay, we're going to 9,000 feet.
Lufthansa 829er approach continue to DF 414 as planned. Altimeter 29er decimal 62.
Okay, we should be good.
Lufthansa 829er contact center.
That's me.
127 decimal 6. 127 decimal 6 Lufthansa 829er.
Hang on while I get this all situated. Because we're going to have to make another turn here. This is going to take quite a bit of concentration. We have to go in a U-turn, literally. All the way around. So, let me contact the center.
Center Lufthansa 829er is out of 10,200 feet for
So we're at 10,200, we're aiming for 9,000, and we're on the way.
Lufthansa 829er center continue to DF 415.
This is a busy airport. Frankfurt? Yeah.
62.
It is. We got a good speed, 292 knots.
Lufthansa 223 traffic is 3 o'clock, 4 miles at
All right, I'm 829.
Airbus A20N. Report them in sight.
They're asking to see if they see another plane. I definitely don't.
Lufthansa 829er descend and maintain 5,000.
Hey, I actually do. 223. There's 223 right there.
223 contact approach on 120 decimal 8.
Chat, we only read one factoid about 5,000 feet.
5,000
We only
feet.
read one Frankfurt factoid, dude. And we got off on like a time travel paradox conversation. Thanks to Philip Rice. I actually remember his name though. The first guy, he kind of paved the way for Alexander Graham Bell to come finish his technology. So without him, we would be in a different place right now, a different timeline, potentially. We can all at least agree on that. Even if you think that that technology was inevitable, you have to agree that it wouldn't necessarily have been discovered concurrently or even in the same series of generations. Like, you can't possibly believe that if someone doesn't discover or do something, someone else will just rise to take their place within, like, even 100 years. That doesn't make any sense. That's actual blind faith. Frankfurt's nice for plane watching. I go there from time to time. Nice, Madrill. I need to rewatch this VOD sober. Well, I've had a couple drinks, and I'm the one leading it, big musty boy. All right, what are we supposed to go to? 5,000 feet? So we need to just start chilling. We're at 5,600. We're making a big bank. I'm just using basically instruments only. I'm trying to line up with this line going to the right, which for us is going to be, what, about 250 degrees? So we should be going west, right? Yeah, west. We're at 260 knots. I'm trying not, I don't need to climb. We just need to nose down and keep turning. Okay, good turn. Steep, but not too steep. It was about the 3rd degree, but it had to be done. That's our approach. That was literally the turn that was necessary. All right, how do I turn off? There we go. I don't care about the terrain right now. All right, we're under 5,000, so I need to chill.
157, you are 49er miles east. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect 4 DME.
I'm still descending.
Approach by Charlie Hotel Alpha.
But we're gonna have to go that far anyway.
Charlie Hotel Alpha.
I think I went a little too far. Hold on. We'll just climb back up before he chews me out.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect 4 DME runway 25 center approach by Charlie Hotel Alpha transition. Cleared to Charlie Hotel Alpha generic 157.
Dude, it's so cool. Look at the little towns around Frankfurt. Dude, German countryside looks really nice. All right, there you go. Level it off about 5,000. Go ahead.
Contact approach on 119er decimal.
That's me.
Going to 119er decimal 03 Lufthansa 829er.
Look at the hills. Lots of fields, greenery, little villages and towns kind of scattered around here.
Report them in sight.
All right, we need to an approach to a different approach. Contact.
Approach Lufthansa 829er 4,900.
I don't think that's how that's supposed to go.
Lufthansa 829er approach. Continue to DF 424 as planned. Altimeter 29er decimal 6 tree.
Okay. Hit B. That changes our altimeter completely. We're actually like 400 feet, 500 feet below where we thought we were because we needed to change that altimeter. So that's important. Make sure you do that. Hit the letter B when they tell you to update your altimeter. So we're at about 4,200 feet. We're supposed to be at about 5,000. Man, beautiful out here. Good time of day. Weather's just a little overcast, a little cloudy, but still looks nice. There we are. This is what it would look like coming in. Really cool. All right, we are on the correct course. I don't know if we need to climb. We're just approaching DF 424, which is, we just passed. So hopefully they update me soon. Looking good, looking consistent, about 4,500 feet. Feeling pretty good on manual right now. Been on manual for a while, actually. You should try a flight over the Alps. That'd be fun too, Neurobot. We're gonna do another flight after this, though. We're going from Frankfurt to Milan. So this is part 1 of a 2-part leg. We're taking passengers who wanted to originate in Copenhagen. And we're going all the way down to Milan. So we got another flight after this in the same plane, actually. So we're gonna see how that works. So we're gonna do a landing, refuel, re-energize, get some new passengers on there. This is a different landing strip, I believe. It's cool that you can see it from up here. I feel like we should already be descending. Like right now. I think it's like ahead of us, actually. There it is right there. Well, they better give me some updates soon, hopefully. Because I would sure like to land. Get that vector? I don't need a vector. I'm already on my course. Vector only tells me a heading. I'm already on the right heading. You can tell because this is my vector in the yellow. And I'm lined up perfectly with my waypoints.
Generic tree 80, you are 24 miles north. Descend Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect ILS Yankee runway 25 right approach.
5,000 feet's not that bad, though. And we're not going super fast, 250 knots. 300 is about what we were cruising at before. We can go up to like 350, so we're doing pretty good.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect ILS
I want to
Yankee
land.
runway 25
I have a
right
wife and
approach.
kids.
Tango Romeo transition cleared to my Tango Romeo generic tree 80.
Well, I mean, that is the runway, so I would sure like to descend right now. That'd be cool. Might just throttle down slightly. Descend slightly back to 5,000.
Lufthansa 829er, you are 14 miles northeast of Frankfurt.
All right, chat, we got 14 miles. That's 14 miles away. Planes are crazy. All right, acknowledge. Tune.
127 decimal tree Lufthansa 829er.
Contact.
Frankfurt Tower Lufthansa 829er, 13 miles northeast inbound ILS Yankee runway 25 right approach. Lufthansa 829er, Frankfurt Tower.
Cleared for runway 25R.
Altimeter 29er decimal 63, wind 214 at 11.
All right, acknowledge. What did
Cleared ILS Yankee runway 25 right approach Lufthansa 829er.
That's us right there on the right, 25R. So, chat, we're gonna start bringing this down. I want to get to about 2,000 feet. We're gonna throttle down, but not go to idle. We're at 4,000 feet. How high above sea level is this airport? I have no idea. But we need to descend pretty rapidly. Because I'm smart, I don't expect to save scum, but just in case. I do have all damage on, so I'm just gonna make a save real quick. If I have to scum, I'm gonna scum, chat. I'm not gonna start the whole flight over. Okay. The timeline is split. No. I'm changing the future. Airbus A320neo landing in Frankfurt. There you go. If you gotta do what you gotta do, chat, to learn. 3,300 feet. Big overspeed.
Lufthansa 829er, cleared to land runway 25 right. Wind 214 at 12.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and, dude, I gotta slow down, like, bad.
Cleared to land runway 25 right, Lufthansa 829er.
But I don't want to overspeed my flaps. All right, I just did elevators to kind of slow us down. I'm gonna get flaps tier 1.
1,000.
Landing gear.
Overspeed. Overspeed.
We're gonna go ahead and pull up.
Overspeed. 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 Overspeed.
All right.
Overspeed. Overspeed. Overspeed.
500. 400.
All right, flaps tier 2. Flaps tier 3. We're a little too high, I think. All right, just right. Right there is where we want to be. See the 2 white lights, 2 red? That's what we want.
100.
All right, now we're too low.
60, 50, 40, 30, 20.
I know who that is. I know who that is. I know who that is. Easy. Easy. Yeah! Successful! Auto thrust. I still don't know how to actually disable you, but we got it.
855 for Lufthansa 829er.
All right, tune to ground. Request a taxi to the gates.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, taxi to the gate.
Auto frickin' thrust, dude.
Lufthansa 829er,
Auto
taxi
frickin'
to gate
thrust.
Alpha Tree
GG. That was pretty smooth, dude. Alright, oh, God.
Taxiing to
Everybody
gate
hold on to your
Alpha 3 via
drinks.
Taxiway cross runway 7 Center Lima 16 Lima November 11 November.
Look at this
November,
airport.
7
I know you only have
November,
20
Lufthansa
frames,
829er.
but with all of your frames, chat, just admire this beautiful airport. Look at those clouds. I'll give you a little fresh air. Absolutely gorgeous. By the way, see these elevators right there? That was the first thing I did. I don't think it was wise to do that first, but I can push those down. I have those hotkeyed, and that's just extra way to lose some speed. I'm not really sure when those are supposed to come up. I think you're supposed to do flaps first, but I really just couldn't slow down, so I just threw those up, and that slowed me down real fast. I know you guys are getting some hard frames right here. There's a ton of planes at this airport. But thanks for being patient. The landing was the part you were probably most excited about. Now just admire the slideshow. Dude, I got that first try. We're not part of the darkest timeline. I know, right? That felt good. Okay, acknowledge.
Hold position Lufthansa 829er.
Okay, they told me to continue.
Roger Lufthansa 829er.
But seriously, this airport looks really good. I don't know why the frames are so bad, like literally right here for some reason. I'm glad it wasn't this bad when I was landing, or else I don't know if I would have been able to do it. That was probably the smoothest yet, even with auto thrust. I'm not really sure how to do that better.
Lufthansa 829er, hold position caution.
Again? Hold on, I was in scenery mode. There, I saved that little car. Well, I'm in a plane. Just throw on the brakes for a moment until I get past, all right? I just had to stop 170 people so that your dinky little yellow van could pass by. Unbelievable. Look at this must be the central terminal, dude. Dude, Frankfurt's looking awesome, actually. You should get more frames out of the cockpit, but you're just not. You're just not. Oh God, the speed. Skirt. All right, it's supposed to be serious. This is supposed to be serious. Chat, what's the most frames? My drink. What's the most frames you get at Frankfurt? Is it some setting that I've got? You know what it probably is? Well, it's probably this says there's like 40 planes here. Maybe I should have done generic. Maybe it's not that it's non-generic models. This pilot is drunk. Not yet. Maybe after the third drink in a moment. All right, we're gonna try and pull into the gate in first person now.
Lufthansa 829er, hold position caution, other traffic.
Who is it this time?
Lufthansa 829er, continue taxi.
Literally nobody, dude. How do you change models? What do you mean? Like liveries? I downloaded some. But if you mean like camera, there's hotkeys. All right, so let's try and do this because we're gonna try and stay in the plane, I think, without even changing our flight. I want to see if we can program the next flight in or not. This is gonna be interesting. Do we have anyone to direct us? We actually don't, so I'm just gonna go up to like right there. That looks good. Chad, does that look good to you? Let's confirm. And that looks pretty good. I guess our tail is sticking out. I think our tail is sticking out here. All right, so it's not good. It feels like I'm gonna crash into the glass though. We don't have, normally there would be people on the ground with the light batons that kind of tell you what's going on. All right, parking brake is engaged. Woo!
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Hey, thank you for flying with Etalyx. So, here's what we need to do. For sure, actually, let's just follow the checklist backwards. Engine mode selector normal.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Oh, they're actually like deboarding and stuff. It does it automatically? So I need APU bleed and master switch on. Chat, where? Don't tell me. Where's AP? Dude, where's APU bleed, dude? Isn't it right next to those buttons? Engines off. On. Okay, I can continue. It's fine. We can continue from here. As I lift up to the heavens again. Well, GG on flight number 1. We're gonna do flight number 2 to Milan from this same airport. So we're just gonna continue here. But GG on that. Super good landing. Very smooth. Let me also, I can get to Applebee's before happy hour ends. Well, Big Busty Boy, here's the thing. It is only 10:30. So if there was a happy hour at Applebee's at 10:30 a.m. in Frankfurt, you know, then good on them, I guess. Those Germans sure know how to party. All right, we turned off the engines. Thrust lever is idle. Oh, I have room to improve, chat. Room to improve. I forgot to turn on lights. I need to remember that. Runway lights would be good. It's okay though. I have nav logo, wing ice, beacon. Okay, beacon's on. Most of them are on. We can turn off strobe. I think that's just auto by default. Were strobes on or off? I actually think strobes were off for the entire flight, but that's because this tooltip is miswritten. It should say something else, but I think it was actually on the off position. But that's not my fault. Okay. So lights also, don't forget, we do have de-ice. Turn all those off. And we're on APU power. Okay, sweet. So now let's get ready for flight number 2 to Milan. So we need to tune to Frankfurt air traffic probably, but before we do that, let's take a look around. What a cool airport. Look at all these planes. CFG, 1593, DLH, TUI. There's at least 5 real-world planes just here. That noise is giving me anxiety. What, the little hum of the engines? Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to request ground services. We're going to get power supply hooked in.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please send a ground power unit?
Now, if you request baggage service, will they take the bags off the flight or just put more? I think they'll just put more baggage on, but we'll just say that they're taking baggage off right now. We'll get fuel supply out here too.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please send a fuel truck?
We'll do 2 baggage services.
Lufthansa 829er, a fuel truck is on the road. Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please send
Encore,
baggage?
take off again.
Lufthansa
I'm excited
829er
to actually, because
is
the
on the way.
landing was actually so much fun. Okay, so we got everything we need there. Whew, chat, this is, I don't know, do flight numbers, they change depending on your flight, right? So we would have to change our flight number, but I'm not smart enough to do that. Because it'd be Lufthansa 829. Would it stay the same, 829, on its connecting? Because we're landing in Frankfurt, then we're bouncing from Frankfurt to, from here to Milan. Yeah? Okay. And, we need to get passengers. We got jetway connection already on. Let's go ahead and get catering on as well.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please send the catering truck? Lufthansa 829er, we can't send your catering
We
truck.
can't
Please
send
bring
you
her
it.
later.
Well, baggage is here, so that's cool. I have no idea where the fuel truck is. Alright, chat, if you need to get a snack, get a drink, get a beverage, and or take a pee break, now's the actual good time to do it. What's up, Symbiont? How's it going? How are you? I don't think I've ever heard someone ask please before in radio chatter. Well, no catering, I guess, from Frankfurt. Everybody's gonna starve! Nah, they'll be fine. Well, we got the leftovers of the passengers from the previous flights. I mean, cookies and crackers. Right? Young man, I'm vertical. Symbiont, I have no idea what you're talking about. George Steen, thank you for your Prime sub, though, by the way. With the fresh Prime sub, much appreciated. Welcome to stream. Larry Burker says, when are you going to start piloting flights in real life? Probably never. I don't have the wherewithal, I think, to get a real plane up in the air. Eric V2 says, 100 bits for having a big discussion. If nukes were inevitable, is Cold War inevitable, and therefore what comes next? I don't agree. I don't agree that everything that has happened was inevitable. So I think that's the difference. I can't answer that. I think you could say and be technical and annoying that everything that has happened was inevitable because it happened, but I think that isn't really what we're discussing.
Roger, generic 157.
You know what I mean? Because something happened, it was inevitable. But that's, I mean, that's like a technicality. Because there's not a timeline in which that thing doesn't happen that we know of. So I don't know, I guess is the short answer. Hey, fuel truck's here. Chat, we only used 23% of our fuel, so that's nice. I think we just juice up back to 50 with the fuel truck. I'm gonna say baggage and all that is gonna stay basically the same. This is gonna be another big flight to Milan. If anything, it should be lighter. I think Frankfurt to Milan would be a lot lighter. So we're gonna shave 2,000 pounds off business class. We're gonna shave 2,000 pounds off of forward luggage. And we're gonna shave, I would say, at least 10,000 pounds off economy class, and then half the rear baggage. Though I can't see the balance of the plane from this menu, so this seems dangerous. A spicy war. Cold War, hot war, spicy war. Okay, so we should just hit X. The fuel has been updated. Thank you, fuel truck. Your services are very appreciated and have been noted. All right, as our passengers have finished disembarking, we are, I think, still...
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please
We're
send
still
a
on
ground
power?
unit?
So we're gonna let the power unit... I thought it was already connected. It's
829er, ground power
just in
unit is on the
front.
road.
And let's see if we can get catering again.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please send the catering truck? Lufthansa 829er, the catering truck is on the road.
Catering truck is on the road. All right. So, here's what we're gonna do. Chat, I am going to,
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
take Midas outside, because it's been about 3 hours. I like to take a break to stretch every about 3 hours or so. And we'll get the flight from Frankfurt to Milan after I get back. By that point, I suspect that they will have begun boarding. Look at that, dude. We got another plane coming in back here. TUI 4157. Let's see what that is. Corfu to Frankfurt. Corfu or Kirkaira, an island off Greece's northwest coast in the Ionian Sea, defined by rugged mountains and a resort-studded shoreline. Its cultural heritage reflects years spent under Venetian, French, and British rule before it was united with Greece in 1864. Corfu town is flanked by two imposing Venetian fortresses, features winding medieval lanes, a French-style arcade, and the Grand Palace of St. Michael and St. George. Pretty cool. Venetian fortress, huh? I want to see a picture. I can't even... Here we go. Corfu Fortress. Dude, this thing looks awesome. Waterfront fortress? Venetian fortresses are dope. Like, how do you... First of all, how do you even make that? And second of all, after you're done, you just pat yourself on the back and be like, yeah, ain't no boats getting in here, dude. Not on my watch. I'm walled up, stone to the top. Pretty sweet. All right, I'm gonna take a gamer death break. We'll BRB while the plane juices up. It's connected to the electricity truck, and we've got the passenger. We already got catering. We got. I guess we could get another baggage service in to get the new baggage in.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er.
And I will be back in just a moment. Okay. Enjoy the view. Grab a beverage, grab a snack, and be right back. I guess I'll just get one more for the final flight of the night. Well, potentially final flight of the night. We'll see. It might be a short one, and then we can do maybe some challenges or something at the end. All right. Sir Lloyd, thank you for your Prime subscription as well as my son. You're not getting any more treats. You've already had 2 treats. You might get your food, but then when you eat, then you get pissed at me when I eat in like 3 hours. You can have your food, but then you look at me with disdain. Getting tea and cookies. Get comfortable, chat. We'll be back in just a minute. I'll see you then. Thanks for waiting. Dude. Look what the flight attendants brought by. Oh, do you recognize this? What could it be? Remember that piece of food I dropped earlier? I just found it. Oh no! Don't omegalo me. Okay. Anything cool happening in the background while I was gone? Thanks for waiting, everybody. Etal, what's the final boss of washing the dishes? Leuda, what does that question even mean? Have you been having too much to drink tonight as well? You mean like what's the worst part about washing dishes? No. Chat, if any of you are out there having a nice responsible drink at home, cheers to you. This is the last one. Drink 3, it's literally, there's nothing else in the bottle, so. It would have been the last one anyway. Cheers to you. And the 2 a.m. Pacific, 5 a.m. East Coast, and then also European morning crew. I'm drinking water. I got one of those too. So I'll be drinking water after this, like a responsible adult. Stay hydrated. All right, speaking of responsible adults, why does this happen? I don't understand. It's not my microwave. It doesn't make sense. How does this get stuck? And then it melts into the cheese. Like, there's now paper towel right there. And now I need a paper towel because I'm gonna get the controls all greasy and stuff, dude. Don't worry, I picked around it. Get gamer grub on the flight stick. Don't worry, we're still waiting. You know, it's only been like 15 minutes. You can't deboard an entire plane and board an entire... By the way, why is baggage claim still... Why is the baggage truck still there? If I may ask.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, I am done with the baggage service.
Don't rush him. Uh-oh. What the passengers don't know is I don't even know how to program the next destination into the flight computer. So we gotta learn how to do that. Also, they ain't going anywhere, dude.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please send the baggage? Lufthansa 829er baggage is on the way.
Plane. An actual DLH plane. DLH 925. I don't have anywhere else for this to go. Try using the band switch to speed things up. I don't know what that would do. Oh, weird. I never hit that button before. What does that do? It didn't seem like it had any effect on the stream whatsoever, actually.
Thanks for being patient, chat, while I feed on one of the delicious snacks that has been graciously provided by Etalyx. As you all know, if you've seen the video, that Etalyx does provide a croissant breakfast sandwich to all passengers free of charge for simply daring to ride with us, brave enough to fly with us. So please enjoy yours. Once we get airborne, we appreciate your patience as we microwave each one individually. They do take approximately 2.5 minutes to go from full frozen state to edible. So we are going to be doing that per passenger. We only have one microwave aboard the plane. Thank you for understanding. If you mathematically solve for 100 and, let's just say, 10 passengers, that would take about 230. I actually don't know. Let's find out. So 150 seconds per passenger. That's 16,000 seconds divided by 60 seconds a minute. That's 275 minutes divided by 60 minutes an hour. It'll take approximately 4.5 hours to get every single passenger on board this particular flight their breakfast croissant sandwich. The flight itself is only about an hour and 10 minutes, but if you would like to remain on board the plane, we will be happy to provide you with your complimentary sandwich when it is ready. I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay. Okay, so this is what we gotta do. We actually have to figure out how, first of all, where we're flying, and second of all, how to determine that here. If you put multiple croissants in the microwave, I think the heat is split between them. Text on screen. Oh! Man! Anybody want this? It fell on the floor. But it was there for less than 10 seconds if you want it. Also, not coincidentally, that was the part that I picked off. There is some paper towel baked into the cheese. But it's fine. It's probably not damaging. I'll take it, thanks. Even better. All right, first of all, let's figure out where we're going. Try, let's take a look at the map. All right, we are in Frankfurt. Listen, Chad, I'm a bit drunk. Where's Frankfurt on this map? I'm in Germany, yeah? There it is. Okay. Frankfurt, you're right here. A central German city on the River Main. Why would you name your river Main? That's like naming your central street Main Street. Yes, we have one primary river going through Frankfurt. What do you guys want to call this? How about Main River? Yeah, that's true. It is the Main River. All right, let's go with that. I like Fred's idea. A major financial hub home to the European Central Bank, the birthplace of famed writer Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. I have no idea how to say that name because I've literally read this a dozen times. I don't think I've ever had to say his name out loud. I've never said it out loud. I've read it, though. Whose former home is now a museum. I mean, that seems right, Goethe. I love how chat instantly tries to correct, and we have two different pronunciations back to back. That's classic Twitch. We have Ray suggesting Gotha, and then we have Deadbeat Artists suggesting Gotha. Totally different pronunciations, by the way, both of you. Both of you. Anyway, like much of the city, it was damaged during World War II and later rebuilt. The reconstructed Altstadt, Old Town, is the site of Rammerburg, a square that hosts an annual Christmas market.
That's nice. So we're going from Frankfurt International to Milan.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 457 request taxi to the gate.
Should be a pretty short flight. I'm going to guess about an hour.
457 taxi to gate Charlie 15 using taxiway.
But this is the second part of our flight, and what I want to do...
November 14 Lima November 10 November.
November. Remember. The 8th of November. Is that how that goes? Okay. Anyway, I need to figure out the Milan airport and its code.
November 14 Lima November 10 November Lufthansa 457.
Right, the 8th of November. I remember. All right, I got at least 3 of you. The joke is that you're supposed to remember. That's the joke. Thank you for falling into my... It's literally remember. The 5th of November, and I was joking as if I forgot. But you all, 3 of you corrected me. Thank you, Kimmy Kicks. You're just mad that you got, so you -2. I understand. Etal doesn't remember. Hold on, let me finish the sandwich. I need to figure out the Milan code. Is there a way to do that in-game, or do I just have to know? You probably just have to know. Hello, watching you from Egypt. Hello, Egypt. Hope Egypt's having a good day. You guys want that? Want that last bite? Too bad. It's mine. Okay. Anyway. We need to figure out where we're going to land in Milan. I don't know why that's just a picture of a van when I clicked on that airport. We got Aeroporti di Milano Linate. That's an option. We've also got Bresso, which looks like a general aviation airport. What is the primary airport in Milan? I'm just going to look it up. Malpensa Airport has a 3.6 on Google reviews. Interesting. Let's read the top 1-star review. Not helpful at all, says Mary Cola. No one spoke or understood good English, except from a lady that was cleaning, which helped me a lot. Space, comma, space. UD better give her a better position. No info desks, space, comma, space. Only 2 entrances at the airport. I had to run a marathon to go inside. I hope I'll never have to go back there, space, 2 exclamation points. I can't wait for your quote, sorry for not meeting your expectations response. 1 thumbs up. Thank you, Mary Cola. One star. All right, we got 2 stars. Ann Murphy says, a week ago, this is recent, nightmare bureaucracy to pass through customs, which added a good hour to our journey. Given we couldn't access these forms online, providing pins, tables, forms, and information on arrival would seem to be a clear way of improving passenger experience. There's another one that's like 4 paragraphs. I don't think I want to read that one. It's a 1-star review. All right, that's probably it. Why is this person traveling right now? Tim Fish, I understand it's strange, but if you're not in America, you might be able to travel as normal without having to worry about other people. It's weird to think about, I know. That honestly was fair. All right, so anyway, the airport code was the original reason why I Googled this. Milan Malpensa Airport is IATA MXP. I say, wait, which one is it? The International Airport. Wait, what is it? IATA stands for. International Air Transport Association code is MXP. Okay, we're gonna try MXP. I don't know which one it uses. I think the last one, you think it's LIMC? ICAO. What does ICAO stand for? It stands for International Civil Aviation Organization. Is a published document used to identify other aviation facilities like weather stations, flight service stations, or area control centers. Okay, so you think it's LIMC. Well, let's see if we can figure this out. I literally have never done this before, so this is going to be interesting. Number one. Departure. How do I, like, type in here? I see I have text at the bottom. Do I type it in, then click where I want it to go? Because we are in Frankfurt. Which is FRA. Alright, how do you do this? And I can set a destination over here. Hold enable ALTN. I don't know what that means. I got a fix info button. Type in, then click where you want it to go. Well, that's what I did, and I don't think it works. I do actually remember someone in the Discord saying they couldn't get this working. But I don't remember who it was. I think it was Kelly McChess, actually. What'd they say? I have no idea now. Has anybody in chat gotten the flight plan program console to work in the A320neo? Has literally a single person in this stream done exactly what I'm trying to do successfully? Because what we could do is just figure out what gate we're at, then go back to the main menu and then do it from there until I can learn how to do this. Might save us some time. Yeah, they said, anyone here good with the A320? I had an issue with the FMS where I'm not sure if I was an idiot or it is inaccurate compared to the real thing of the Sims. Basically, when you load an approach in, it doesn't display it on the direct to page, so it's impossible to skip fixes on the approach. Oh, that's true. I don't even know how to program the approach. Every pilot is asleep and Etal is drunk. I'm not drunk. You'll know when I'm drunk. It's after I finish, if I drain this right now. I know how to do it. It's easy. See, I don't believe you. Because if it was easy, you would have already written how to do it instead of just claiming it's easy. Haven't figured it out yet. Was hoping to watch you to figure it out. Then I could learn from you. Oh, nice. I mean, we could try a direct to. I still have FRA input down there.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa Niner 25 taxi to the gate.
He just spoke at. Why do I have FRA should be where we are right now. And then chat. What did you guys say was Would you say was the code for Milan? Etalyx, what's your poison? Currently, it's just wild turkey and coke. LIMC. Thank you. LIMC. Okay, direct to. See, it just doesn't. I don't think I know how to do this. I probably should watch a tutorial to do it. I really wish. Oh! I made it a waypoint. But I'm gonna erase it. Hold on, that worked. I don't want it to be a waypoint. I just want, wait, what if it's this one? No, I've clicked both of these. Go to Prague. Okay. Can you write more than one instruction at a time and complete sentences? Or just spam like one little piece at a time in all caps? The more I listen to ATC, the more they sound like the Counter-Strike people saying, get out of there, it's gonna blow. Ugh. Okay, so we got update at predictive. I don't want GPS. Predictive GPS. How do you go back? Destination, ETA. We want to fly ILS. Flight plan equals flight plan? Yeah, that's what we did the first time, and I couldn't get any of the buttons to work. This is just the flight plan in general. You should be able to do this direct. I can set waypoints. I know how to do that, but I don't. I need to set a destination. Direct to. Feels like it should be that button. Prague has been planted. I wish they had a manual per plane. Yeah, you'd have to have a manual for so many different planes. We can just back out. It's not a big deal. I don't think I'm advanced enough to know if this works or not. And that's okay. Sometimes you gotta know your limitations and play within them. You know? It's all good. But, like, I'm annoyed that I can get LIMC to go here as a waypoint. The flight plan waypoint. I would probably watch a video of this. This is just a little too advanced for me. I can make it brighter. Data. GPS is monitoring. INIT is just telling latitude, longitude from 2, which there's no data in there yet. This is just performance temperature, wind, whatever MDA and DH stand for. It should just be able to be planned from direct to, from where we are to where we want to be. But even when I type something in, it doesn't do anything. Please just follow me. No, it's okay. You said, let me see perf or in it. You don't know. It's okay. I'd rather just not see your text and back out to the main screen instead of just be led on a wild goose chase. Appreciate you. All right, main menu. You had your chance. If it was so easy, you already would have written it. We'll just back out and reset the flight. But when we log back in, we'll just assume that all the passengers are already on board, and we can just push back and go. Hey, what's up, Shibby? Time for bed. Excuse me. Mom? What time is it where you live? Also, how can you go to bed when you've got a full glass? We both know that that's not going to happen. What's up, dude? We were just trying to figure out how to put in a flight in the custom computer without having to go back to this page, but I'm not advanced enough yet, so it's all good. Let's zoom in. Try to select a similar gate and set that up from here. Someone tried to leak a flight manual for 737. We're actually flying an A320 Airbus.
A320 Neo specifically, which I have actually found the manual for, but thank you for trying. So we're gonna depart from here, roughly. We are not heavy. We are actually going to be small, but I don't remember if there was a small gate here. I don't know. Chat, if you remember what gate we were in, I will love you forever. But I doubt you do, and that's okay, because I don't either. We have no idea. So our RP, we just moved to a different gate. Which wouldn't happen, but it's all good. Check flight log. Does this remember? Under profile. Well, I've never been there. Hey, there's Sim. He's flying too. Cool. Friend request. John TTM. Who are you? I'm sorry, John. I'm sure you're great. All right, where's my profile? Like at the main menu? Oh, this profile. All right, flight history. Like my logbook. Oh, yeah. Oh, you can actually like click fly again and do the same route over again. That was a good idea, but I don't know if it has the information that I wanted. Alex, wow, you've been streaming for a long time. I have, yeah. When I haven't played Flight Sim in about 5 days, so I am kind of into it right now. But anyway, cheers, Shippy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in and saying hi, dude. We can just go to wherever. It's fine. Doesn't have to be that exact. So I want to say that we landed... Yeah, we actually landed here. This actually, Frankfurt's a pretty confusing airport. They have 3 separate runways. This was our actual runway, and I landed on this one. But why would they have me landing on... I didn't even know this was here. I swear it was programmed for 25C, but I think they gave me clearance for 25R. I have no idea. Anyway, it's all good. It was still a smooth landing. So let me put it like this, chat. When you got 25L, 25C, and 25R, they're all the same heading and they're all lined up the same way. How do you tell which one's which while you're just in the sky? Because R is supposed to be the rightmost one. C would be the center and L's left, I guess. But if you don't even see this one, like this one's buried all the way in the back. Why is there a runway over here? Like, to me, I only saw C and L, so C was R. You know what I mean? So if you don't see all of them, then how do you know? This seems like a bad system, but what do I know? I'm just some guy. Anyway, use the compass directions. That doesn't, perestroika doesn't mean anything. They all have an entrance from the exact same heading. I literally didn't even know there was a third runway is what I mean. So I couldn't have looked for this because as far as I knew, there were only 2. And here's some other person online coming into this exact same spot. I want to say that we were probably parked. I want to say we were probably parked over here. Yeah. Maybe B46. Maybe B45. Okay, I think we were like B45 actually. That might really be where we were. Because we landed here, we taxied backwards, and we were in that little divot. So that might be the exact same spot. Okay, arrival airport, we're doing a 2-parter. We just went from Copenhagen. Now we're going from Frankfurt, where we just landed, to Milan. I just had to back out to set a new destination in Bresso. So we're going to be arriving here. We got some friends. We got some people over here hanging out around Linate. Chat, you wanted me to LIML, LIMB. Neither of the words you wrote were those. Oh, I missed Copenhagen. It was a really cool airport. I don't know which one of these is better. And also, oh, why is this on my leg? I don't know, but I need to put it back on. Okay, part 2. Let's go to Bresso. Actually, Bresso looks tiny. Let's go to this one. LIML.
Linate. This looks like the one we're supposed to be going to. So we're gonna set our arrival. It's about a 36-minute flight, so about an hour for us, take off to land. And we're gonna try and set runway 8 as our arrival if we're allowed to. What does the weather look like here? It's 43 degrees. Excuse me. The wind is blowing 3 knots at 117 degrees. So 90 is to the east, 180 is to the south, so it's blowing. It doesn't really matter for us, for our purposes. It's blowing like crosswind across the landing strip. LIMC is Milan Central Airport. Really? Way up here? Okay. Way up here. But they have the point of interest for Milan, like way down here. Okay, we can fly into LIMC. That's fine. It's comparable. Yeah, this is a much larger airport. You guys are right. Okay, we're gonna land on 17L. Sounds good. We're gonna switch to high altitude airways, and that's gonna give us a couple of options, namely how we want to approach our vectors on arrival and departure. So first things first, we're gonna choose 17L, not direct, preferably. And definitely not that either. So we're just gonna choose a few different ones until we get something that speaks to us. I want to come from the north, not the south. Because this is just like a waste of time. So at this stage, I'm just matching up 17L with what I know that I want, zooming out until we get something that makes sense. Let's try Odin. Really testing my patience here. You really want me to land... you want me to go all the way around. How about Peksu? Really? How about Riksu? Does anything come from the north here? Ulko. Dude, none of them come from the north. Doesn't make any sense. I guess I could change. Maybe they just want. Maybe 35R is better? So let's try 35R instead. We'll just make the loop. No, I'm not doing that again. We can change the approach as well. We used to fly there. Where, Lurkster? The largest international airport in the Milan metropolitan area in northern Italy per Google. Thank you, Ricky Bobby. Thank you, Ricky Bobby. Wind direction does not support 35R. It's okay, Samarth 1318. Okay? It's fine, I promise. Thank you for chatting 5 times and getting very angry in that amount of time. Your level of commitment to the stream is noteworthy and appreciated. However, what we should do, I think, is stick to what we originally did and then just change the approach, if we can. But I promise you, Samarth 1318, that 1 knot of wind is not going to make our landing any easier. Okay? We're basically flying and landing in still air. And no matter which way we decide to approach, it'll be fine. But think of the 1 knot difference. Literally as close to 0 effect as you could possibly get. However, I actually wanted to land on 17R. So we're gonna land on 17R instead. Which we may not be able to actually. Hold on. I see 17L. Why is 17R reserved? Okay, we cannot land 17R. Let's go back to 17L, not direct. Okay, then we're just gonna choose an approach. We're gonna try ILS 17LX. This approach sucks. Like, that is an annoyingly stupid turn. All right, this might be the only one. This is the only one. We're gonna have to do this, all right? Peksu 1K17L. I'll try the one below this and see if it's any better or worse. All right, this the one that was just there. Peksu K. So we'll go down, swing over, and then make a decently wide approach. We should have plenty of space, but I'm gonna look at any other options we may have ILS related specifically. I really think this is probably the best one. So let's just keep this, okay? We have plenty of time to descend, and we have plenty of time to make the loop and land properly. We get to cross a little channel of water. Looks good. Flight conditions, a little cloudy. We're gonna go live weather. If we weren't already, I'm just gonna reset it to make sure it's doing exactly what we want it to. I'm gonna go back to Frankfurt and then choose our departure specifically. We're gonna depart from 25C. And I want to give ourselves a little bit of space on these waypoints so we don't just go instantly the wrong direction. So we're gonna have to turn left immediately. I don't know why this doubles back on itself. Super weird. Okay, that's absolutely not what we absolutely not. How about Maru? All right, none of these. No Marus. How about Obak? Huge loop. I think the first ones we had were fine. How about Rid 3Q? Alright, that's fine. I'll just take off and make a hard bank left. That's fine. Alright, chat, let's change. Does anybody remember the flight? No, there's no way you do. Oh, I reset my weight and balance too. That does suck. That's okay. I can do it real quick. So we did fill up on fuel while we were there. We already did this. Business class, definitely not this many people. We're just going to be a much smaller flight from Milan. We said that they are going to be about 100 passengers on our max of 170 times 190 pounds each is 19,000 pounds. So it is a weekend, so we're going to say about 3,500 of them are in business class, and the remaining 15,500 are in economy. Now, their baggage at 110 people, the average is about 50 pounds per person. That's about 5,500 pounds of baggage. So we're going to take off about 2,000 from rear. We're going to take off about 1,000 from forward. And together we'll have about close to 6,000. So that seems accurate to me. We've got a 42% payload, so we're flying a little bit light. We got weight towards the back of the plane. So I'm actually going to take 2,000 pounds of baggage and move them up to the front, just to try to center that balance. Okay, looks good. Happy with that. Let's get our livery back. Probably need to reselect that. I'd be very mad if I didn't. So we were flying Lufthansa. This is one connecting flight. This is a real flight that was going to happen today at about 4:30 p.m. The first flight was happening at 3 p.m. from Denmark, from Copenhagen, taking off to Frankfurt, and the same flight I think was going to go on to Milan. So we're duplicating that here right now. So ATC options, it does remember exactly our flight number. We're just going to keep that the same because I don't have any updated information on that. I'm going to say we're good to go, as far as I can tell. Here's your weight when you landed. Thank you, Kimmy Kicks. We're going to say that the plane's a little bit lighter. Sorry, you got timed out. Nightbot's a little finicky with non-sub links because we get some virus links in here from time to time. Tox, do you feel like the Premium Deluxe Edition is worth it? Doubting whether I want to spend the extra 50 euros. It depends, Scorpion. First of all, I would recommend that you just grab the Game Pass version and make sure that you really like it. And if you really like it, then get the full thing. You know? There's two types of people. There's... Are you the kind of person that has buyer's remorse often? If you find that you regret your purchases on a semi-regular basis, and if money is especially tight, you've got 20 planes to work with in the base game. That's a lot. For reference, I haven't even flown 20 different planes in about 80 hours. So, like, if you want to gauge on how much gameplay that is, I would say I would only get the deluxe edition if you are strapped in as far as gear is concerned. Like, if you've got either a throttle, a stick, a combo, a yoke, something like that, then you'll probably get your value out of it because you're already committed to this space. If you don't have anything and you just have a controller or a mouse and keyboard, honestly, I would just get the base edition because I would rather spend that money on gear and equipment. I would rather make those 20 planes sing with hopefully maybe a throttle and stick or a yoke if you could find one. I'd rather spend that money toward that stuff. Hopefully that helps you. I know it's not as clear an answer as you wanted. But it is my honest opinion. Okay. I think we're ready, chat. I'm going to make a save here just in case. You can't see what I'm doing, but I am going to do Airbus A320neo, Frankfurt to Milan. Okay. I think we got everything squared away. This is an actual Lufthansa flight. We're simulating the weekend weight and balance. We got 50% fuel. I already took care of all that, so we're not going to wait for catering and baggage and people to board. We're just going to say that we already did that, because we did. We already simulated that. Game Pass has been great. Still working through the planes, too. Yeah, there's a ton of them there. I've gotten pretty good value out of the Super Deluxe Edition because I've flown into a number of those higher detailed airports. I have been flying some of the planes that are in the Deluxe Edition, such as the Longitude, the Cessna, what is it, Citation Longitude, and we did the Dreamliner in one of the flights, and they're really fun. But you're still going to get a ton of stuff just in the standard edition, and you can get Game Pass as well, which makes it a lot cheaper. But Leo, to answer your question from earlier, what's the final boss of washing the dishes? I would say pots and pans. Pots and pans. Like cups, plates, all that, dishwasher. Easy. I thought you ignored it. No, remember I asked you if you were drinking too, because I didn't know what final boss of washing dishes meant. Okay, anyway, I would say pots and pans. It's just annoying. They're so big and unwieldy. For me, it's actually closer to, I have an air fryer.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Why is this so... Oh, it's quiet because my volume got turned down. I have an air fryer, and the like basin is massive, and it's just really annoying to wash. Something moving in the back. It's probably my son. Hey, where's your bone? Go get it. Where did you put it? Can I see it? Where's it? Get your bone. Get it. Get your bone. Pick it up. Go get it. Alright, fine. You can just have 2 pets instead. We do a flight in Australia? We actually did do some flights in Australia. We did some... Did we do it? We did a community flight in Australia, I think, right? I don't know what stream that was, but we definitely will. We're gonna go in a lot of different places. For those of you that weren't here earlier, chat, I'm planning a trip around the world starting next week. So be on the lookout. The stream title will not be the Plane Stream Deleted Scenes, the Plane Stream Remastered, the Plane Stream Bonus Features, the Plane Stream etc. Right now we're on the plane stream, but the plane stream 1.5 is coming. It's going to have a different title. So once you see a different title, you'll know it has begun. Two pets only. The circumnavigation stream. Yeah, we're going to go around the world, dude. So be on the lookout for that next week. Did we make it back to the same airport terminal? No, we're on the other side, but we're close enough, chat. Let's just say we moved. We were actually literally right here. So I spawned in backwards, I guess? I don't know. But, let's get in the cockpit. It's good practice, though. This helps us get in the spirit of getting this plane started up. Honestly, I want to get to the point where I can memorize this, but I just don't trust myself. I've still only flown this a few times, so I'd rather look at the checklist than miss stuff. And worry, like, I'm not maining any planes, so it's okay. There's no shame. Use whatever aids you need to have fun. Okay, first of all, battery switches need to be turned on. There we go. Battery on. Check. External power. Spin it up. Engine generators should have fault displayed. Check and check. Engine bleed air switch is already on, which is kind of a debate checklist. APU master is right here. And then start up the APU. Okay, we have to wait for available to be lit, so we're just gonna let this kind of chill out for a moment. What about the Plane Stream Collector's Edition? What about the... somebody suggested the Snyder Cut earlier. I like that one. Real pilots use checklists every time, too. It's so easy to miss one small thing. That's true. But it'd be nice, I thought it was cool, Simcopter wrote down the checklist and has it on like a notepad that he can flip through. I was like, wow, that's a pretty cool idea. I was brushing my teeth and I missed Etal answering my question. Your question was, do you think a perfect clone... Hold on. Do you think a perfect clone of you with all your memories would be the same person as you? Alternatively, do you think if you were teleported that you'd be the same person? Well, you just said it, right? You already said it. Yes, a perfect clone of me with all my memories would be the same person, because you wrote it in the question, perfect. A perfect clone would just be me, yeah. But if you had just said, would you think a clone of you with all your memories? That's different. But a perfect clone, yeah, that would just be me. But different. They're the same person up until the moment they start experiencing different things, then they branch off into a different person. Yeah, I agree with that. An almost perfect clone would be in the air already. Claypool, I'm sorry you just got here after this 9.5-hour stream, but we've already flown like 4 times, okay? You could have been there for any of the other flights this stream, but you just got here within the last 15 minutes. So, I don't know. Maybe turn on the stream sooner. That's all I'm saying. Would you have sex with your clone, or am I just a narcissist? No, I absolutely would not. That's gross and weird. First of all, I would think I was disgusting. If I saw myself in real life, I'd be like, ew, that guy? Again? Why are you here? What do you want? I've been here almost all day. I wasn't talking to you, antagonist. The last thing you said is, people arrive. Where are we at now? All right, well, now I doubt the last thing you said. Anyways, wait for available lit. That lit up a while ago, I'm sure. So APU start is good to go. I don't think
that has to do anything. I think that just sits there. APU bleed. External power needs to be turned off because the APU is on. All right, fuel pumps are on. This is the one I actually remember because there's 6 buttons, and you think, could it be all 6? And the answer is yes. Yes, it could. Actually, all 6. All right, beacon is on by default, but no, it's not actually. Now it is. Strobe, we're gonna change to auto. Turn the nav and loco lights on. We're gonna taxi. And we're gonna remember to turn that to takeoff when we take off. And runway lights are gonna be on as well. Okay, let's get the engine started. So, we're assuming that all passengers are already on board because we already did that. However, just for fun, just appease me for a moment. Let's tune into ground, and let's just say there's one person left on the jetway, and they offered $5,000 if we would reconnect it, and they'll put it in my pocket.
Lufthansa 829er, the jetway is going to be connected.
Can I get another Jimmy Dean? If this is your second flight and you stayed on the plane in between flights, then you will get a second croissant breakfast sandwich per boarding. Evil clone of Etalyx equals no beard. Probably. My stream is buffering every few seconds, and the one thing I hear when it loads is a sentence about having sex with a clone. Don't worry, I said no, Leuna. Also, can you fix your internet? Thank you. What if this Etal is the evil clone? That's probably true. Buku Mihai, thank you for 31 months, who says, just have some of money for fun. I don't know what... Okay, I don't know how much I've had to drink, but I think it says, just have some of money for fun. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. But thank you, Buku Mihai. I see you in chat. Appreciate you. Holy crap, my net buffered while you said fix your internet. Are you guys sure it's your internet, not mine? I think mine's fine. Okay, anyway, while we have the jetway connected, the reason I wanted to do that is because I want to practice. Real planes only turn on the right engine, so they don't suck all the passengers coming on the jetway into the turbines. So we're going to practice putting the thrust lever to idle, getting the engine mode to start, and then only turning on engine 2. Oh, that's just the flaps, which actually we need to do anyway. So we're gonna flaps down for takeoff. We may as well just do that now, before I forget. So while the engine's spooling up, let's practice like understanding how this works. We know that in 1 and in 2 are what are important here. In 2 being, I think, fan speed. In 1 was a little bit more nebulous, but you can see it going up right now. It's basically just representing the engine itself and how it is powering on. Simultaneous with the engine coming on, we can see fuel used and how much oil. The oil pressure in particular needs to stay stable and balanced. So we're just kind of getting used to watching these notifications. Seeing them kind of stabilize at 19.7 in terms of engine stability. I got 4 megabits per second internet. I pay 80. The hell are you saying?
Contact tower on 127.33 when ready.
7C L14 LN11PP4. I don't know what any of that. Hey, luckily he ain't talking to me.
Taxi to and hold short runway.
Here he goes again.
Right via taxiway Sierra 11 Romeo 7 cross runway 7 right, Mike 11 Mike 24 cross runway 7 center Lima 14 Lima November 11 Papa 4 Dynasty 62.
Papa. How's anyone supposed to remember that?
Dynasty 62, hold position, caution, other traffic.
How can anyone regurgitate that knowledge?
62, continue taxi.
I can't even get a word in, dude. Are we not on power supply? We already got fuel supply, so we should be good. All right, chat.
Dynasty 62.
Go ahead and request that jetway disconnection
Dynasty 62, hold
as
position,
soon as I
caution, other
can.
traffic. Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, could you please disconnect the jetway from the aircraft?
Is the pilot normally in charge of disconnecting the jetway? Or isn't that like the people that work inside that are responsible for that? Okay, so now we want pushback, so we need to submit our flight plans, we need to request clearance, and then we were gonna get out of here, chat.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er, ready to copy IFR clearance to Malpensa. Lufthansa 829er is cleared to Malpensa
That's me.
Airport as filed. Take off runway 25 center climb and maintain 14,000 feet.
Alright, you guys are gonna have to deal with about 20 FPS until we get up in the air. This airport is bumping. Alright, we are cleared. Take off runway 25C, climb and maintain 14,000.
Lufthansa 829er cleared to Malpensa Airport as filed. Take off runway 25 center climb and maintain 14,000 feet.
We're gonna take a hard left as soon as we take off. What happens if you don't get clearance? Nothing, it's a video game. But if you want to RP, get clearance. Chat, if you're watching this game and you're not sure if it's for you, you don't have to do any of this shit that I'm doing. If you want, you can just spawn on the runway, put your throttle forward, and just take off and fly around if you want. Or you can go deep like I'm going right now. This is just how I choose to play. I like to Mother May I for every single aspect of this. So now that we've got clearance for departure, we need to request taxi IFR. So that basically says we have permission from the tower to move about our taxi lanes and move towards the runway.
Ready to taxi IFR. Lufthansa 829er, taxi to and hold short of runway 25 center.
Okay, taxi and hold short. That means stop before you get there.
Contact tower on 119er decimal 9er 05 when ready.
Just taxi on one engine. We could.
Taxiing hold short runway 25 center.
When are you supposed to turn on your engine though at that point?
November 1 Lima 1 Lufthansa 829er.
Okay, so we confirmed we have permission to taxi. At this point, now that we've submitted our flight plan to ATC, we can go to ground services and they can do pushback. So basically, they're gonna push us back since we can't just reverse ourselves. And if you wanna know who's doing that, it's these guys down here. So this truck. Someone's job is to drive this back, okay. I guess it's because I've had a few drinks, but right now it is hilarious to me. I don't think I noticed that they sit backwards in the truck. I love that. Literally everything about this is reversed. But yeah, they like grab us on this and then push us back. We just have to remember to release our parking brake. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and request pushback. Hopefully nobody's behind me. In real life, there'll be people with those glow sticks letting you know that nobody's behind you, but in this game, you just have to pray or go into third person. Sorry about the frames, chat. Remember, it's gonna be out 15 to 20 FPS until we actually take off. This is a really popular airport. All right, parking brake off. I have a hotkey for it, but if you wanted to prove that I know where it is, it's right here. I actually just can't click it. I don't know why. In fact, I can't do anything right now. Chat, why can't I click anything? What's going on? The game is freaking out because of... Do you see this? Am I still live? I clicked tick item and nothing happened. The tick item is grayed out. I had to use my hotkey on my throttle. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so what we want to do is say push back to the right, and that's going to push us back facing our current left.
Steer the aircraft to the right.
See how he's steering right, but it's pushing us the way we want to go. I just wanted to show you kind of how that works, why it's reversed. Moving your ATC window will fix that. Interesting. All right, we'll go ahead and stop.
Frankfurt ground Lufthansa 829er requesting the end of pushback.
Okay, that's pretty good.
829er request to end pushback received.
Now, we are just going to, I guess, taxi with one engine for just a moment. Wait for him to get out of the way. I don't even see the car. God, the frames are so bad. Yeah, he's still chilling. Give him some time to cross the road before we suck him into the turbine. I had that bug and I had to restart because you can't click anything.
Thank
really.
you for flying with Etalyx.
It's amazing how cinematic this game is. Etalyx, are you saying that because the human eye can only see 15 frames per second? Is that what you mean? In that sense, it is extremely cinematic. Thank you for subscribing for 8 months. Much appreciated. The frame rate really drops under two circumstances if you guys are new to this game. Number one, passenger jets. The cockpit is so detailed that you will literally get fewer frames per second just because you had the audacity to try to fly one of these. The second is flying in a busy airport. Frankfurt, do you see how many planes there are? This Frankfurt airport is incredibly busy. So we've really got the worst two scenarios playing out for this frame rate. Once, if you decide to fly a bush plane in the bush, you will have a miraculous 60 frames per second, and it's beautiful. But listen, I like the passenger jets. They're really fun. I can't help it. All right, we are currently taxiing with just one engine. Don't forget that. We're gonna tune to tower. And I think, can we get this going while we're on the road? I'm gonna flip this engine switch right here. Go ahead and tick these. Dude, you can't just cross the road like that. That's like a train's coming. You just ran across the train tracks. All right, after starting the engine, we turn APU bleed off. APU master switch off. And engine mode selector on normal. That is this guy right here. And we are good to go, Chad. All engines should be online and theoretically will be spooled up by the time we hit the runway. So you're looking at this in 1%. It's at 0.1 right now, but it should be coming online shortly. We'll just check in on that before we fly, obviously. Also, I'm stuck at this zoom. I can't unzoom. Okay, we're good. I can't zoom anymore. I think I have a bug, dude. I'm not sure what's going on. But we're gonna go ahead and make this turn. You guys have feet cam? You do have feet cam, I think. Oh yeah, moving the ATC window actually fixes. Look how many planes there are in this airport. Feet cam confirmed. Etalyx, thanks for the tip earlier. Just bought Game Pass and now downloading the test, waiting for the next 2 to 3 hours. It's a big game, Scorpion. I hope you have fun though. I don't know what kind of equipment you have, but let me just put it like this. If you think it's fun with a controller and keyboard, it's at least twice as fun if you end up getting some gear. But there's no rush because none of the gear's in stock. So just keep your eyes peeled. Look for opportunities to either pre-order different pieces or just hope that they end up making more, because Microsoft Flight Sim has single-handedly literally emptied the shelves of every simulator replica and flight stick throttle yoke combo. It's crazy. Do you have to press one foot down when you take off so your plane doesn't go sideways? Not yet. All right, this is where we're supposed to stop, actually. We're supposed to stop short of the runway. I should have stopped a little sooner, but I was looking at chat. Don't look at chat if you're flying an A320 Airbus, okay? So we need to request takeoff clearance. We did stop short of the runway, but we could have stopped short behind the yellow line, probably. ATC would have appreciated that. It's all good, though.
Frankfurt Tower Lufthansa 829er ready for IFR departure runway 25 center.
But yeah, if you like what you play with the controller, it literally is at least 2 times better with all this stuff.
Cleared for takeoff
It's
runway
worth the
25
investment.
center Lufthansa 829.
It changes your perspective on the game, for sure. Did I just clear myself for takeoff? Does Frankfurt want to confirm my clearance? Or did I just like, I'm taking off! Runway 25C. I'm... Chat, I don't have any blue arrows leading me up there. I don't think it's... The blue arrows are still behind me. I think, is it bugged? Do I actually need to save and reload for serious? Did I bug it? Engine 1 is still not on. I think that's because it's... You're right, though. This is flipped. There's literally not another thing to do. It should honestly be as simple as just flipping the switch and confirm that they're stabilized. That should be it. Yeah, I gotta reload because I only have 1 engine on right now. Something happened. Did you set the engine switch? Yeah, I just did that. We got no movement. Hello, Captain Etalyx in chat. What's up, Grand Ward? And ATC's bugged. ATC's thinking you've gone insane trying to fly 1 engine, so he ghosted you. Yeah, I think we're having some bug problems. Let's just save right here. It's okay, we can just save. Airbus, Frankfurt to Milan. I'm just gonna save over what we already did, overwrite the save. I wonder if I should restart the whole game? I probably should restart the whole game. It's all good, chat. Worst case scenario, I'll spawn on the runway if it doesn't remember my save. But I'd rather the game work than screw it up on takeoff for no reason. But what's up, Grand Ward? Everybody else just popping in. Do the thing, Etalyx. I'm working on it, beat. But thank you for Killix for the 8 months of sub. Much appreciated. Sorry for the inconvenience. Listen, it happens all the time, okay? Plane pulls up. Got to get clearance from ATC first. We got to be waiting on another plane right now, chat. The fact that Etalyx is able to go from taxiing to takeoff in less than 20 minutes is nothing short of a small miracle in the world of aviation. Think about that. I've been stuck on the taxi for like an hour and a half before. It's miserable. But every time that happens, from now on, you're just going to remember, oh yeah, no, I understand why I'm stuck here. It's because the pilot had to reboot his game. That makes sense. He probably had a memory leak or something. Tox, what's the name of the head tracking device? It's Track IR5. Thank you for the tiara, Tim Fish. While you guys are waiting for this to boot up, why don't you check out our Google Maps here. So this is where we are in Milan. Milan, I wish I could explore this a little bit. Wait, no, we're not in Milan. We're going to Milan. We are actually in Frankfurt, Germany. So we are up here. I love that we're using Google Maps to play the Bing game. It's great. Hey, look. We're in Flight Sim right now, dude. Crazy. Okay, there has to be at least one Google employee who was like, damn it, Microsoft Bing beat us again. We took all those satellite photos and
created little 3D pop-up towns, but they put planes in it and make millions of dollars when we just release it for free. Who decided to do that? If I'd have known, all we'd do was simulate planes for people to give us applause and pats on the back. That's why they get paid the big bucks.
Does it work in VR? No. Is the short answer. One day, maybe. You gotta have more than 30 frames per second average for VR. But Track IR works, and it's pretty sweet, dude. We do live in a simulation, after all. Why not Flight Simulator? What are you doing over there? He's going to sleep, I guess. I really don't think we'll see even VR this fall. Heavily. I really don't. If we do, it'll be extremely limited. They'll probably have certain planes and areas. I really don't see this being freeform VR this year, anytime. I think they were going to, and they will announce a delay. Mark my words. There is no way they're going to get this from 20 frames per second up to 90 FPS in less than 4 months. 3 months, actually. Wait. No, 4 months. September, October, November, December. Etalyx, no, you! I have VR. I would love to play this in VR. Okay, so we are A320neo Frankfurt to Milan. Everything should be locked in. Yeah, the feed cam flickers because the camera is a piece of crap. So thank you for bearing with the flicker. I will remove it from the screen when it is not needed anymore. Well, hopefully everything is right where we left it. Can you do aerobatics in this game? You can, yeah. You can turn off any damage whatsoever and do spins, aileron rolls, barrel rolls, loops to your heart's content. Oh yeah, RTX 3080. Time to get a new computer, right, chat? It's time for me to upgrade again, I guess. I just got this computer 2 years ago. I can't believe it's already been 2 years though. Cheers, Etalyx. Have a drink with me, mate. What are you drinking on? Drinking on some Wild Turkey. This is the last of my bottle, actually. This is the last drink of the night. Wild Turkey and Coke. Here's to a good flight. Should be a fun one. Once we get everything working the way it's supposed to, at least. All I have is a GeForce 950M. My PC has a hard time running the stream. Yeah, if you can't run the stream, then maybe you should wait a little bit. Are load times always this long? Yeah. It's got a lot that's going on under the hood. But I think it's worth waiting for. It's also loading a flight in progress right now, so it's got a little bit more than usual. If you want shorter load times, you can load in bush flights in less densely populated areas, and you'll get better frames and faster loading. All right, we're back. The engine, hopefully it's running this time. Wait for everything to load in, and we'll get like our 20 FPS. I think left engine is actually on now.
We're just gonna let that spool all the way up and kind of confirm that it's doing what it's supposed to. All right, we don't need APU master switch or bleed anymore. Okay. While the engine is stabilizing, let's just check our lights. Chat, where's ATC? Well, I don't know how to communicate with anybody. My flight plan is still here. Is anyone gonna talk to me? I don't even have any options. I have no idea what's going on, but let's change engine mode back to normal. Nav on. Beacon on. Strobe on. Takeoff lights on. Runway on. Looks good. They'll probably connect when you take off, but I don't even have clearance to take off. All right, chat, I think we're gonna just shirk the rules and say we tried our best to do this the RP way. So let's just make sure that the parking brake is disengaged. Both engines are currently stable at 19.8 in 1%, 19.8%. Oil pressure I think is good. I can't tell because this screen changed. Actually. I don't know how to change it back, but I think it's fine. All right, here we go. So we just gotta get on the runway and I guess just go. So let's just say we have permission. Because I don't want to restart literally everything at this stage. I like how this taxiway dumps you out onto the runway basically perfectly. We're just gonna hit hard right. Kind of line this up. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's not. It's not. Okay, I just wanted to look because I honestly can't tell. It looked good, but it wasn't. All right, that's probably good. That's good enough. And before ATC freaks out and tells you don't have clearance as you're taking off. Well, they should have talked to me. They didn't talk to me. I did announce my own clearance before we saved, so I'm gonna assume that's still a thing. Flaps, still down. Throttle ready, parking brake off. Gas is good to go. Fuel mix doesn't matter on these big boy planes. Chat, thank you for flying Etal Air. Here's a toast to a successful and productive flight to Milan. I appreciate having you on board today, and I hope you live long and fruitful lives. All right, we're on our way. Gonna gently throttle up, and we're gonna get ready to take off and make a hard bank to the left. Goodbye, Frankfurt. You've been a beautiful, if laggy airport, but I think you've been gorgeous. All right, we're just gonna try and stay totally lined up. Using foot pedals. We got about 140 knots. We're gonna start lifting the nose. We are now in the air, just kind of gently letting it fly itself. We're gonna go ahead and flaps down one. We're looking at overspeed. If we're overspeeding, we want to keep getting flaps up. See when I flaps up, how it chases? All right, flaps up, landing gear up. I remembered, we're gonna bank left now. Still no one on the comms tower, dude. Is this flight even gonna work? Nobody's even talking. I don't know what they're doing. All right, I'm climbing too high because I'm reading chat. Way too steep of a climb. But I also want to look around. Dude, Frankfurt's nice. Pretty steep bank, but we have to make a steep bank coming out here. The passengers will understand. All right, we don't need rudders anymore, so we're gonna take you out so you guys can see a little bit more of the plane. We're gonna line this up vaguely with where we're supposed to be, and we're gonna throttle down just a little, but we're also gonna nose down just a little. So my goal here is to make a steady ascent. Dude, no ATC, what is the deal? Maybe set up AI co-pilot for a second. That's a good idea. All right, we want to nose down to about 10 degrees or under. Okay, 7.5, and we're gonna kind of follow instruments on the right to kind of just give a nice gentle turn. We're at about 250 knots. Feeling pretty good about that. Gonna look over and check, where's RPM on this? We're at about 53% in 1, but where's in 2? Should be fan speed. Tune COM 2 to ATC frequency. Thanks. That didn't do anything either. Good try, though. False hope. I think my ATC is just bugged for this flight. I could probably do it without them, but man, that is a no ATC challenge. This is fine. They're literally not even gonna give me instructions, so I won't know when to ascend or descend. I like the idea of give the AI control for just a moment and see what happens. Silence. Non-deterministic landing, I guess. Now I know why there's issues every time I fly Lufthansa. The thing is, I've flown this a couple of times, and I know vaguely that we're supposed to be at about 34,000 feet according to ATC. I just need to pay attention to the flight log and know when to come down. But we're not going to get any clearance to land, so there's going to be a flight in name only. Which is fine, I guess. It'll just be really quiet. Me and you, chat. Just me and you. Flaps have been completely up. We're doing good. We got landing gear for sure up. I'm just double checking because I forgot earlier. We're going to head through this first cloud layer. Now, what's interesting about the A320neo that I learned the other day was this is actually kind of misleading because the A320neo has a stepped throttle system. So, like, if you'll hear it click, if I try to click drag, all right, it does it both at the same time. But if you hear it click, see that 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. See, like, that little wedge line catches in these different areas. So it's like a stepped system where you have to go one step to the next to the next. You can go in between, I guess, but you're supposed to go, like, the steps mean different things, and I have no idea. But that's another, it plays into the auto thrust system as well, somehow. All right, sorry, this is a big bank. Dude, all right, sorry ATC, but I guess we're gonna run silent on this. It's just me and the passengers. Me and the passengers, dude. It's so beautiful though, flying in between these cloud layers. So we're just gonna line up with our waypoints, which have been shifting to the 155, actually 160 approach. Taking a light turn here, keeping it about, what, 10 degrees? 10-degree turn. Nice and gentle. Appreciating the scenery here. Thank you for flying Air Etal, also in part sponsored apparently by Lufthansa, as we head into Milan from Frankfurt I have literally no idea what the weather is because that's the co-pilot's job. I don't even know what time it is here in Frankfurt, but it is 12:10 p.m. just after noon. I'm expecting wheels down at probably about 50 minutes from now at 11. So it should be a nice, easy flight. We're gonna make good time. We're already flying at Mach 0.6 and climbing as we make our ascent past 20,000 feet. ATC has decided to go dark on us. Literal silence coming in from them. So I am just going to make my own way. And decide what I want to do. So let's press B, which is going to change our altimeter. And as we ascend to different heights, as the air density changes, we're going to have to make adjustments to our altimeter reading. The reason is because the way that the air is, the intake of the air, I don't know, chat, it's science. Okay, look it up. Dude, I did not say Lufthansa, Andy. I found the European, though. I have not said Lufthansa one single time, okay? The only corrections I'll see are from angry Europeans. Go back to bed. It's 12 o'clock noon. I'd be asleep right now. Canceled by ATC. Italian ATC. They just don't want to talk to me. After you cleared yourself for flight, ATC decided they had enough and went on break. That's reasonable, though. We're at a nice 7-degree climb, 7.5 degrees. And we're gonna top out at about 31 to 34,000 feet, somewhere in there. Talks do a barrel roll. Nah, I'm good. I don't think you can anyways. That is a sexy plane, dude. That is a beautiful cloud formation, actually. You can see where it like rolls up over where we're going. All right, 29,000 feet, I'm on my own, chat. No ATC where we're going. Yeah, Ricky Bobby, what I was trying to say was it has something to do with the way the air... Okay, so basically... Never mind. I'm just not going to talk because I don't know what I'm talking about. I literally watched a video on why the altitude has to be manually adjusted, and now I've already forgotten what I watched, which is pretty typical. That's kind of how I operate. But I feel like it has something to do with the way that the air intake, every plane has its own air intake that not only determines your indicated airspeed, but also plays with the altimeter. Maybe I'm wrong on the second part, but I'm definitely right on the first part. All right, we're gonna slow this climb down as we're approaching 32,000 feet. We've been a very gentle climb this entire way. We're gonna go up to about 34,000 and stop there. All right, it says it in the stream title. Well, we actually literally just took off from Frankfurt. Thank you for reminding me, to Milan. We literally just took off. I just updated the stream title. We just got in the air. Thank you, Pepper. Well, we're on our way to Milan right now. See if there are other towers to connect to. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and make a slight adjustment. Look at these clouds! Flying high in Lufthansa. Is that how you say it? I think someone in chat corrected me and they said it was Lufthansa. Is that true? I don't know. I've never flown this airline before, but I think it might be Lufthansa. Hey! Words! Contact! Me!
Center Lufthansa 829er is out of flight level 345 for 14,000 feet.
What? For 14,000? No, dude, don't lie to the ATC. We're definitely going to 34,000, man.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Lufthansa 829er Center, continue to Copen as planned.
All right, well, luckily he didn't call my bluff because I ain't going back to 10,000 feet.
10,000 feet KLM 1651.
He woke up. ATC just woke up, dude. All right, chat, now's the time where we want to get our,
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet beeline tree 201.
we've got our plane, like, doing perfect. We're heading towards an intercept course for our designated path. We're at about 34,000 feet. We're just gonna nose up slightly above the horizon line so we stop descending. Luckily, these passenger planes have fantastic automatic trim, and if you just hold a position long enough, it will trim to meet you. It's beautiful. These planes are, if you have struggle with trim, these passenger planes are your new friend.
Center 5622 climb and maintain 2,200 feet.
You insult Frankfurt, you get grounded, I guess. I really like Frankfurt, though.
0814 traffic is 8 o'clock 3 miles.
Dude, Frankfurt is
1,800
busy bee
feet
today.
cleared.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna practice again with, first of all, we are really high up, and I'm assuming temperature is negative 45 SAT. Someone explained it earlier. I don't remember. But what I'm gonna do is
Climb and maintain 2,200 feet. Center 562.
wing de-ice, engine, window heat. Okay, so de-ice is on. We are flying through clouds way up here, so I mean, this actually makes total sense.
Wizz Air 7718 descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Some beautiful clouds, too.
Lufthansa 829er, please expedite your descent to 14,000
What?
Condor
Bastard, 14,000 feet. Do you know how long we've been in the air before you decided to show up
Climb and
and then demand that I descend to 14,000 feet, dude? We are at cruising altitude.
2,000 feet Condor 180.
There was literally not even a button to talk to you.
1809er, descend and maintain
Request altitude increase. I'll try it, but they always get really pissy. Increase by like 10,000.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Wizz Air 7718.
They cut off their lunch break.
Center Lufthansa 829er. Request flight level 460.
460? No.
Lufthansa 829er.
That's above-
descend and maintain 14,000 feet.
No, that's
Expect
above
flight
my.
level 460.
No. No.
KLM 1641 descend and maintain
46. We're going to space. I gotta acknowledge. Can you correct?
Descend and maintain 14,000 feet. Expect flight level 460. Lufthansa.
Throttle
829er.
down. Now I gotta decrease by like at least that much.
Descend and maintain 2,300 feet.
Who's even
Descend and
talking?
maintain 10,000
He's given too many
KLM
people
164.
instruction. I can't wait till I get out of Frankfurt airspace.
Center Lufthansa 829er. Request flight level 390. Lufthansa
We need to go even
829er,
lower than
descend
that.
And maintain 14,000 feet. Expect flight level 390.
I'm going again. Acknowledge, I'm gonna go again.
Descend and maintain 14,000 feet. Expect flight level 390. Lufthansa 829er.
All right, let's go for, I think 34,000 is fine.
Lufthansa 829er, descend and maintain 14,000 feet. Expect flight level 340.
Okay, that's fine. Acknowledge, 340. We gotta descend all the way
Descend
just
and
to appease
maintain 14,000
ATC.
feet.
Just think of
Expect
this as an
flight level
excuse
340, Lufthansa
to see a little
829er.
bit more of the ground, maybe. Chad, if I do this, does it feel like we're gonna crash? Hang on. If I go... Does it feel like we're like on a death course to the ground? Oh my god, everybody hold on to your seats! Please strap in and put your seatbelts on! This flight is going down! Oh my god, stop! We're actually like on a very controlled descent. Just barely going down like maybe 1,000 feet per minute.
Condor 1560, descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Everyone's gonna throw up their microwave croissants. It's all part of the plan.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Condor 1560.
We are still kind of gaining speed. Nah, we're fine. We're about 300 and change, maybe 305 knots indicated airspeed. We're just on a slow, controlled descent, approaching 21,000 feet to appease our ATC overlords. Even though this would probably never happen in real life, we may as well. Elizabeth, are you here for the free croissant? It's a breakfast sandwich. It's a good one. This is only like a 51-minute flight. Here's what's gonna be hilarious, chat. I am predicting, by the time we make our descent and get permission to ascend, that by the time we ascend again, we're gonna have to descend again in order to land. That's, mark my words, what's gonna happen. Pulling below one layer of clouds, kind of like in the middle of the next. Oh, hi, there's the plane. Do you go faster when you're at a higher altitude? I believe so, but don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure you do, yeah, because your true airspeed and your indicated airspeed change depending on your altitude. Your true airspeed's always going to be the same, but your indicated airspeed changes as you ascend because of the lack of air density. So I believe you do actually go faster the higher up you are, but I'm sure someone is furiously typing a retort to that. Chat, we actually have ice on the plane. For real. I already have turned on all anti-ice measures, so we should be good to go, dude. All right, see, they just told me. So we literally have to just pull up.
Maintain flight level 210 Lufthansa 829er.
All right, that's flight level 210. That's 21,000 feet. So we are just going to turn left because I'm literally off my path now because I'm a loser. But we're fine. We're like parallel with it, so it's all good. We got throttle up because we're gonna ascend.
Maintain 2,400 feet, Pola 372.
No, loser, not looser. Okay, different.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, easy 4548. Condor 182.
How do I turn these displays down? Can you shut up? I'm sorry. All right, hang on. Calm down.
Ryanair 278, descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
All right, that's a start. How do I turn this guy down?
Center generic Mike Alpha Yankee Niner 877 is out of flight level 360 for 10,000 feet.
There we go. All right,
generic
that's
Mike
better.
Alpha Yankee Niner 877 center continue as planned.
All right, we're still on the climb, chat. Let's go ahead and set up autopilot before it literally becomes irrelevant. So here's what we're gonna do.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet.
I literally don't even, I think it was 21,000. We're gonna clock that in, so I just click the button. Then we're gonna hit, make sure this is set to nav. That one's already set to nav. Then we are gonna just go ahead and clock in autopilot 1. It's gonna go ahead and line us up with this green line. But if we wanna get to 21,000 feet, what we need to do is go vertical speed. So it's next to the selected altitude, which is 21,000. We're gonna go vertical speed up at, let's say 1,500 feet per minute and lock that in. Click. And the next thing you know, we're climbing. And not only are we climbing, we're gonna line up with our trajectory the proper way that we're supposed to. So, We're at about 320 knots indicated airspeed. We're gonna throttle up slightly for the climb because we're only at Mach 0.62, so we're really not going that fast in the grand scheme of things. But as we climb and ascend, that's gonna look a little faster. Like right now, overspeed is around 350 knots indicated airspeed, so we've got about 30 to play with. So we can go ahead and keep that throttle up right now.
Austrian 412 descend and maintain 10,000.
I don't know what ATC is doing. He's telling every single plane to descend to 10,000 feet. I don't know what's going on.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Austrian 412. Center Transavia 669-8 is at flight level 400, descending 10,000 feet.
Transavia 6698.
669-8, center continue as planned.
Currently, Transavia 6698 is going Zadar to Rotterdam. Or Zadar. I don't know where that is. Chat, where's Zadar? We got a flight status here. Let's check it out. Croatia to Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Landed 11:24. So I think it just landed about an hour ago. So all the stuff in the game is live, but it's delayed by about 2 hours or so while they have to process the information and put it into the game. So like everything is live in the same way that this stream is live. You're not hearing me as I speak. You're hearing me like up to 10 seconds after I speak. So it's kind of the same situation there. Can you, Jesus, please stop telling every single plane to descend to 10,000 feet and just chittering in my ear. I can't wait to get out of your airspace, Frankfurt controller. This is the most active ATC I have seen in 80 hours of gameplay. That's me. Finally.
Climb and maintain flight level 330 Lufthansa 829er.
330.
Lufthansa 829er, contact Zurich Center on 12.
330, confirm. And we want to go up about 1,500 feet per minute, maybe even faster, but right now 1,500 is fine. Let's acknowledge the handoff, and we're out of Frankfurt airspace, thank God.
Lufthansa 829er.
Where are we flying? We're going to Milan. And we're probably going to start our descent real soon, because we've been...
Zurich Center, Lufthansa
It's been an interesting
829er
journey.
at flight level 210, climbing flight level 330. Lufthansa 829er, Zurich Center, continue to Romeo as planned.
You got it, buddy. I will be at Romeo in literal moments, and then you're going to tell me to descend, probably. We can actually check by looking at our flight plan, look at our nav log. So here's Romeo, chat. Where'd it go? Romeo. We're going to be on Romeo for about 40 nautical miles. Nah, we got time. This is about 11 minutes, 13, 14, 15... 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So we got about half an hour until we land, which is really not that long. So we are going to start our descent soon. It's going to take us like 20 minutes to descend. But we're just going to let them have their fun at ATC. We're still climbing to 33,000. Why don't we expedite this to 2,000 feet per minute? Tox, do you have a favorite word? Why, if I said something like 17 times? You go from non-existent to this. We're good now. We're free. Really tall clouds, dude. This is like 25,000 foot cloud cover as far as the eye can see. A lot of ice here, but we got the de-icers on, so we're golden, dude. The engines aren't icing up. You'll notice the windshield's not icing up. I love that they got these little ice decals and effects, though, because it really makes you wonder, like, is stuff gonna go wrong? Are we gonna have any errors here, dude? So what I want to do is turn on the wing ice light.
Altimeter 29.70.
Runway lights should have been off a while ago.
277 descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Where I want to see where the ice lights are. That's what I want to know.
With 172 climb and maintain flight.
Wow. That's crazy, isn't it? Look at this. I don't know, this game's incredible, dude. I just love looking at it. And then poof into another cloud.
Climb and maintain flight level 210 Swiss 172 Swiss 172 contact Zurich approach on 125.3. Zurich Center Edelweiss 439er is at 13,000 feet descending 7,000 feet.
There we are.
Edelweiss 439er Zurich Center continue to Sanji as planned.
Etel's obsessed with Airbus. When we fly the biggest boy of them all? We flew the Dreamliner. I just haven't flown the 747-10. No rush. Game's not going anywhere. You know? I like, the Airbus has proved challenging, you know? I've only landed it a couple times. We landed it today, honestly, fantastically. The problem is I landed on the wrong runway because I didn't know how, Frankfurt had it had like a stowaway runway like in the back corner that was the rightmost runway, but honestly it was a fantastic touchdown. So in terms of just like technical level, I feel like I still have stuff to learn so that auto throttle doesn't kick in. I did a good job of disengaging the auto throttles to make it so that we could land well. Speaking of Frankfurt, we never did learn any more of the little factoids. We were doing some learning, chat. We learned about Philip Rice, and then we got off on a huge tangent, basically, about determinism versus free will. So, in Frankfurt, Frankfurt has one of the largest inner-city forests in the entire country. The Stadtwald, meaning city forest, is part of Frankfurt's green belt with 3,866 hectares within city limits, one of the biggest urban forests in the entire world. Frankfurt means Ford of Franks, comes from Charlemagne, who referred to the settlement as Ford of the Franks in 794, or Frankenovud. He built himself a royal council there. Before Charlemagne, settlements had apparently already existed in the area for hundreds of years, as the Romans built a town there along the nearby Roman road. So if Charlemagne didn't, like, buff it, would it be as major a throughput area as it is today? Probably not. That's some Crusader Kings knowledge, which we're going to be playing again on Tuesday. So, just a reminder to the early morning crowd, we are going to be coming back at you on Tuesday with Crusader Kings 3. It's going to be pretty sweet. 14 out of the 15 tallest skyscrapers in Germany stand in Frankfurt. Oh, really? I feel kind of bad we didn't get to zoom around there. Largest skyscrapers in Germany, huh? The tallest of these is the Commerzbank Tower at 260 meters tall, the equivalent of the height of 52 giraffes. Why is that the unit of measurement? Chat, any Germans out there can confirm or deny. Do you measure things in number of giraffes?
Lufthansa 829er, did you hear my last transmission?
No, actually. Like, literally didn't hear it. What? Say again.
Zurich Center, please repeat transmission for Lufthansa 829er. Easy 8342 descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
That's not even me.
Lufthansa 829er climb and maintain flight level 340.
What are we at?
Climb and maintain flight level 340 Lufthansa 829er.
Does that make you happy?
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet easy 8342.
All right, that's like 1,000 feet up. Of course we do. Yes, this is metric. At least it's not football fields. They use killer giraffes for larger distances. You guys got jokes.
With Air 2846 descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Wizz Air has been really a thorn in everyone's side.
Descend and maintain
Over
10,000
1 in
with Air
4
2846.
Frankfurters are foreign. Thousands of foreigners move to the city every year. According to figures from March, 28.8% of Frankfurt residents don't have German passports, meaning over a quarter of the city's 730,000 inhabitants are foreign. Huh.
With
I
Air
did not know that.
1706 descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Easy
More than a
834
quarter of
over
Frankfurt
20,000
residents
feet
don't
over
have
your assigned
passports.
altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Or at least from
With Air
Frankfurt.
2846 contact Vienna Center on 124.
I hope Wizz Air gets their shit together because they're getting on my nerves. I hope Wizz Air, like,
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet easy 8342.
oh, here's an airplane fact. Frankfurt's airport baggage.
Wizz Air 1706.
The baggage system at Frankfurt is 67.
Descend and maintain 11,000.
I've had enough of you. Frankfurt's airport baggage system is 67 kilometers long. Europe's 4th biggest airport and Germany's biggest. Dude, I knew Frankfurt looked huge. I didn't know it was the 4th biggest. Has a baggage system equivalent to the length of 1.5 marathons. It employs 75,000 staff, annually receives more than 60 million passengers, handles over 460,000 flights, and transports more than 2 million tons of cargo. There's a airplane factoid for you. 4th biggest airport in all of Europe. I'm going to try to remember that. All right. Let this guy talk again. Does the comm volume knob work in game? I have no idea. We have a loudspeaker. We're just in a really busy area. So I could put this on auto speed if I wanted, but I kind of just don't. I'm not even gonna put it on auto speed and see what happens. I'll just control the throttle myself. We're at 34,000 feet, exactly where we're supposed to be according to ATC. Just enjoying the ice and a very relaxing flight, honestly.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet easy 8518. Air Malta 49er 1 descend and maintain 12,000
Got a little
feet.
lag when I'm moving the camera around, but other than that, it's fine.
Descend and maintain 12,000 feet Air Malta 49er 1.
We should learn some factoids about Milan. That's where we're going. Ten fun facts about Milan. I like learning about all the cities that we go visit. Leonardo da Vinci invented the first water lock for the Milanese Channel.
Easy 851.
He cut himself. I didn't even.
49er 1 contact Milan Center on 124.925.
The first Conca water lock was constructed in Milan in 1496 to compensate the difference in the water levels between the Naviglio di Martensana and the circular channel. It was conceived and designed by Da Vinci in Assassin's Creed 1 during his first travel to Milan in 1482, and nowadays it is the most common water gate arrangement in the world.
Contact Milan Center on 124.925. Speedbird 259er 6 descend and maintain 11,000 feet.
All right, we're getting handed off.
124.9er 25 for Lufthansa 829er.
This ATC is literally giving me a
Milan
headache.
Center Lufthansa 829er, flight level 340.
Dude, look at the clouds, though.
Lufthansa 829er, Milan Center, continue to operate as planned.
Okay, no change. You good? Oh, it's so good. Can you remove the de-icer to see what happens? No, I'm good. We're using the de-icer exactly as it's supposed to.
Milan Center, Speedbird 259er 6 is at flight level 285, descending 11,000 feet.
Milanese Castle, Castello Sforzesco, is a fake.
Speedbird 259er 6U or 64 miles northwest. Descend and
The castle was built in 15th century by the Duke of Milan, Francesco Sforza. However, its contemporary appearance is mainly defined by the reconstruction undertaken in the 20th century. Nevertheless, the interiors of the hall still feature the remaining works by Leonardo da Vinci, as well as by Michelangelo. There's a staggering museum of musical instruments and open restoration lab for them. It's a wait, they have a fake castle? So like the castle was never actually built, they just restored something that didn't exist in the 20th century. Why? Was it like somebody, was it Da Vinci's like plans or something like that? What's the deal with Milanese Castle then? A whole ass fake castle. What happens if turn plane off? Dude, ATC is literally just on steroids. I don't know. Remember, it went from dead silent to I've never heard it more active than right now. Scandinavian, Ryanair, Edelweiss, Scandinavian, Speedbird. Like, how long before he's in Milan? Stick around and find out. You know what I'm saying? Good morning, QTQT and Windsor End. Would you build a castle given the opportunity? Probably. There's another one, Qatari 39. Look at this, though. Look at this, like, pass we're coming through. That's incredible. Monka autopilot. How do you change, I can't change, there we go. Woo! Alright, which one of you wants to volunteer to jump out up here? I can see a little bit of land. Me! I'll do it. I'll do it. These are some fantastic camera angles. All right, let's see what we're doing, and let's be responsible. Number one, we just passed Dileb, so let's go ahead and take a look at the nav log.
Egypt Air 532, you are 66 miles northeast.
Bro, I have no idea what that is.
Maintain 10,000 feet.
That's not even in my log.
Runway 17 right approach.
I have no idea what we're at right
Egypt
now.
Air 532, descend and maintain 8,100 feet.
But I want to check on engine stability. We're at about 69 to 70% in one, which is good. In two is at 80 to, that's our fan speed is 80%. We're maintaining a pretty good speed, not too fast, not too slow, sticking around 34,000 feet. Encroaching upon Mach 0.8. We should be starting our descent soon.
Egypt Air 532, descend and maintain 6,000 feet.
In fact, I want to say we should already be descending.
Maintain
but he's really harping on Egypt Air right now. He just gave 6 different commands to the same plane. I think something's broken, dude.
Egypt Air 532, descend and maintain 5,000 feet.
Egypt Air, please, God. Just do what he says! Please, man! Look at that.
Lufthansa 829er.
That's me.
And maintain flight level 260.
260, acknowledge.
Descend and maintain flight level 260, Lufthansa 829er.
We're gonna go about 1,500 feet per minute. So we're gonna go ahead and cue that up. Since we're going down, I'm gonna go ahead and throttle down. I think I have manual control.
Nippon Cargo
Go home, ATC. We're drunk. I don't know what he's doing. But yeah, we are now starting our descent, chat. Those of you back there, thank you for flying Etalyx. We're coming in at beautiful Milan, Italy. It is 12:45 p.m. local time. Expecting to have wheels down within 30 minutes to complete the second leg of our flight. We began in Frankfurt, Germany. Those of us aboard, me and the crew, would like to thank you for your patronage. We know you have many choices when choosing where to fly explicitly from Copenhagen to Milan. Literally just today you discovered this flight, but thank you for choosing Lufthansa. Lufthansa, right? Luffy T Monkey. Is that the right? Am I in the right anime? Please expedite your descent to FL 260. All right, well, you should have told me to descend faster. By the way, I don't think we're actually descending because I didn't lock in anything. How about now? I think I just forgot to lock in the altitude. That's my bad. Now we're going.
Milan Center, Ryanair 5508 is at 13,000 feet, descending 6,000 feet.
So notice how it's correcting to try to get us back on the path. I'm just gonna let it do its own thing, and wow! If we overshoot, we overshoot, chat, I guess.
Lufthansa 829er, please expedite your descent to flight level 260.
Bruh.
Ryanair 5508, contact approach on 126.75.
I can only expedite so much.
126.75 for Ryanair 5508.
Dive, dive, dive. Maybe you should have talked to me sooner, okay? And I wouldn't ignore you. Man, this is a video game. Can't believe this. Look at that wall of clouds over there, yeah? This looks like we're still going up. I mean, we're definitely not. We're descending. We're at 29,000 feet. Probably not even going fast enough, but we're going 2,500 feet per minute, which is a very reasonable decline. If we have to overshoot, we'll overshoot. Good morning, James W. How's it going? You're welcome to the country, gives me happy memories. Hey, Vadibus. Hopefully we can stick the landing and make you proud.
Ryanair 8368 descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
But good morning, everybody else. System Flow, thank you for the 299 bits. Much appreciated. And thank you for flying with us this morning.
And maintain 10,000 feet, Ryanair 8368.
Actually, afternoon here, local time. So thank you for flying Etalyx this afternoon.
Descend and maintain 12,000 feet. Keep speed below 185 knots. Expect 4 DM runway 17 left approach via.
Chat, I think, is that where we're supposed to land? Please say no.
Lufthansa 829er descend and maintain
What is this?
5,000 feet. Keep speed below 185 knots.
Descend to 5,000 feet, dude.
Descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Keep
Bro,
speed
do you
below
know how high I
185
am
knots.
right
Expect
now in
4
the
DM
sky?
Runway 17 left approach via Mike Papa transition cleared to Mike Papa Lufthansa 829er.
We could try using, what was it? Not VLS. Was it VLS? How do you even do that?
Ryanair 8368, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
I don't remember. It was like maybe this plane, I don't know how to do it. Like using gravity to descend. Yeah, that's the airport, dude. We're at 20, we gotta go 20,000 feet down?
10,000 feet, Ryanair 8368.
We're gonna have to expedite this descent to 3,000 feet per minute. And that might not even be enough. Pull the alt knob. Do I have a partner back seat in my chat right now? You don't full spoilers. 22,000 feet. Going 230 knots, dude. You want me to pull all of my elevators and go like full flaps down at 22,000 feet? I'll just overshoot and come back around. It's fine. Eject and parachute down. Listen, I still got waypoints, chat. We're at 20,000 feet. We're descending 3,000 feet per minute. We got space. We got time. We're going 240 knots. They want me to maintain a speed of 185. So I'm going to just bring the throttle back even a little bit more. Slow this puppy down, and we'll be good. Trust me, I'm a pilot. You look like a pilot based on that emote. I trust you implicitly now. Do you think I could slow down even more if I did, I don't know, an aileron roll? Maybe me and the passengers with our weight combined could throw this thing. Maybe if we all stand at the front of the plane and then together run really fast to the back of the plane. Do you think that would be enough weight to slow the plane down by shifting our collective weight from front to back? Actually can't roll an Airbus. Flight law is prohibited. Also, the game prohibits it. I don't think you can. I think I tried with no damage on. I think it's actually impossible. You might have to get a bit of a build-up. Like start rolling one direction, then use the momentum shifting in the other direction to pull it off. Does this actually model passengers? It does not, no. It does not. I'll be happy if I just land on the correct runway this time. Yeah, we're at 16,000 feet and we haven't even had to make our U-turn yet. We're good. ATC would be chafing my ass if we were going too slow right now. We got minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waypoints to go, and we got time. It does model the weight, that's true. So let's just enjoy the view while we go ahead and descend on autopilot. Some of these cloud formations are funky. Clouds, peepo cheer. I thought this would get old for me after like 60 hours.
No, I'm still like a little kid, like, clouds. I love clouds. Oh my God, look at those clouds. Dude, look at that thing. That cloud right behind me. Look, that cloud's like a lip. I think it's just because the model that they use to render them, there's just so many formations that it actually looks unique. So it doesn't, it's not like one texture, right? If it was like one texture, like cloudy clouds look like this, overcast looks like this every single time, it'd get old. But it's like slightly different enough where it actually seems unique every single time you're flying.
Is out of 11,700 feet for 5,000
and that's what keeps it interesting. They're definitely dynamic. They got a full video. Recommend you watch it, Binary, if you check out, all right, let's change our altimeter. That's the most important thing we can do. Didn't I just get a handoff? All right, hand me off again. Nobody wants me.
124.925 for Lufthansa.
P.S. We're at 10,000 feet, about to make the loop. I think I'm gonna let autopilot just handle this. There actually is an autopilot approach system, but honestly, I'm kind of scared to use it.
Milan Center Lufthansa 829er is
but yeah, look up the Microsoft Flight Sim official channel and find their like weather video. It's impressive as hell. It's really good.
Milan Center, continue to Mike Papa as planned. Altimeter 29.65.
Okay. 2965. Altimeter is correct. I hit B because I don't know where it is on this plane. I think I asked and chat said the button wasn't working or something on the A320. So many triangles. I love triangles. All right, so when we want this to approach, I want to look this up because we got a button here that says approach mode. I don't know when are you supposed to toggle approach mode on? Because I'm down to try it out. These are modern airplanes, modern systems. It ain't cheating to use the stuff that's literally baked into the technology of the invention.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Bark. All right, so autopilot is going to try a turn. It should have a maximum bank. It's gonna be a big turn. I think it maxes out at about 10 degrees, seems like. I think this is 5, 10, 15, but I could be wrong. I have no idea. I literally just made that up. After this turn, make sure the ILS frequency is set in nav 1. Well, I don't know how to make sure the ILS frequency is set to nav 1. All I know is that I am currently toggled on nav mode on my compass rose right there. That's all I know how to do. We're also supposed to be like dramatically slowing down, so I'm just gonna throttle down a little bit. IR Losing, thank you for the fresh sub. Good morning, glad to have you. We're hopefully gonna be coming in for a smooth landing here in Milan. Looks like some light rain, possibly just as we coast through this cloud. We'll see how the weather is. On this plane, we don't have any internet, actually. So we cannot check the live weather in Milan right now. So you guys are just gonna have to open one of the windows, just crack it, stick your finger out there, and let me know how it feels outside, if it's nice and cool, or if I should put on my jacket. Let me know. Yeah, I do have a wiper knob, but I don't really need it, so we played with that earlier. It didn't seem to impact much. Maybe in a thunderstorm or something. Oh man, went to sleep 8 hours ago. Hey, Semigon. How's it going? Don't do that, by the way. What, turn your wipers on at almost 200 knots? What would happen? You think it'll fly off? Look at Milan, dude. Oh, the double rainbow! We're flying over the double rainbow. This is a blessed flight.
200 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 5,000 feet altimeter 29.65.
We're guaranteed to land now. I'm so glad that I looked in third person for that.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet generic 9er.
Chat, your week of good luck threat has paid off in dividends. It's gone. We could have missed it, but we saw it. That means we are blessed.
Climb and maintain 5,000 feet Lufthansa 829er.
All right, do I really have to do that, though? Are you really gonna make me do that, Mom? Because I will if I need to. I've locked in both. We're still kind of heading down. I think it's gonna correct now.
Lufthansa 829er contact approach on 126.75.
How did it even go this low? I locked in 5,000
126.75 for Lufthansa 829er.
and a descent.
Approach Lufthansa 829er is climbing through 3,300 feet.
All right,
for
I'm gonna turn on
5,000 feet.
approach mode, chat. I'm gonna pray, okay? Because we saw the double rainbow. This should be fine.
Continue to Mike Papa as planned. Altimeter
Mike Papa.
29.65.
They wanted to be at about 185 knots. I'm at like 170, so we need to speed up a little bit anyway. Save. We can just fast forward the flight. It'll be fine. I've got the flights plan saved. We can always just skip to this part if we want. We made it past the important bit. What I should have done was save mid-flight, but these were pretty short flights. All right, I'm gonna attempt approach mode and see what happens. I'm not really sure how approach mode works. Aren't you always landing? I guess technically, if you fly at all, you are technically in the process of landing as soon as takeoff is complete. Turn on LS2, I think. Well, if you end that in a question, I'm not really just gonna click. That's just an info display. That gives me some bubbles. Are bubbles good? Is that what you thought it did, Tigru? Lower landing gear, not 60 miles out. But thank you for trying, Commander Core. They show your position on the approach. I believe you, but I don't really understand how to interpret that information. Because I can see yellow right in the middle. Does that just mean that we are vertically where we're supposed to be and horizontally where we're supposed to be perfectly right now? So like, if I was flying manual, I might try to line these up with the middle dot. That's my interpretation based on never having pushed that button before. Right now it's not picking up ILS. There's supposed to be a purple dot. Well, we're going the right way, and I see we got a purple speed indicator. I'm assuming that approach autopilot is adjusting speed as necessary based on where we're supposed to be and also the designated height, which was 5,000 feet, but is taken over. Speaking of, dear God, I hope it's not foggy on the surface. I have never done like a fog landing. And you were right to fully... If I had to land in complete fog, I don't think I could do it. I really don't. Instrument-only landing is beyond my level of capability. Chilling at about 195 knots, which is reasonable. Got a couple more checkpoints. We're at about 5,000 feet. We're gonna start another descent here soon. We did a big U-turn. Speaking of runway lights, thank you for saying that, Altager. Since we are gonna be landing soon, I wanna go ahead and turn on runway lights. Turn on taxi lights. I guess we can wait until we're actually taxiing. Beacon and strobe are already on. More rainbows! This is truly... Milan is a blessed place, dude. We're going to Milan because it was the capital of our Crusader Kings 2 playthrough after we moved the capital of Denmark to Milan, of course. So that's why we're flying here in the first place. And now we've got at least another 7 days of good luck. Am I using head tracker? I am. Captain Slip has got you covered. Thanks. Alright, the drink is out. That means it's time to land. That's how you know. Seen a little bit of light rain coming down on the windshield. You did what in CK2? You know. I created the Empire of Denmark and took over all of Italy except where the Pope needed a little bit of territory in Rome, and then took over Egypt. Not in that order, actually in the reverse order. I had a claim on the Holy Land. No big deal. I missed a few streams. What's the longest flight he did so far? Probably Johannesburg to Cape Town. It was going to be Yakutsk, Russia to Tokyo, but the game crashed. That was going to be our longest flight. All right, I think, is he going to tell me to descend, or is it going to be I'm on my own? Well, I have to also trust the approach waypoint system. I believe in it, dude. At least a little bit. South Africa landing took 23 hours. It did not take 23 hours. Is there a flight around the world objective? I don't know, Jumpman. Tune in next week when we start our own objective. Probably on Wednesday or Thursday of next week. It's gonna be a big deal. You'll see why. I got plans, dude. All right, chat, the landing strip is literally right there. I don't know what this dude's plan is. I trust the approach system, but like, should I is the question, because we're still 5,000 feet up. That's the airport. It's coming up on it right now. What do I do? I think I just let it do its thing and then complain about it when it doesn't work. What is it doing right now? I honestly have no idea. Approach mode is not active, so it won't do its thing. Well, approach mode is active. But, maybe you don't have the ILS frequency set in the nav radio. How come every single plane needs ILS frequency, but no plane defaults to it? It doesn't make any sense. Why are there 7 other frequencies that they don't use? They all use the same frequency for nav, and they default to the wrong one. We're just gonna fly this way now. It's different for each one. Well, it's on lock right now. Nav is set to lock, and I literally don't know how to change on this plane because we haven't had this problem before. We're just gonna fly this way now. I don't even know where autopilot is going, dude. Here we got another problem. I don't even know what this button, that's just auto thrust. But it didn't even update me with permission to land. I'm opening this stupid map. Chat, is our airport LIMN? Should I just trust it? Should I just see what happens?
100 feet below your assigned
See?
altitude.
What?
Climb and maintain 5,000 feet altimeter 29.65. Climb and maintain 5,000 feet Lufthansa 829er.
Request a vector?
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint.
Let's see what they say, because I see waypoints.
Lufthansa 829er, continue to Mike Papa turning and following heading 300.
300 is where I'm supposed to go. Oh, here we go again. It's gonna be another
Mike
Cape
Papa
Town.
turning and following heading 300 Lufthansa 829er.
It's gonna be another Cape Town, dude. I'm telling you right now. Mark my words.
Lufthansa 829er, descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Absolutely, I can do
Descend
that.
and maintain 3,000 feet Lufthansa 829er.
The Milan incident.
2,500.
All right. 3-0. Sure thing. I am 500 feet below where I'm supposed to be, but I am on the correct vector. Let's just check it out and see where he wants me to go.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa 829er, turn right heading 005.
Okay, confirm.
Turn right
I still think he's going to lead me to my death, but that's fine. And away we go. Beaming Cloud, I have no idea what you just wrote, my dude. What if I told you that every video game you play, you just sit on your couch for as many hours as you choose to play it? Is that like a bot comment or a real comment? Anyway. It's an actual game coming out. Oh, airplane mode. The game. I forgot about that.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa 829er, turn right heading 005.
Chat, 005.
Turn right heading 005 Lufthansa 829er.
Am I not already on 005, like right now? Because 010 is the next pip over. I'm on 005, you're on 001. This is 100, this is 200, this is 300. Fantis? You just made me turn right for no reason, Fantis.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa 829er, turn right heading 005.
Right, I see the airport, but I don't think he's leading me where I'm supposed to go. But I probably won't play actual airplane mode the game. Probably not, no. I hope this is not a real flight. It is, yeah. Have you ever read Ender's Game?
Lufthansa 829er, did you copy? Turn right heading 005 Lufthansa 829er.
I wish, once you get to this point, this is where it's going to be impossible. First of all, visibility is insanely low. So this is basically, I'm just going to have to get extremely low to the ground to really see anything. Second of all, I know where the airport is because I can see it, but I don't even have clearance to land.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa Lufthansa 829er, turn right heading 005.
Already there, buddy. He's not gonna let me know when I'm supposed to turn though, but there may be a waypoint on my screen.
Lufthansa 829er.
So I guess I'm just gonna keep my eyes peeled for a waypoint on here. Alright, we're just gonna hover around 3,000 feet because I think that is what we had clearance for, so we're just gonna nose down slightly. Throttle back, continue heading the direction that they want. And we're golden. Just double check.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint.
I'm glad that I've played this for like 70 hours now and I know not to listen to or read chat at this point. I get to just read you, like, giggle to myself and then ignore you because
Turn right heading
you guys are way too
005
desperate.
Lufthansa 829er.
Fuel flaps gear 500. I already know better. If this was like day 2 etal, I'd probably do at least one of the things you guys said. If you create an IFR flight plan at the start, you'd be okay. I actually did do that, but again, this is why I don't listen to chat. If you were here during the stream, you would have realized that ATC actually bugged on takeoff. We couldn't get clearance. I restarted the game, loaded back in. ATC was silent for approximately a quarter of the flight, then started talking faster than I've ever heard ATC talk before.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa 829er, continue to D340H turning and following heading 060.
All right, 060. Acknowledge, we got a new vector.
Continue to D340H turning and following heading 060 Lufthansa 829er.
Some streamers are comedians, some streamers have a chat full of comedians. Those of you who were here know what's going on.
2,500.
2,500 till we hit the ground, but we're actually about 3,500 feet above sea level, which is good for us. That's where we want to be. Just maintain.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint.
Dude, it is raining out here in Milan.
829er, continue to D340H turning.
Why are you being a
and
dick
following
to
heading
chat?
060.
I'm not being a dick to chat, but also, I don't owe you anything, okay? Not everybody is gonna be nice to you, and not everybody has to be nice to you. If you say something stupid, expect a stupid response. The sooner you figure that out, the faster you will progress in your own life.
Continue to D340H turning and following heading 060 Lufthansa 829er.
Sometimes silence is the answer, okay? And some people don't know that.
Approach Lufthansa 829er.
I wish
vector to
Etal was
next
that
waypoint.
mean to me.
Lufthansa 829er.
No, you
continue
don't.
to D340H turning
Don't
and
lie.
following heading 060.
All right, well, we're going back to a waypoint that they want us to fly back to, which is fine, because it's hopefully going to line us up with the actual runway that we're supposed to be, which we don't even have clearance to land on anything anyways. What's crazy to me is that we're pointed about nose up 10 degrees and not even climbing. So I think it's just because the throttle's not up. Which we don't have speed control, we don't have autopilot on, and we don't have a altitude or vertical speed locked in, so I'm not really sure.
829er, did you hear my last transmission? Continue
Yeah.
to D340H turning and following heading 060 Lufthansa 829er. Lufthansa 829er, descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Keep speed below 160 knots. Descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Keep speed below 160 knots. Lufthansa
160? Okay, that's like almost stall speed, but okay. Give me a vector though.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa 829er, continue to FD17L turning and following heading 190.
chat's very interesting right now. All right, 190. Let's go ahead and flaps down 1. .190, chat, is almost a 180-degree turn.
Lufthansa 829er, did you copy?
Yes, but I have no co-pilot. I'm having to do this manual because autopilot threw me on a completely different route.
190 Lufthansa 829er.
Chat, are you ready to overshoot the airport? Because that's exactly what we're gonna do. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I see it. I know. We're making a hard bank because I'd rather land in one piece.
1,000.
Nah, we're good, dude. We're good. My drink. Your drink is fine, I promise. It'll be even better if we successfully land.
Approach Lufthansa 829er, requesting vector to next waypoint. Lufthansa 829er, continue to FD17L turning and following heading 190. Continue to FD17L turning and following heading 190 Lufthansa 829er.
It's so dark. This is gonna be, this is absolutely not gonna work. Because I'm gonna be coming in at the wrong heading, I can guarantee it. I have no visual, I can see a light in the distance. And that's it, dude. I don't even know where it is. I can just see that little light. I got flaps down. I don't know where we are. I know we're at 20.
Lufthansa 829er, you are 7 miles north of Malpensa. Contact Malpensa Tower on 121.75 when inbound.
Well, I think I'm inbound now, bro.
Tower on 121.75
But I'm coming in at a weird angle.
829er. Malpensa Tower, Lufthansa 829er, 6 miles north inbound 4 DME runway 17 left approach. Lufthansa 829er, Malpensa Tower. Cleared 4 DME runway 17 left approach.
17 left.
290.67 wind calm.
Chat, we ain't gonna make it. 17 left. 17 left.
Lufthansa 829er, cleared to land runway 17 left.
Dear God, 17 left. I gotta swing right and then swing left.
Cleared to land runway 17
What did I just hit?
Lufthansa 829er.
What did I just hit? I just bumped something. I don't know what I bumped on my throttle. And as a warning, I just shirked off the warning. 17 left. You're good. Chill. I can't even see. I don't know what's beeping at me right now. .17 left? I think this is 17 right. Oh, 17 left is over there. Ah, God, I gotta go for it. I gotta go for it, chat. I'm sorry. We gotta do it live. There's not another chance at this. There's not another chance, dude.
500.
I'm sorry.
400.
I'm not gonna wave him off, chat.
300. 200. 100. 60, 50, 40. 30, 20. Retard.
No, the landing gear. Land for one. The landing gear didn't come down. I forgot to put it down. No. Oh, that could have worked too. That's what my co-pilot's for. That's what I bumped?
It would have succeeded. I think it... Listen, this wouldn't be a good flight sim stream if there wasn't at least one crash today and like 7 people in chat writing, I told you all indignantly. Okay? Listen, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Remember that. Remember the other 7 times I was wrong, but I told you this time. This one I was right. Okay, I can prove it because you crashed. And I'm smarter than you, streamer. Or as my father used to say, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. Chat, first of all, listen, think about what we did right.
Thank you for flying with Etalyx.
Think about what we did right. We followed vectors, we got off of a botched approach, circled around, and almost lined up with the airport in unseeable conditions. Totally blind until under 1,500 feet. We forgot one button, but we did everything else good. Okay? Think about the good times before the crash. Listen, the A320 Airbus is still my arch enemy, and also air traffic control while flying. I do think a little blame falls on them for this. Because butterfly effect, if I never had to go around 6 times, we probably would have just landed the first approach as we were supposed to without any problem. I was super distracted and didn't remember to put landing gear down, even though I got all flaps and all elevators down. I blacked out right there. Well, glad you're awake. Welcome to Etal Air, where we have a one-way pet the Etal ticket to hell. It was one very important button, but it made for a funny section of the stream because you get to laugh at dumb streamer who tried to land with, like, to be fair, okay, we were coming in at a gentle enough approach that let's just say we were training for a landing gear broken challenge. And I was going at a good speed, almost stall speed, like 130 knots. We probably could have skidded to a stop with my approach there, as wild as it was. We realistically probably wouldn't have exploded on impact, at least, right? All right, let's go just fast travel to final. I think if we fast travel to approach, that's not that far back, is it? It can't be. Let's just go to final. I mean, we got there. Like, I got to the runway, and if the landing gear was down, chat, can we all agree that there was at least an 85% chance that I was gonna successfully land at the end if the landing gear was down? You would have skidded then burst into flames as both wings strike the runway and got ripped off. We corrected that. Now, did everyone spill their drink and maybe vomit into their given bag because of the strange... I was on the right side, I need to be on the left at the last second, and you guys doubted me every step of the way? I pooped my pants. That's fair enough. But I think we would have made it. So what I'm saying is, I'm justifying the fact that I'm starting from final instead of approach. All right, one crash in 12 hours, no problem. Nope, like, honestly, this is not any easier. Where am I? I don't know what's going on. I gotta check to see if landing gear is already down in this timeline. Is the airport even in front of us? I don't know, I'm 37 feet up, 3,700 feet up. Are you supposed to drop your landing gear this far ahead?
2,500.
I'm gonna turn on, the elevators on the top of the wings to slow us down. Looks like flaps are already full down, retracted. We're cleared to land on 17L. So as long as we align with 17, we should be good to go. Make a quick course correction. Where is it?
Is it over the hill? Why would you put an airport behind a hill? Who did this? And you made the run. Wait a second.
1,000.
Chat, that we're gonna hit that hill. This seems really dumb for like a major airport. But then again, I'm not a pilot. Just cut down the hill. Easy. Also, I really don't think my approach is good. It's weird that landing gear and flaps and stuff are already down. Bro, I still can't even see.
500. 400.
It was easier the first time. Chat, where's the airport? It's gotta be a little further. I'll be able to see the lights if it was. We should be dead on if I just line up 17 degrees. Dude, landing in these conditions is like exceptionally harder than having high visibility. Who would have thought, you know? Right there on left, missed it. Dude, do you see this map? This is the airport. Why are you guys either ignorant or... This is why I don't listen to chat. I don't even like pay attention to anything you say because I know better than you right now. That's a different airport, chat. Yeah, I think that's a different airport, believe it or not. How am I 300? We're flying, we're like skimming rooftops right now. This is supposed to be final. I really don't think, I think auto thrust is misbehaving, chat. Auto thrust literally won't turn off, which is hilarious to me. It's not listening. I'm at 100% throttle, just go. All right, here we go. Everything's already down this time, confirmed. Can you chill? God, I hate you so much, auto thrust. You're not auto throttle. I know your true name now. All right, so 4 white lights means we're too high.
200. 100.
Is... Dear God, dude, I'm trying to land here. I haven't even idled yet.
60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Auto thrust threw me. Why doesn't it work? Auto thrust has decided to abort this landing. Good enough. Yeah, I had to turn it off twice. Okay, so here's how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to disengage when you're 50 feet above, going about 160 knots. I disengage. I wasn't even on idle on the entire approach. Bind auto thrust to button 1 in stick. So I'm not really sure you're okay, because here's the thing. You're not like pilots are not supposed to disengage auto throttle. It's supposed to enhance their landability. But I feel like I need to watch an A320 pilot land this in Microsoft Flight Sim and see what they do. You know what I mean? That would be a good video. Because I can't, like, it's a crutch to just disable auto thrust every single landing. This is why I've avoided flying the A320 again till today. The first landing, though, went smoothly. The second one, I'm just going to blame weather conditions on. The light just blinked off? Yeah, it comes back on really fast. It's supposed to save you from stalling and crashing, ironically. They do disable it for landing? No, it automatically is built in. From what I read, if you bring throttle back to idle when you're 50 feet above, so when it goes 60, 50, like right at 50, cut to idle, that should disengage it if you're traveling about 160 knots. Auto thrust kicks in to prevent you from stalling and falling out of the sky. I was chastised before for having a speed selected on my dash up here, but this time there is no speeds. That's definitely not the reason. All right, let's travel again. I'll give this another go. Do it until we stick the landing. It's a good learning experience, though. Glad to see I'm not the only one having trouble trying to land this plane without auto thrust screwing me over. It's really tough. I haven't figured out how to get around it yet. Looks like you cut around 80 a bit too early. Probably, but I don't think I was ever all the way down. I really don't think I ever went to 0. But here's the thing. The A320 actually has stepped throttle, so what for me is not 0, for the A320 may be 0. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has segmented thrust. So if I look down here, see how it's got the different arrows, 1, 2, 3, 4? So I wonder if it considers anything, I don't know, but that's so high. That's like really fast. I have no idea. All right, we'll give it another go. This is really tough landing conditions, so this is good training no matter what. Cleared land runway 17L.
2,500.
Okay, gonna check outside again. Let's put the landing gear up for now. Until we get closer, because I remember it was kind of a trek. We had to cross over a hill, unless it changed. Seems like are we closer now, chat? Did it spawn us in a different spot? All right, bring up the elevators to slow down. Just showing you what I'm doing as I do it. And all flaps are already down. See, like, I can see that there's an airport there because I can see the plane. The mode that disables the alpha floor protection on AT is in-op, so you just have to deal with it. That was what I read to Cass. But, a clip of me barely scraping by in a landing in Cape Town went semi-viral and got like 15,000 views, which is a lot for a Twitch VOD. And everyone was making fun of me for having my speed dialed in on autopilot, and I was like, that's not why it did it. I didn't have any control over it. The button's inoperable. Because I had read that before. You're not the first one I've seen to say that.
500.
We good. All right, so we're supposed to be at heading of 17, so I'm going to turn slightly. Dude, the ground is so low. This is very high above sea level. This is number one. Milan is like 1,200, 1,300 feet above sea level? That's crazy. The Cape Town incident. Well, this is like that, except I've crashed on the first try. Similar, but not quite the same.